resource persons are very humble and they are very eager to answer whatever the questions that we have, and the good discussion is going on. And physiology being a microorganism, as you have told, it's really very important to manage the cattle's microorganism, which certainly adds to the soil's microorganism level. So in this way, what I felt that we can, as a veterinary physiologist, we can improve upon.
So certainly, actually animal component is more important. I think, have you visited, please take your seat. There are, I think you are all coming from the KVK. There is a one KVK in Kolhapur. So you have to go and see 100% natural they are managing with animals only, because they have a goshale, no? So they put all the cow dung, whatever the dead animals also. So from the dead animals, the what do you call it is rotten for 3 months. Put it in a drum, put all your ingredients, jaggery or wheat flour, allow for rotten for this one, then take the 500 ml, put it in 1 liter of water and you can spray. Fantastic crop you can get. So that's what you have to think. That's what you have to do research. Oh, that's what I think. Everything is coming, but that's what I am telling. So you have to see that, and also we have to research what might be the reason, what might be the component. That is what the science we said. In the scientific community, always we are, if you publish a paper, always we want to say what are the lackiness in your paper, always we find. Scientists always look at what is the lackiness in your paper, so that I can do the next research. Always we find a fault with others. That is what the science. So you need this is also correction. You are not correcting the right things. No? What you are doing? You are searching for the faults. So that is the tendency of the scientists, because majority of scientists. Yes or no? In while correcting the research question paper also, you are finding the fault and getting the marks -1. Not putting +3. Yes or no? So that's what you have to do research. What is the fault? What is the correctness in the water produced? So that is what the research is.
Insect-borne diseases. So when did this production increase? Okay, when we look into data, about 11% increase has been seen worldwide, that too per year. Okay, so looking into 1950s, around 0.2 million tons of pesticides was used in 1950 alone. Furthermore, when we reach 2000, just in the span of 50 years, we can see that overall 5 million ton of pesticides have been produced and already used. But as the decades passed, we can see that currently 3 billion kgs of pesticides have been consumed worldwide every year, with only 1% of the total pesticides being effectively used to control the pest or target plants. So what happened to the rest of it? The rest of it reached the non-target plants and environmental media such as soil, water and air. Okay, how does the pesticides enter the human body? Okay, so there are majorly 3 routes: dermal route, oral route and respiratory route. Dermal route, it usually happens when there is spillage of pesticides, splashing of it or spray drifting of the same. Okay. Whereas oral, people who produce or use pesticides when they do not wash their hands while consuming food or smoking, it enters our system, and also by consumption of contaminated food. Furthermore, talking about the respiratory route, volatile components present in the pesticides, they enter our system through nose, throat and affects the lung tissues when inhaled in large amounts of from the environment through air, water and soil. Okay. Speaking about the impact of the same pesticide exposure on human health, so owing to pesticides, important role in agriculture development. So the dependence on the dependence of agriculture on pesticides have been very regular, and due to that the usage of the same has been drastically increased. especially meeting the demand of population, expansion of population has been of major concern, and filling the hungry stomach is the second concern. Henceforth, the use of pesticides have been increasing year after year. So this dependence has caused major impact on environmental stress and has detrimental health effects on humans worldwide. Okay. Which groups are at higher risk? So high risk groups are directly exposed to pesticides. Okay. So the workers who are involved in farming activities, the formulators of the pesticides, the sprayers, the mixers, loaders and agricultural farm workers, all these are directly affected by harmful effect of pesticides. So what about the indirect exposure? So humans are also indirectly exposed to pesticides by contamination of soil, air and water. So usually what happens, we are all aware that whenever there is rainfall, there is erosion of soil, and that erosion leads to contamination of water as well. So speaking about the toxic health effects, toxic effects often occurs within a few minutes or several hours of poisoning by pesticides. So some of the manifestations of cholera crisis include nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, abdominal cramp, urinary incontinence, meiosis, salivation, lacrimation, bronchia, then brachycardia, hypotension, fusiculation, muscle paralysis, dizziness, confusion, seizures, coma, and prolonged exposure will definitely lead to respiratory failure. Then what about the chronic diseases? So chronic exposure, chronic like say for prolonged exposure as well as in larger quantities, it leads to chronic diseases such as cancers. It has adverse reproductive outcomes, then male sterility, peripheral neuropathies, neurobehavioral disorders, impaired immune functions, allergic sensitization reaction, that too particularly on skin. So the rashes or the what we say is blisters, which are usually commonly seen on hands and feet of the farming community, are exclusively due to exposure to these harmful pesticides. So what are the most of the pesticides affect male reproductive system, causing sperm damage, DNA damage and abnormal sperm morphology. As an example, cumulative inhalation of cholinergic activity has a result of long-term as well as low-dose exposure of organophosphorus compounds lead to chronic diseases. So these two examples given to describe the class of pesticides which has direct impact on male reproductive system. So when we talk about pesticides, it's not just an acute or a chronic phase. It has an impact on overall system, human system. So starting with the minor things such as headache or loss of consciousness, eye and skin irritation, then it may even lead to Parkinson's disease, then neurological disorder, hyper and hypothyroidism and thyroid tumors, then breast cancers, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, then diabetic and obesity can also be caused due to this. Extreme weakness, seizures or even death can be caused. Allergic sensitization, appearance of cysts in the ovaries, because PCOD, as we know, it's most prominent among women population as of now. So there may be reduced sperm quality with consequent decreased fertility, genital malfunctions, decreased fertility, testicular and prostate cancers, as well as early puberty onset in young children. So speaking about children are more vulnerable to pesticide exposure. Children are more vulnerable to pesticide exposure because their organs, nervous system and immune systems are still developing. Children are less able to detoxify or excrete pesticides. Exposure during certain early development periods can cause permanent damage. In addition to being more vulnerable to pesticide toxicity, children's behavior and physiology make them more likely to receive greater pesticide exposure than adults. And how is that? That is mainly because of it happens through skin. Compared to adult, children have more skin or surface area to their size. Henceforth, we can see their skin size may be less, but they have folded skins. Henceforth, the surface area is more for pesticidal exposure. Furthermore, children have a higher respiratory rate, and so they inhale airborne pesticides at a faster rate than adults. Children also consume proportionately more food and water, and further the contaminated food may lead to toxicity in them. With their increased contact with floor, lawn and playgrounds, children behavior also increases their exposure to pesticides. So what about the health effects of certain classes of pesticides? So organophosphates and carbamates are majorly, most commonly and extensively used pesticides. Here these pesticides are like nerve gas. They attack the brain and nervous system, interfering with the nerve signal transmission. Symptoms include headache, nausea, dizziness, vomiting, chest pain, diarrhea, muscle pain and confusion. In severe poisoning incidents, symptoms can include convulsions, difficulty breathing, involuntary urination, coma and death. Acute poisoning of the nervous system by these pesticides affects hundreds and thousands of people around the world each year. The next class of pesticides is soil fumigants. These pesticides are applied to soil, forming a gas that is toxic to nematodes, fungi, bacteria, insects and plants in the soil. Because they are gaseous, they move from soil into air and expose people living or working nearby. Symptoms of fumigant exposure include irritation of skin, eyes and lungs, and extremely irritating to eyes and lungs. Okay. Dichlorpropane, methampsodium, methamppotassium are all cancer causing chemicals, and methampsodium causes reproductive harm as well. In countries where fumigants use is high, premature birth is most commonly seen and than countries wherein the use of fumigants is very low. Coming to pithroids, these insecticides are synthetic chemicals that are structurally similar to botanical components that have been designed to be more persistent. So whatever is more advantageous to the crop is that is directly related to be more harmful effect on human health. Okay, they are toxic to the nervous system, and there is concern that during pregnancy a fetus is not able to efficiently break down these chemicals. Henceforth, the stillbirths, occurrence of stillbirths and preterm babies have been witnessed more commonly. Symptoms of this include tremors, salivation, headaches, fatigue, vomiting, stinging and itching of skin and involuntary twitching. Many of these causes long-term health problems such as resmetirin causes both cancer as well as reproductive harm. This may also cause genetic damage as well as reproductive harm. So when we speak about overall about pesticides, what we can say is it's high time that we minimize the uses of these pesticides and impart proper knowledge regarding the use of these and harmful effect of these in our farming communities, such that it's really high time that we stop our thinking about the production alone and think about the quality of life we are imparting in our population as well. Thank you. Okay. So I would like to speak about Diksha Diet Clinic as well. So when we say Diksha Diet Clinic, mainly what we do is we take a part as counseling for all individuals. Diet, it doesn't just restrict to weight loss or weight gain. So people with diabetes, cancer, hypertension, any chronic or acute illness, they have been counseled over there. Then furthermore, we take up activities such as we see that we are imparting some of our knowledge among different preschools or the community clubs, or we conduct nutrition camps at different hospitals, because we cannot just depend on pills alone. So we need a proper nutrition in order to avoid occurrence of these chronic disorders in ourselves. So even we give talks at radio talks have been arranged, and the main concept here is, instead of depending on the supplements alone, so eating right, whatever the home based food is there, that needs to be managed in order to build a healthy community. So this is our Google page, and here are few of the testimonials wherein there have been improvement, month wise there have been improvement in weight, BMI have been reduced, and complete body fat have been reversed. So here are some of the testimonials. Reviews again. So this is my Instagram handle, and here are my contact details. So I would like to end my talk with a quote saying nutrition is a path for healing rather than just medicine. Thank you.
If there are anything to be discussed, can you do questions? One or two questions could be thrown to Diksha after talk.
After post-house technology,
Yes.
how can we reduce the intake of pesticides and insecticides which is present in the fruits or vegetables? Is there any way to remove it?
No such thing, ma'am. Only thing is we can leach out the sodium present in green leafy vegetables. That is by leaching process, just by brine blanching it. Rather than, we can't do that for the grains, because what happens is there is not one source of contamination. The air, soil, water, everything is supplied contaminated. Henceforth, there is, we can say that there is automatic genetic modification or something occurring in the plants as well, because human health itself has been having an adverse effect. Henceforth, we can say that even the crops what we are eating, they are also somewhat altered.
So some practice are being used like turmeric or water, or like tamarind water is used to remove the pesticides.
Yes.
Possible.
It cannot be 100%, ma'am. It's just for like we want to console ourselves, like we are doing something different, and we are perceiving it to be healthier than what others are consuming. That's all. Yes, sir. Yes.
And most of the toxic contents are deposited in our body, in a fat body.
Yes.
Are there any way to detoxify our body from these toxic contents?
No, sir. No. Because we cannot say, usually what we say is we have detoxification. Natural detoxification, what occurs is because of our liver. So that is the detoxifying, that has the detoxification mechanism. So whatever we do, like these days there are many herbal teas, there are spice teas which claims to be like it has a detoxifying effect on your system. But no for pesticides, because we can just imagine it enters our DNA and it changes our DNA. What can we expect more? Because it's high time that we switch the usage from such harmful things and start thinking about natural remedies rather than only sole purposely thinking about the usage of chemical items.
Previous slides you have shown regarding the cancer incident.
Yes, sir.
So to take the data by say,
Hmm.
so India stands 135 in the cancer rate
Yes, sir.
as compared to USA, Europe and Australia.
Yes, sir.
So we have to look that all the water bodies are contaminated with pesticides.
Yes.
The real truth is we have the third highest production in India fishes. So fishes are very sensible for the water quality change. I mean, the water quality change is very very but there is a myth in our society that pesticide will cause cancer. Pesticide will not cause any cancer because the molecules which they have put are highly tested. So and highly what you call that it can work halfway. And most of the vegetable and food once you put the food the percentage of the extra will reduce. So So we are saying the untruth to the audience. Because we are saying simply that we can cause the cancer. But according to government data, only 1% of the
So you're speaking only about water contamination. What about soil and air? We are not testing soil. Means we are testing soil but not for residue. We cannot test all the soil present. Then we cannot test the air. Right? Because as I'm practicing in this field, I can say it's 100% that incidence of PCOD has gone spikingly high. Cancer has gone spikingly high.
India has 135 rank.
We can't compare it with other countries.
Punjab stands 25th rank as compared to Sikkim, Meghalaya, where there is only organic, where the cancer is high. But Punjab
I'm not saying cancer is like pesticide is the only reason for cancer, but it has an impact, right? Why? How come the farming communities are facing cancer?
then, madam, how come the Punjab stands 25th rank? So actually Sikkim and Meghalaya stands first and second with respect to cancer.
No.
So Punjab is more prone state, sir, compared to
Yeah,
others.
but get the cancer rate.
Of course, maybe.
You can't
Like,
divide
yeah,
cancer with only
like,
one.
yeah.
There are 100 and 1000
That's
reasons.
true, madam.
So, but you are taking an index as pesticide to the cancer.
No,
You can't do that. You can't relate it.
It is one of the reasons.
No, that's why I'm not telling the
Yes, sir.
It's better to
Telling
include
one of the
scientific validation in your advice, madam.
Yes, sir.
Pesticide ಇಂದ ಎಷ್ಟು consumption ಇಂದ molecules start ಆಗಿ effect ಆಯಿತು. ಇದರಿಂದ real cause of pesticide cancer ಅಂತ data ಇದೆ.
The exclusive, we have to go for that particular
Cancer
part.
alone.
It's just the reasons what we can quote to that unhealthy situations what we are facing. Among the reasons, this is also one. There are a number of factors that will influence our unhealthy condition of today's living. So it is one among them. It is not the sole responsible thing that we
There is
face.
certain proof if they give the
Immunity level, what we are low immunity level itself is the main reason.
ಈಗ water bodies contaminated ಆಗಿರ್ತೀವಿ. But if you take the data, India is the third largest inlet fisheries production ಅಲ್ಲಿ. Fishes are very sensitive to water body change.
Okay, sir. All respective lecturers will definitely deliver their own in their own field. At that time, we will talk about fisheries and now she has to catch her flight for Delhi. So let me thank Dr. Diksha for being here in first hour itself. Personally, I am more
Thank you.
happy to have her here. In fact, I am listening to her for the first time. It was a great lecture.
Yes, ma'am. I will just hand out my brochures. I will definitely. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So those who are interested to maintain your balanced diet, you can just contact Diksha and her contact details. She has her own clinic at Shivamogga, in the same Shivamogga road, in the main road of Shivamogga.
For them it may be somewhat repetition may be there, somewhat overlapping may be there. Even whatever the topic I have to cover, our VC sir has covered within 2 minutes. The whole gist of it he has covered. I was sitting there and thinking I made so many slides, like 50, 60 slides, but sir has finished within 60 seconds. How can I explain anything to this? You are not students and all, you are very well connected with the research aspects, you are very well connected with the farmers also. So you have practical knowledge. So we are more oriented towards the fundamentals, means research, lab things we are doing. Only since last 4 or 5 years through some SCSP, TSP activities, we are directly connecting with the farmers. We are interacting with farmers and all. We are coming to know the first hand problems what they are facing and all. Other than that, our institute IHR, now earlier it was more focused towards the fundamentals, basic research. Now it is more focused on the farmers friendly research, means whatever we do in the lab, it should finally end up in the farmer's field. If we are developing any technology, we are developing any formulation, whether it is a micronutrient formulation or nutrient microbial formulation, it has to end up in the farmer's field. It has to show positive results, not in lab. Okay, not for writing paper. Oh, we have synthesized something, we have got 50% more yield. It is not like that. We have to be perfect that farmers has to tell, farmers has to come searching for us. That is our motto and that is the way we are working. So in this aspect, natural farming, for natural farming, I was working in IIFSR Modipuram, that is in Meerut, that is a basic agronomy institute. It is a national center for organic farming, means it has 30 different regional centers and main center is Modipuram. From there they control the activities of organic farming research all over the country. That is why it's called Natural Center for Organic Farming. Similarly, one more program is happening in the same institute, Integrated Farming System Research. Our center is also leading AICRP and IFS, Integrated Farming System. So both the aspects we used to cover. Based on that mandate, government has also asked us to do research on natural farming. So since 2017, we are involved in natural farming research also. It is evolving because we do in one method, we follow someone's method in natural farming. When we show the result, they tell that you are not following the appropriate natural farming package. You have to follow this. So it is evolving, and the natural farming project itself is evolving. Earlier it was in one mode, without intercropping, without mulching. We just check the inputs, natural farming inputs, whatever the Jivamrita, Ghana Jivamrita, all those things. But now, holistic approach we have come to. Means with intercropping, with mulching and all, we are trying in the IFSR field and other 4 centers. What is our responsibility is to give the government the positive or negative result of the natural farming system. So based on that only I have been told to come here, and based on my experience in natural farming and based on my working knowledge in microbiology, today's topic they have given is soil biota and their contribution to sustainable agriculture. So to begin with, soil biota is a biological engine of earth. Means we know everything in a system, whether it is a computer system or whether it is a car. Engine is the most important organ. So in soil or in any ecosystem, this microbial overall biota is called biological engine. So in the same concept, now soil health card scheme also has been introduced, and soil health cards are giving, because just like our health, what happens if we get sneezing, what happens if we get fever, we go to doctor, we get they tells for some tests and all, we get reports. Similarly, soil also has health card. If it is because it is a living entity, that's why it is having health card. Otherwise, who will check for health? So to briefly if we tell, soil biota is not just microbes, entire things, including snakes, including rats, including earthworms, including centipedes, millipedes, everything it is called soil biota. But the main important, which one we will see in the next slide. So this is actually the, you people might have known, it may feel like a theory, but you just concentrate. This is if it is in a soil, if this is a complete soil, only 5% is organic matter. If we take this 5% into 100%, this is it is made up of 80% of humus and resistant matter, only 10 to 15% of roots and all those things. This 5% is the main thing that is providing nutrients to plants, crops, trees, everything. The same slide in a different view we are showing. Just see it. How much years? 500 to 1000 years. Similarly, 20 to 40 years, 1 to 5 years. There are different fractions. This is the thing that acts as an immediate food to the microbes. Whether it is a soil fungus or whether it is a bacteria or any other actinomycetes or any microbe. So they are not that is the proportion when we actually analyze in the lab. Otherwise, they are in constant motion. Means if fresh residue is added, it may become humus within 20-30 days, or it may end up as a resistant within 6 months. If we add more lignin materials, it will end up as a resistant material. If we add more carbohydrate rich material, it will end up as a other particulate organic matter that can be consumed by the microbes. So this is the thing you people generally go to the farmer's field and you explain the soil organic carbon. Morning sir was also telling you have to increase soil organic carbon and you have to capture it, and we call it as a carbon sequestration. But we cannot actually measure soil organic matter directly. That's why it is an indirect method. We measure in lab soil organic carbon, then we convert it into soil organic matter. This is the formula. But here what we see is based on that in any soil health card, if you see, we see this SOC, otherwise OC percentage 0.5, 0.5 to 75, 0.75. If it is more than 0.75, it is considered as a healthy soil. But if you go to Kerala and all, it will be 1.75. If you go to UP, it will be 0.4, 0.3, 0.2. So different soils have different organic carbon concentration. But this is not the final thing. 0.75 is only for our reference. The good soils are above 1.5 organic SOC percentage. That SOC you have to convert it into SOM. How much percentage? Like in previous slide I said, organic matter may take up to 2 to 10%. Those soils which have more than 5% of this organic matter, they are considered as a good for sustainability. Means it can manage up to 10, 20, 30, 40 years. So what soil biota actually does? Soil biota, which includes minute microbes too, like I said, primary other mammals also. They play 4 important roles. One is fertility, which is very important for crop nutrition. Second is structure, soil structure. Sir was telling soil structure, how soil structure can be managed through earthworms or other organisms. Third one is drainage and fourth one is aeration. So we will see one by one how they do. These are the, like I said, this is already I have compiled it and I have given it in the this manual also, these things, and slides are also here if anyone is interested. This we have divided all the microbes into 5 different, all the soil biota into 5 different groups. One is protists, microfauna, meso, macro and megafauna. What they actually do is, one is fertility and soil structure. Fertility and soil structure, all these are drainage and aeration. This is the same thing, same slide, but who depends on what? Just see, this is the roots or organic fresh residue whichever we apply, that is consumed by bacteria, fungi and nematodes. And next level, there are different trophic levels. These are consumed by other organisms, and like that it will go. But the problem is the dependency of this final is completely dependent on the microbes. If you see it, 5th level is dependent on 4th is dependent on 3rd, and if this vanishes, this entire thing goes. That's why soil organic carbon or soil organic matter is very important, because this organic matter itself is food for these 3, which are food for all these. That's why organic matter. see, morning sir was also telling one teaspoon of soil is having 100 million and 1 million of bacteria. This is as much as 2 cows per acre. If you convert it into weight basis, nearly 1 ton of bacteria may be active in each 1 acre. That is up to 10 centimeter to 15 centimeter layer. So, like I said, we cover only in these 5 groups. We will focus more on protists and megafauna because they are directly involved in the plant nutrition. So how microbes involved? You just see 3 major groups are there. You all know bacteria, actinomycetes and fungi. So in that also bulk soil. These are all the not connected with the root, but they are still taking part in some or the other activity in the soil. Means they may be nutrient transformation, or they may be producing hormones, or they may be producing other chelating agents like siderophores that may be ultimately helpful for the plant only. Other than that, rhizosphere means exactly millimeter, if we say milli to micrometer distance, whatever the soil adhered to the root, there the microbes thrive. They are called rhizospheric microbes. Other than that, some microbes even enter the plant root. They are called endophytic microbes. And organelle level also, this is not happening now. This happened millions of years ago. Means this mitochondria and chloroplast, whatever we see inside our animal cells, we see mitochondria, and inside plant cells we see chloroplast. Once upon a time, they were very different organisms. This chloroplast itself was a very different organism. Now also they exist. They are called prochlorons. They exist in freshwater aquatic thing, and they exist in marine environment. These prochlorons are slowly engulfed by the other cells. Once they came to know that these prochlorons are synthesizing carbohydrates and it is beneficial, they started to keep it inside their cell only. That's how our higher organisms like plants and all evolved. Plants acquired chloroplast from means as an individual organism. Now they are maintaining it inside their cell. That's why we still have their own nuclear material. In both mitochondria and chloroplast, they have their own nuclear material. So this is the increasing complexity or intimacy of plant-microbe relationship. So what it means in practical situation, what it means. So they all do so many things. What it means this mainly growth and development. In the farmer's point of view, they need yield. Then they help in nutrient acquisition. Then physiology, protection against pathogens. Then some abiotic stress like moisture stress or nutrient stress. All those things they help. So same thing. We give name. If they are helpful, we give name as a plant growth promoting rhizobacteria, PGPR. Okay. So first thing was that was a complete what they do. How they do is organic matter decomposition. First they do is organic matter decomposition, humus formation, then nitrogen fixation, then nitrogen transformation, then mineral solubilization. Mineral solubilization means other elements like phosphorus, zinc, potassium, phosphorus mobilization, then siderophore production. This is helpful for micronutrients acquisition. So which are all the bacteria? You know, for organic matter, maybe bacteria or fungi, actinomycetes, they act on pectins, starting from pectin to lignin. All plant component that gets added to soil, it will be converted within 60 days. It will be converted to this, it will be decomposed within 60 days, and the lignin matter, this takes 6 months to 9 months, but it will convert it, they convert it as a humic acid, fulvic acid and humin material.
For lignin, lignin pendopetrus ಕೂಡ ಬೈ ಕೆಲಸ
ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. So in terms of nutrition and fertility, what microbes do is recycling of whatever the root material we after harvest we leave there, or whatever the other organic matter we add, then synthesize like nitrogen. They synthesize nitrogen and they transform, means in one form to other form. In next slides I will show. So this is what they do: nitrogen fixation, P solubilization. Then they, by producing some plant growth promoting hormones like auxin gibberellins, they promote lateral root formation and their extension also. So see, this is the quantity of nitrogen fixation. N2 is per ton. Industrial fixation means what we produce through labor wash process. Urea is only about 50 million tons. Through combustion, some 20 million tons. Lightning also happens when it rains. Some 10 across the globe. I am telling 10 million tons of nitrogen fixed through lightning also. But on the other total is 80 million tons. We are producing urea and urea-based fertilizers only 50 million tons for whole world. But on the other hand, agricultural and biological nitrogen fixation itself is 90 million tons. Forest and non-agricultural land 50 million tons. Sea 35 million tons. Why I am telling this? You might have seen forest. No one goes there and put urea, MOP, DAP there. But still forest trees are big and they are thriving. Similarly, if you go to Amazonian forest or social forest, here only in our city, social forestry or anywhere, only agriculture crops we are focusing, we are doing. What we are doing is, we are spoon feeding. We are making them, means very prone to nutrient stress. If we stop that, plant will evolve. Plant will make a microbial partner or other partner, and they start acquiring nutrients by their own. That's why they say once you start natural farming, it takes 5 to 6 years, because plants slowly they adapt. They move towards their recruiting a microbial partner. It itself takes millions of years, but in plant system and microbial system, it takes even 4 to 5 years, depending upon the need of both the partners. If partners are in compatible mode, then it may happen even earlier also. See, different types of nitrogen fixation, whether it is a legume or non-legume, everywhere it is helpful to the range of different different kg of N per hectare per year. This is like I said, nutrient transformation. If ammonical form converted into nitrate and nitrite form, all this nutrient transformation also occur. This is mineral solubilization. This sir also has shown one slide on this. This is actually mycelial AMF mycelia. That is this is apatite, means your DAP and all you use, no, the grains. This apatite grains. This mycelial this thing is solubilizing these grains. So after that, nutrient mobilization part comes. Nutrient synthesis is one, nutrient mobilization, whatever already present in the soil, that has to be mobilized to the root, means it has to be taken up to the reach of the root. That is taken care by these one more root, that is called arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi. If we see under microscope, it looks like this, and this is the method. It comes in contact with the root, it establishes, it enters the root and it forms the arbuscules. These are the arbuscules if we see under the microscope. So how it helps actually? You see, in this side it is given. In soil there is phosphorus is there, nitrogen is there, and other even urea transporter is there. First fungus, it takes up all these nutrients inside its own biomass, mycelial biomass. After that, plant root. To the plant root it transfers phosphorus and nitrogen. In return it has to get something back from the plant, otherwise why it has to help plant? So in return, plant provides it with the glucose, fructose, like carbon material. So this pathway, through this pathway AMF works, and if you uproot any plant anywhere, not just in agriculture field, even outside if you uproot plant, whether it is maybe grass, whether it may be tree, whether it may be fruit tree, any tree, you will definitely get AMF. AMF is 95% present in all the trees, all the plants. Only some 4 to 5% trees or plants not form association with AMF. That is why its potential has been recognized and it has been promoted. Earlier we used to promote only NPK fertilizer. Now it is also being promoted for moisture and this is how it looks in the, if you see in practical condition, this brown color is root and whatever the white color you are seeing is this is mycelia. See what is the reach of the root and what is the reach of mycelia. If you do it in the 3D, plant root looks like this. Means mycelia will reach to the point where roots cannot reach. So there whatever the nutrients or moisture is there, it acquires all those and it gives to the partnering plant. So this is actually scientific study based evidence. So those which have been inoculated with mycelia, they have better root establishment and good yield and better stress tolerance. So apart from that, we covered microorganisms. So let's come to macroorganisms like megafauna, earthworms. So this is how earthworms do their work. They take soil, mineral particles or fresh leaf or whatever the organic matter we had, they pass it through their guts and they excrete it in a manner it will be highly means nutritiously rich and microbially rich substrate that will be useful for the plants. So this is one simple estimation, means based on number of earthworms in any ecosystem. It may not be true for all soils, all agro ecosystems, all these tropical, subtropical this thing, but this is just one common this thing that for every 10 years it will completely pass it through their guts. So this soil structure and soil structure formation, I told nutrient decomposition, then aeration and drainage. This is how they microbes help in soil structure formation. This fungi, bacteria, they through mycelia, then roots, then earthworms, they all form different aggregates. These aggregates are very important in agricultural soils because if aggregates are not there, then soil will be very clayey and the root penetration, it will hamper root penetration and it will disturb entire soil ecosystem. That's why in this natural farming, why they ask you to not to plow soil, not to till soil. Over the period of time, the mechanization we use, that disturbs soil structure. So once soil structure is disturbed, its nature will, malleability, its nature will be disturbed and it will become more compact and crust formation and all those things happen. So apart from that, these microbes, the soil biota are also rich sources of soil enzymes. They are called dehydrogenase, phosphatase, urease, sulfatase, glucosidase. Most of the labs, they do analysis of these as an indirect estimation of microbes. Some labs may not have entire microbiology lab like laminar rate flow, this thing, that thing, everything. But they can even estimate the microbial activity through these enzymes, through use of chemicals and all. So this also gives how much of the nutrient released per milligram per ppm, which can be converted into per kg basis also. If this is the if dehydrogenase activity is this much is the CO2 generation, oxygen consumption. Similarly for phosphorus also. So overall soil biota not just takes care of plant nutrition, it also helps in other aspects of soil also, like water purification, soil contamination, climate regulation, then carbon sequestration. It is estimated that more than 70% of the carbon is sequestered in soil. Only 30% of soil is sequestered in sea. Earlier it was estimated that whatever the carbon is there, it is sequestered only in the aquatic environment, not in soil. But now scientific studies have proven that 70% of the carbon is sequestered in this terrestrial ecosystem, and agriculture ecosystem is also one of the main components. Even in that, horticulture, agroforestry ecosystems are main because in field crops and all, we cannot say it is a carbon sequester. Once we grow for 6 months, we remove, and roots also we uproot, and we cannot say even 1%, 0.2% increase in 0.1, 0.2% increase in organic carbon level, we cannot call it as a carbon sequestration. If we want to use scientific word like some carbon sequestration, it has to be up to 10 to 15 years. It should be at least 0.4, 0.5%. Then only we can convert it into tons or some mega values. So these are the ecosystem services. Nowadays, because of carbon credits and all those things, even agriculture, how much of the greenhouse gas agriculture emits, how much of the carbon it sequesters, how much other things soil is taken care of, like carbon and nutrient cycling, organic, this supporting, like all those things, climate regulation, greenhouse gas emission, decontamination and remediation, like heavy metal remediation or pollutant remediation, all those things are taken care of. And these ecosystem services are being given indices, means some ratings are given. This soil is performing in this stage, and it is helping, whether it is a nation or whether it is a region. So how they are interconnected with the food security pillars, or it may be sustainability development goals. 17 of the out of 17, at least 9 are directly or indirectly connected with the soil ecosystem services. So first part is soil biota, second part is sustainability. Why? What is actually sustainability is, we assess India produces now I think 240 to 80 million tons of food grains maybe, or 340 million tons of fruits and vegetables we have reached. So this over the year, if we see next decade, if it is same or if it is increasing, then yields are sustainable. Then what about sustainable soil health? Whether this organic carbon, whether it stays at 0.5, whether it goes to 0.25, or whether it goes to 0.75. That also has to be sustainable, because everything is not for us only. Our future generation is also there. For us also we have to leave something. Just running behind million tons is causing adverse effects on these natural resources also. So that's why we select some best indicators and we have evaluate them, so that whether it is really sustainable or not, like that we have to check. See, this is I think 7-8 years old data published by IISc Bhopal. In Karnataka, zinc 73% deficient. Mainly many states are zinc, boron deficient. So the practices we are following, we can tell that they are not sustainable. So how to be sustainable? Sir was also telling, we maximize continuous living roots, live mulch, crop rotation. Crop rotation increases biodiversity. So if agrobiodiversity increases, why mites don't come from other field to one field? One person is having coconut, other person is also having coconut. Their field is attacked by mites and our field is not attacked by mites, because in our field we are not applying any pesticides or anything. Their natural enemies are present in our field. They are taking care, at least 40 to 50% of the population, and other factors is taking care of some 40 to 50% of the mite population. That's why our field is not attacked, even if we have adjacent field is attacked by mites. So this biodiversity, all those things increases by increasing crop rotation, and this changing always to different crop this thing. If If we continuously grow monoculture, that affect the soil. Then maximum same biodiversity through agroforestry, cover crops. For even natural farming, sir also said agroforestry and all these things, they are interconnected. So maximize soil cover through mulching, then minimize disturbance. In practical, how we can apply this? One is organic manure addition. Morning sir was also telling, we have stopped completely, we are dependent on urea, DAP, MOP. We have completely stopped this FIM application or cow dung application. Because why? Availability is less, cost is more. 3,500 rupees per 1 ton. So if we ask farmer to apply, he will not apply. Comparatively, urea, DAP are less price. So immediate results also they are getting. That's why they are more prone to apply fertilizers compared to FIM. But being in connection with the farmers, this is how we have to convince them. We have to at least some farmers, even we get many farmers, they say that sir, after 10-15 years I am fed up with this, I don't want to apply any fertilizer, you just guide us what to do, which this thing. We tell them you apply every season, every 6 months, every 8 months you apply 20 tons FIM per hectare or 8 tons per hectare. That will take care, and slowly it will means improve your soil condition, and it will bring your soil to such stage that you will be somewhat relaxed. The second thing is apply only recommended dose of fertilizers. This is also one important thing. If what we are using is 8 bags of urea, 4 bags of DAP for 1 bag of potash. Recommended dose is 4:2:1. That is also less, 3.5 into 1.8 is to 1. But what we are using 8 to 10. Some people even at 10 bag urea, because they want yield. Mainly this also has to be taken care. If it is not possible, at least compensate with the organic manure so that we can practice integrated nutrient management. Then micronutrients, like in previous slide I have shown that how micronutrients are getting depleted, that we can restore. So fourth is biofertilizer. See the benefit. If you apply farmer manure, you contain 0.5% nitrogen, 0.2, 0.5 kg. If you apply 10 tons, it will supply 50 kg, means 1 bag of urea, 1 bag of SSP, then 1 bag of MOP. Out of this, one more thing is 30% of this nitrogen, plus phosphorus, 75% of potash is available for that immediate crop. Rest will be used by the subsequent crops. These are all given in the dry valley. Apart from that, this FIM is also a good source of micronutrients, whether it may be zinc, iron, manganese. So it will take care of micronutrient deficiency also. Then how to manage soil microbial biota? These are the things that disturb soil microbial biota, like use of pesticides, use of fertilizers. Use of fertilizers is, like I was telling, AMF is universal. If you apply more phosphatic fertilizer, more nitrogen fertilizer, plants will detach with AMF association. It will use only chemical fertilizer. That is happening. Such kind of studies are reported. As soon as you stop applying P and N fertilizers, AMF association again it gets associated with the plant. Again that symbiosis thing begins. So use of fertilizer is also a disturbing thing for soil microbiome. Use of pesticides, some pesticides are harmful to many organisms because they are not targeted. Even if they are targeted molecules, they may affect other organisms also. So how you convince farmers is this: you are doing this already. Just you also know that how many farms are there, how they have been already covered under FCO. So how they help means reducing fertilizers, and how cost effective. That is also means you just need per hectare this much if you go for biofertilizer instead of chemical fertilization. This is need to always going fixed nutrient. Out of P and K, 70% get fixed and remain inside. This we call it as a nutrient use efficiency, or for any nutrient, whether it is N, P, K. For N, nutrient use efficiency is 30%. Means if you apply 10 kg of urea, crop takes up only 3 kg. Means 10 bag of urea, if you apply, plant uses only 3 bags of urea. 70% it volatilization losses will be there, leaching losses will be there. It won't be available even for the next crop. On the other hand, phosphorus and potassium, if you apply phosphorus, 20% crop uses, 80% will be fixed in the soil. It's not like nitrogen. Rain comes and it leaches us. It stays there only. It stays there only. It stays there only. Next year also you will add 20% crop uses, 80% stays there. Next year also you will use. Like that in our IHR soils, if you will not believe, 800 kgs of phosphorus is there present. Many polyhouses
around 50 to 60 kgs.
How
it will be 800 kgs?
Which one?
Phosphorus.
They have applied for 30 to 40 years now. That's what. If you keep on adding, plant uses only 20%. Rest 80% stays there. Even if 10% goes by leaching, 70% accumulation will be there. Over the period of years, it builds up. Because whatever the aluminium is there, iron is there, zinc is there, they all fix this phosphorus and it will be in the fixed form.
No, we have not seen any reports like
No, it's not in the available form. He is telling that it is fixed in the soil itself.
So for that only taking biofertilizer, sir, making mobilized.
only potash we have
Soluble
more than 500, 600 kgs.
Solubilizer and mobilizer both are available.
We use whatever the elements we measure, total also we measure, available also. Available is mimicking the plant root. Means it is just like how much is available for the plant root. Whether it's a micronutrient, we apply DTPA for extraction of micronutrients that mimics the plant roots. Available nitrogen, available phosphorus, available this extracted, they mimic the plant roots. It's not total. So we do total and also we do available also. So if we do total, it will be 800 to 900 kg. Even available also it crosses the excess, means whatever the requirement 18 to 36.
Still they are maintaining it. Still they are maintaining.
We are more concentrating on this microbial enrichment. Wherever possible, we reduce phosphorus application. We go for only microbial based. So that's why reserve is increasing. That's why we have to use phosphorus solubilization bacteria, potassium mobilization, and zinc solubilizing bacteria. So our institute, you people might have heard this Arca Microbial Consortium. This is a sir was also telling you people go for consortium mode, because if we tell a farmer to apply one microbe for nitrogen, one microbe for phosphorus, one microbe for potash, he will be fed up because labor is also a problem. If you give it in a single formulation, and if you give it in even liquid and solid formulation, they can go through, apply through drip, or they can go through soil application, mixing with FIM.
Any antagonistics?
No antagonistic. Nothing, sir.
Antagonistic?
No.
In this actually there is no antagonistic.
No.
So these
Are beneficial microorganisms, they are having the mutual benefit nature. Help ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ. They will go independent. They will not have other beneficial microorganisms.
We have actually isolated this 3 strains. One is for nitrogen, one is for phosphorus, one is for potassium mobilization. Along with phosphorus, the second one also solubilizes zinc also. These 4 nutrients they are providing. They are 3 different strains, but they are compatible with each other. We see compatibility also before means.
So potassium also we are adding.
Can we use this?
For potassium protor average?
That is
Pseudomonas is there.
So can we use this
confidential
product in all?
So you have no confidence. I think that is bacillus species.
These things,
Bacillus species,
many studies have been conducted.
Citrobacter is there.
I think if you give a data on that, scientists can have a hold
So
on
one
it.
more thing I want to ask, like the nitrogen fixing, phosphorus and potash solubilizing bacteria now is available in the capsule form. Now ISR is recommending for pepper. So what is your opinion about that? Because our farmers, more they are using for pepper and it's giving a good result also. But it's a bit costly as compared to
Capsule ma'am, how they do?
They will directly supply them.
mix
no,
with water.
it's dissolved in 100 liters of water and it is drenched.
Encapsulated.
So, but it is giving a good result.
In our area also, madam, there is one company, Creagen, madam. Creagen Private Limited. There are producing.
It's directly from ISR.
Here only we are producing. Here in Karnataka.
They are-
only.
they actually
There is
are-
one Creagen company is there. They are producing, madam. Capsule based biofertilizer.
So
They
will it
actually
give the
asked
same
us
result?
also. No. They are different strains.
Ah.
They are isolated in different environment. We have isolated this in Rahi. Okay. They are isolated in different root zone. But they told us to you also bring it in a capsule form. We said means it's already directly liquid is available. You have to put capsule and you have ultimately have to dissolve and drench. This also directly can be drenched. 10 ml per liter directly you can drench.
So this is not crop specific, no?
This is not crop. They tested in vegetables and now it is used across the even pomegranate, fruit crops, many papaya, pomegranate, fruit crops also they are using. And other crops, even rice also. Means one of the scientists who has developed this is in rice research. They are testing even it in rice.
Sir, whatever added in that, in the details,
Bacillus ಇದೆ, Acetobacter ಇದೆ, and Pseudomonas.
Sir, is it recommended to spray?
Sir, this can be done with spray also.
spray will not
also?
recommended.
How it works?
Only soil.
When we spray on
Only soil. If the aerial borne pathogens are ever controlling a pathogen, you can go for spraying of a Pseudomonas fluorescens. No. If you want to aerial spray means we are recommending only Pseudomonas fluorescens as a biocontrol agent in the most of the cropland, which controls the aerial
I
borne
have seen some
pathogens.
scientists are advising to spray this one.
But
Actually what happens?
spraying until it will go to the soil only.
Foliar
Foliar spray.
The foliar spray will soil only.
Area pathogens, you can manage again some of
It's a
the
Pseudomonas.
elimination.
Even the age of scientists
Sir, after just like farmers, we have not recommended it for foliar building. We recommended only for soil.
Soil application.
But once the liquid formulation we have developed, the foliar also farmers have, we also have applied. We notice size, means if we apply to tomato, size and appearance, quality, everything change. And similarly farmers also apply. After that we have analyzed what is the reason through GCMS and all. We have found that some growth promoting hormones, they means in foliar this thing they promote, means they secrete those hormones. It is not nutrient providing, but it is growth hormone. Means it is acting as a biostimulant. We are not categorizing it as a biostimulant. We are selling it as a biofertilizer only, but it is having additional activity of biostimulant. Now we are working on only phyllosphere microorganisms like methogentrose. They will for them we will name it as a biostimulant category. Means it will not provide NPK or any nutrient. It will only promote growth and some stress tolerance, like whether it may be atmospheric stress or biotic stress.
So what is the dose for both the liquid and dosage?
Ma'am, if you are going to spray 5 ml,
Spray is for drenching, no?
drenching 10 ml
10 ml
per liter.
for any crops.
It is actually completely the usage method, everything will be given. It can be seed treatment also, it can be used. FIM, if you want to mix FIM through FIM, it can be used 5 kg per 1 ton. And for seed, means foliar application also it can be used. Drenching also it can be used.
For coco-peat enrichment.
For coco-peat enrichment also it can be used. 1 kg per 1 ton in terms of
1 kg for
1 ton.
1 ton.
coco-peat enrichment.
Sir, is it recommended for all regions sir, in Karnataka?
Sir, in Karnataka it is recommended and it is being used by all regions, not just Karnataka. Even we are sending through our AICRP program, we are sending to other other parts of the nation. There also they are.
But work performance will be different. Work performance will be different.
Performance will be different because in UP some
Depend
April,
upon the climatic
April May
condition,
some
it will vary.
30-45 degree temperature will be there. So that's why if we climatic conditions somewhat matches, then
That's why we are saying that whatever the beneficial microorganisms is there, na, we have to isolate their own place. That other place will isolate.
ಅದೇ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಬಳಸ್ತಾರೆ.
see
The one organism cannot be worked in all places.
this
It
actually
is not
we
at all
are
possible.
selling it 300 or 360 rupees per liter. In case of solid, some 250, 300 rupees per 2 kg tax. Because all farmers cannot continuously come and take it. They apply in natural farming or in organic farming Shivamogga. So if you see the bacterial count, this is initial count, this is final count. We see almost this is also 10 power 6. In our biofertilizers it will be 10 power 7, 10 power 8. If it is liquid 10 power 8, if it is solid 10 power 7. So similarly this again 2013. Now Shivamogga is enriched with the microbes. So what is the recommendation for Shivamogga? You might have already for 2-3 days for natural farming. How much is how frequently? 150 days.
10 to 15 days.
So if you enrich with this many microbes every 15 days, so whatever the population goes down, again you are enriching. So that's why soil health is there will be changes in the soil health.
There is no difference between the indigenous cow and the hybrid.
This is
There is no
indigenous
much
with desi cow. This hybrid cow. This is just one report. Okay, that is also very old. Before this natural farming, this thing, it was before hype and all. They simply studied, but after that so many studies might have come. I could not find because I was searching for something else. What we did is Shivamogga we analyzed for microbial population from initial to means up to some 20 days. From 8th day, means today if you prepare from 8th day to 13th day, microbial population will be high. So if you apply from 8th day to 13th day, then it will be very useful. It is not like you prepare today, tomorrow itself you have to apply.
But Shivamogga should be used within 7 days.
After 7 days.
After 7 days. It can't be stored now.
It can be stored. Yes. It can be stored, but it will be microbial load will be
Reduction
less.
in the microbial load. Beneficial microbial.
Microbial load will be less, but nutrients will be there, ma'am. Not nitrogen, but other nutrients will be there, like potassium and microbial. This how to manage soil, no, how to manage soil. We have covered most of the. Sir was telling green manuring also. Sir told all those graphs also. Here with picture he has shown all these things. So this is the approximate dry matter. It's 23 tons. He told one more thing. You don't add rice straw or sugarcane straw, everything, because they are having CN ratio of 200:1, 150:1. They compete with the crop plants for nitrogen, phosphorus, everything. So nutrient immobilization will occur. On the other hand, these crops, they are having some 30:1.
What about using of this organic matter, decomposers? Organic waste decomposer.
That also, next slide I will show that also. So apart from that, these are all the green manure crops. Apart from that, whatever the other these things we use, like cowpea, everything can be used for green manuring and nitrogen fixation purpose. This is how it works. Means from one crop to subsequent crop also it will be. So green manuring is over. Green leaf manuring also practiced. Nowadays people are not practicing. Green leaf manuring is still practiced in Shivamogga. Shivamogga means Chikmagalur, everything. They go to forest and they collect leaf and they use it as a bedding material for cows and all those things. All those, everything they apply to the field. So that is one kind of green leaf manuring. Leaf also they are providing with. So this neem, gumo or mayflower we call it. They also have NPK in high content. They can be used for improving soil health. This, sorry, you are asking decomposer. We have developed decomposer also. This decomposer we have developed for decomposing the cocoa peat. This is not bacterial formulation. This is fungal strains, and this also works well for the decomposing of the farm residues. Means whatever the IHR we are having flower crops, vegetable crops, everything. Whatever the residue we generate, we use this Arca microbial decomposer for decomposing. This is 1 ton for 5 kg per 1 ton.
What is content, sir? What is it? Which organism is that?
Which organism?
Can you get research for you?
But IHR will not disclose that.
And disclose nothing disclose. Pandrograph research for you, trichoderma. Trichoderma media, trichoderma arjana, and cellular. ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದು ನಾ ಗೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ for cellular degradation
5 kg is too high, sir.
No, it depends, 3 to 5 kg.
How many days it will take?
It takes some 80 days. 80 to 85 days.
3 months.
Almost 3 months.
2 to 3 months.
If temperature is more than it will means 70, 75 days, but temperature is less because this decomposition process is temperature dependent also. In winter months it will take 110 days also because process itself, reaction itself, even the substrate is there, organism is there, condition is not favorable.
So better use.
The adding of substrate you have to make a small piece of it.
For open dusk and external we can use.
Now we are using for coconut, cocoa peat only.
So please tell how to use this. How to use?
How to use means just see. Normal means how we use is we spread some 2 to 3 or 4 inch of plant matter. After that we sprinkle this powder. This is in powder form. Okay. After that one more layer. There we use urea. Okay. Because we are fermenting cocoa peat. That is having high CN ratio. If you are using vegetable waste and all, you don't need to use urea. Okay. Directly you can use this only. Even if you want to use urea, some 1 kg urea you can sprinkle. After that one more layer. Again this one more layer. So like that. No, after that you don't need to apply any slurry or anything or air condition. You have to need not to see. Just leave it. Moisture, you have to maintain moisture. Means sprinkle water after that. You sprinkle water, let it be. After every 15 days, 20 days, you overturn it. So it will be ready, like I said, by 85 to 90 days.
Sir, for sugarcane mass decomposition, so urea application is required.
Required. Some 3 to 5 kg. We generally recommend 3 kg. It is required because that CN ratio itself is more.
3 kg per ton of.
For the arekas, can you use for arekas?
Areka also you can use.
Which is better, sir, NCOF decomposer and sir,
NCOF is discontinued now.
discontinued.
It is not available. That is a bacterial waste.
Still we are getting online.
Yeah.
Online is
Some GKVK, I think they are also, even Pusa decomposer is also available, but that we have to first order and pay money, then they will provide. So, this is also natural farming related. Just I have shown that if you cover soil, how the overall structure will be. If you don't cover, how it will become. So, by soil biota, sustainable agriculture means entire thing is connected. Whatever the soil is having nutrition, that only comes to plant, that only we eat, and our nutrition also depends on this one. You might have heard in COVID times they have recommended zinc COVID tablet, zinc and vitamin C tablet. Why we had to take zinc? Because research report says that 60 years before, whatever the vegetables and fruits you were eating, that is that much of zinc is not there in today's vegetables and today's, like someone was discussing hybrid. Nowadays nutrient density concept is also has come. Very few institutes are working on nutrient density. Nutrient density means for 10 gram of carbohydrate, 10 milligram of zinc should be there. But in our varieties, 10 gram of carbohydrate, 1 milligram of zinc is there. That we are eating, but our body requests 10 milligram. That is not sufficient. That's why when such things happen like COVID or anything, doctor recommends us zinc. Zinc, we consume 400 gram of fruits and vegetables daily. We use rice wheat. It also has to supply zinc, no? But it is not supplying. Why? Means soil itself is depleted. Crop we are using, that is also second stage of depletion. In our body, while processing also loss will be there. Our body absorption also different. So overall,
that is 45 varieties.
45 varieties are only in cereals. That has not even entered.
Vegetables also enough.
Some Vegard needs there. In vegetables, they are more pigment fortification they do. So this I want to do. So why natural farming is very much profound. It is you are here presently. If we continue like this, means the application of chemical synthesis, we may end up like this. If we take good steps, we can revert back to our natural. This is what sir with slides also he has shown. If you live for 99 to 2015, 16, how the coconut farm has been transformed. If you go for natural and this thing, it will bounce back. Naturally, biodiversity will bounce back. So, take home matter is, I said more about soil microbes and all, but this is the food for soil microbes. If it is there, then only soil microbes will thrive, and the other plants or anything that lives in soil thrives. So this is the main. If you want to educate farmer, ask them to increase their soil organic matter. So this whatever I said AMC or this thing, that is they are called point intervention, means we have to apply every season, every year. Means cost of production will be more. After one season you have to apply, because microbial population will change, succession will happen, some other microbes will come. So other than that, system oriented approach is very beneficial. These are the how to manipulate only particular parts. Such strategies are only effective at local scales, but overall system based interventions means provision of energy containing substrate. Like I said, organic matter will improve in overall. If you have any doubts for using AMC or this thing, it is very nicely given in our website how to use and all. What is the cost, how to get.
First row is we take up present was high control which we are producing. So these are some of the promotional activities with respect to the biocontrol agents, and so this especially this has given a lot of impetus for the biocontrol agent, that is black thrips. It is one of the invasive pest, and lot of problem because in Raichur district as such, or even in Yadgiri district, a lot of chili area is there. Around 1 lakh to 2 lakhs hectares of area comes under chili crop, and where there is a problem of black thrips, and these are some of the symptoms which are associated with black thrips. So at the time of fruit formation, we find the problem of this black thrips, and even if their farmers call it as a flower thrips or flower black thrips like that. So for this, we started some of the activities, especially we started giving the consortia, like IHR, they have the consortia of MCA. So we thought of why not we use the other way of promoting our biocontrol agents. Earlier we used to give only the Bavaria Basin, and then we slowly started multiplication of Lecanicillium lecani, and with some trials, in-house trials, we came to know that the Bavaria as well as the combination of Bavaria and Verticillium lecani, both are performing very well against the black thrips, which is a major threat to the Chile ecosystems. And once we started promoting the consortia of this Bavaria Basin as well as Verticillium lecani, farmers started coming to our laboratory, and I always tell to my students and the others, farmers also, that 50%, if not the 80% or 80% result, even 40 to 50% is enough for biocontrol agents. We cannot claim more than 80 or so. So we are getting the farmer feedback is very good with respect to the application of this Bavaria Basin as well as Lecanicillium lecani, and we have created courses, and this is how the farmers queue will be there. Last year there was we took even police protection also. So that many times we always tell that biocontrol doesn't work because of our continuous 5 to 10 years of work with the farmers. I think from Dr. Hanumantappa sir, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of our university, happens to be DY of this campus. So he came for the first time to our campus. He was astonished to see why the farmers are so much gathered here. He directly came to our laboratory, and next day itself he requested the SP to depute to police to our laboratory. So that was the status of this biocontrol. And what I mean to say here is that because I could see many of the young minds are there, I urge you that there is a lot of scope for biological control. Only thing is commitment is required. So I think during this process, day and night we used to work, and there was no rest for us. 1 month, probably Manjunath knows, and many of our colleagues know that. So farmers, morning, they used to come by Bijapur, from across districts. Even from Telangana, there was a huge demand for us, and we started with 100 rupees, now elevated to 150 rupees now. And there was this is one success story. I can say that if the farmers can come to us if we have a good quality biocontrol agents. So this is how the story started, and even today also we have many of the farmers will come to our laboratory. And I would like to say that even if a farmer wants, he is from far off, we are making arrangements for them also. So we have created one app through which they will indent the product to how much area they want, and they will take out their number, and we have the Karnataka State Road Transport Corporation, through which we are sending the product to farmers directly. So we have also started accessing that. We are exploring that also. Therefore, the farmers need not to come to for 300 rupees they need to invest more than 1,000 rupees. So they used to come from Jawargi, it is far off. Then we made other arrangements so that we can reach farmers. That's also we have started, and even so this is how the crowd was there, and many visitors come to our laboratory, and even agriculture minister came to our laboratory, then state agriculture minister, and this is our Honorable Vice Chancellor, and many of the visitors who are comes to Raichur, obviously they will visit our laboratory, biocontrol laboratory. Deshmukh has also associated with our laboratory, and this is what I wanted to convey. And if anything is there, I will be always with you, and any clarifications I will.
So why hospitals usually come in the evening?
Because they had biology is like that. Their active will be during dusk hours. They are active during dusk hours.
Any reason?
No, because of the chemical pH which we use. So based on chemical pH only they are. So even we have bacteria. Now I wanted to cover other topics like viruses also, but I just wanted to highlight only about the success, because we should enjoy only the success, not the.
Sir, is there any study on the effect of these biocontrol agents on human health?
So that work is going on, because the deuteromycotina which we are exploring, especially you are rightly asked that one of my student from Kerala, he is from Kerala only. Kerala, because we always take the example of Manuti. There is one big state biolaboratory is there. They do wonders, They produce like us only. Lot of biocontrol agents they promote from Department of Agriculture, not from university. So that we have to remember. Rasmi is there. I think her name is Rasmi. That she is agriculture officer. She takes the care production of Nambal Yaru Yoga now Mandako. So that is how it is. Sir, there are no matter. There are stories are there with respect to ill health of this on human also they have the problems, but Bavaria bassiana, Iceria, then metarism they are not being recognized. But now penicillium antella bartola avella they will have the human health problems.
ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಸರ್ ಈಗ ನಾವು ಆಲ್ಟರ್ನೇಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಆಲ್ಟರ್ನೇಟ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನನಗೆ 30 years ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಇದೇ ತರ ನಮ್ಮ ಜನರೇಷನ್ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆಲ್ಟರ್ನೇಟ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಹುಡುಕಬಾರ್ದು.
So that is there, a lot of papers are there with respect to how these entomopathogen, whether they are having any implications on human health. So especially as I was referring about Iceria, so that has got little side effects on human health, and that's why we are not promoting that also. Iceria. Otherly one subspecies there, I am unable to recall that particular subspecies which has human health.
Actually, we are producing Iceria at our KVK.
We have Iceria also. Iceria fumarosa.
Biocontrol agents we introduce, that will also hamper the biological, the ecological factors. So how to justify this?
At least we will be conserving the nature, by promote. We are not going to completely. We are not eliminating the best person. So probably there, the only motto is that it is far better than the chemical. Far better.
So somewhere we are like only focusing on the plant protection or whatever. But again, is there any study done that the native population gets affected?
I just forgot to mention the other topic like conservation agriculture. So the major platform for conservation agriculture is that we need to conserve this soil biota, the microflora, and the insect fauna also. So they are some of the platforms where we can conserve the nature, the insect population as well as the natural animal population.
Yes, so when we put a biocontrol agent, will it not hamper the
it will be there.
population that is native to that?
It will be there, but impact will not be like that of insecticides. Impact will not be like that of insecticides because it will not, because to start its activity, say for example entomopathogenic fungi which we are talking about, the spore should go to the cuticle, from there cuticle it should develop, the aprosorium it will happen, then the process of chitinization, so many things are there. So it takes almost 3 to 4 days to activate itself and to bring the mortality of that particular pest. So there is a time lapse will be there, and it may not be like the insecticides.
That's why sir used the Tom and Jerry. By this time, according to you, only the cats would be there. There won't be any rats, according to you.
So in spices, that nematode and root grub problem is a major problem. So farmers are coming to purchase Phasconomyces for nematode,
yes,
and EPN for root grub, and they are asking one question that whether both are compatible.
Lot of work has been done with respect to compatibility is concerned, and EPN with insecticide there is a compatibility is there, but as such mechanism with EPN they are not.
Because
they are not competent.
both problem now it persists, root growth and nematode problem in cardamom. So they are coming to purchase both the things, Sphaerognomyces and EPA. So they are thinking about the labor cost.
Even meteorism
One
relay will also have maybe 10 to 15% effect on nematodes also. Because we have given in and around Shivamogga also. Many farmers from Shivamogga also, the coconut farmers, they have taken but may not be.
So one by one.
Hey,
No.
You ask many things. No,
Many,
it is an
one by
interactive
one
type.
I said, not only one person.
Actually, in some as far as freshwater is concerned, we find many aquatic weeds, especially Vaccaria species. So is there any insect so that you can feed on these and can get rid of it?
Why, doctor, so many examples are there?
Actually, we tried in Karawali, Australia, Vaccaria species is very
Neokitin. There are many butchers are there.
Yes, sir. So, but we can't spread, especially the tanks and the wells are, they used to drink the water from the source. So we find that 7 year species across the freshwater streams in coastal areas. So if we find any insect, rare contamination,
Many weed killers are there. 2-3 weed killers are there. They have been employed.
can you employ
GKVK ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅದು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಟಡೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಿಯೋಕಿಟನ ಬುಚಿಕ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಯೂಸಿಂಗ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪ್ರೊಬಬ್ಲಿ ಸಿ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನಾಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ 100%. ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಯೂಸ್ಡ್ ಇಟ್.
Yeah, there are examples.
There are many examples are there.
Many farmers are using oil and for black roots management.
But we don't have any scientific data na. So even many farmers comes to us, sir ನಾನು ಕೋಳಿ ಮೊಟ್ಟೆ ಹಾಕಿ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ. See what the work egg will just it is an emulsifier. It will act as an emulsifier. And oil coating will be there. Because of that it will cause an what you call the physical barrier. It will act as a physical barrier. So because of that they feel that it is controlled. But in true sense we need to develop the scientific data for that. So many know nowadays we all are on YouTubes. Agriculture is happening through YouTube only, right? So many YouTubers are there. They are promoting this egg and stories, but we never know how it is effective and what implication it has on this pest. So many other entomopathogenic viruses, a lot of work has been done, but they are not available. I wanted to cover that also because I just wanted to convince you that the work which is happening that should be experienced. If we involve any biocontrol agent, we can mass produce, we can give it to the farmers. Only thing is, very small equipments are required for multiplications, especially in terms of fungi are concerned. So many KVKs have started and they are exploring these biocontrol agents. Even in Bagalkot, University of Horticultural Sciences, Bagalkot, they are also taking up mass scale productions. And why I was referring, RKV support for biocontrol agents is that recently I got one project under RKV around 1.5 crores for establishment of biocontrol laboratories. So like that, you can explore. And only thing is, we should be very, very confident that that particular product which we are developing, it should work under field situations. And we should have the farmer's feedback should be there. Then only we'll get the projects, otherwise it is very, very tough. NIPHM, they are just doing what you call the human resource development, HRD. They are not, earlier they are very aggressive. It is not that. My my lab is only 6 rooms, 7 rooms ಇದೆ. Only 7 to 8 rooms are there. Through which because of this black invasion of black thrips, my financial is improved like anything. In the sense, 10 to 15 laborers are there working in my laboratory. Throughout 365 days they are working. And last year around 60 lakhs we have the financial benefit we got, and this time it will reach us crores. So if we mind, we can also be an entrepreneur. So like that the laboratory is established, and because of all these activities the farmers are coming to university and they are asking so much.
So declining quality of produce. Why the quality of produce is getting declined? Mainly because of accumulation of pesticide residues. Just to satisfy the consumers, the farmers are spraying some pesticides a day before harvest and bringing a fresh produce. In the name of fresh produce, he is bringing the pesticide contaminated produces just to satisfy the consumers. The second one is development of resistance. The repeated use of same group of insecticides leads to development of resistance. That is one of the main reasons why the farmers in the states like Andhra Pradesh, they are committing suicides. The third one is resurgence. What do you mean by resurgence? We are targeting one insects, that insect will be killed, but the minor pest will become major. That is called as development of resurgence or like a secondary pest outbreak. So it leads to serious health issues. We all know during 1980s, the number of cases, cancer cases were very, very limited. We have never heard about the disease called cancer. But now, recent days, every week we are hearing new cancer cases from our kids and kids, from our friends and relatives. We are wondering whether such type of cancer can also occur. So the solution is we have to shift to either organic or natural farming, if not at least eco-friendly pest management. This is very, very important. So this is the need of our, the government is promoting this natural farming or organic farming, especially to follow this eco-friendly pest management. So before going into the actual subject, just let me briefly say about some of the beneficial insects. So if we talk to our farmers, if we ask them, can you name some of the beneficial insects? According to them, they know only 2 insects. One is honeybees, another one is this silkworm. If the farmer is from North India, he will add up this lac insect also. Apart from this, there are several beneficial insects, and if a farmer decides to take up organic farming, definitely he should know about this egg parasite. This Trichoderma egg parasite, which is being mass multiplied and supplied to the farmers, not only to the state agriculture universities, but also the state department of agriculture and horticulture also. In Tamil Nadu, we have exclusive biological control laboratory where we produce this and supply to the farmers at a subsidized rate. So this is a wonderful parasite on the eggs of all the caterpillars. So under lepidopteran this we can say. The other one is Asarophagous papaya. We all know about the destructive damage caused by this papaya mealybugs, but when it was introduced during 2008 and 9. So until the introduction of this parasite Asarophagous papaya, we couldn't achieve the control of this papaya mealybug. So this is one of the best examples for the classical biological control program, wherein only this biocontrol agent alone will be sufficient to kill this mealybug population. Because this mealybug, though it is called as papaya mealybug, it has not only damaged papaya, but it had more than 120 host plants. So this is one of the best examples for classical biological control program. And this mudwasp also. This mudwasp is an excellent predator, I can say. What does it do? How it acts as a predator? It collects the caterpillars, the lepidopteran caterpillars that are damaging our plants, and it is placing inside its nest as a food material for the young ones because it is a social insect. It protects the young ones. So in the nest, what you are seeing, the small light green caterpillars are placed on crops. So this adult, it constructs the nest and bring all these caterpillars and place it inside the nest. After that, it lays eggs in the cells, and the emerging young ones of this wasp, it feeds on these caterpillars and safely it will be kept inside the nest until it will adult. And that's how we are taking care of our children. The other predators include the ladybird beetles or coccinellid beetles. So you can see a variety of ladybird beetles found in the ecosystem. Can anyone tell what is this image? Can you see my cursor? Can anyone say what is this insect?
Millibug.
Micro.
Any idea?
Millibug.
Actually, yeah, we are thinking that it is a millibug, but it is not millibug. It is a young one of. It is a young one of this particular Australian ladybird beetle. Yeah, sir, can you just mute your mic, sir? Yeah, thank you. So this is actually ladybird, Australian ladybird beetle. It was introduced into India during 1980s when we had severe outbreak of this mealybug in grapevine. So for the management of grapevine mealybug, this particular beetle, the last one, this beetle was introduced from Australia. So we call this beetle as Australian ladybird beetle. So this is the young one of this beetle. This young one, it mimics like mealybug, enters inside the mealybug colony and happily and safely feeds on mealybugs. So we should educate the farmer. If actually in the organic production system we could see plenty of these natural enemies, but natural occurrence. We are not introducing this artificially. We could see the occurrence, natural occurrence of these predators. So we have to educate the farmer to differentiate between the pests as well as the natural enemies. So can anyone tell this? It is actually magnified image. This is also, so every one of us will think that, even the scientists here also, they thought this as a mealybug when they first time noticed it. It is not a mealybug. It is a lepidopteran caterpillar which feeds on mealybugs. I'll show you the image. We see the first image. It is a mealybug colony, and you can see the same caterpillar which I have shown in the previous slide. This is a lepidopteran caterpillar which feeds on these mealybugs. Why it is resembling like mealybug? Because mealybugs are always associated with this ants. So ants will get honeydew from mealybug. In turn, ants will help the mealybug to move from one place to another, as well as these ants protect the mealybug from their enemies. They have symbiotic relationship. So why this caterpillar is mimicking like mealybug? If it is a barren or plain caterpillar, the ants can easily identify these caterpillars. They can fight with these caterpillars and throw them out of the mealybug colony. So just to mimic like mealybug, to have safely and happily introduce into the mealybug colony, these caterpillars are provided with waxy coating. So this is the second image, is the caterpillar, actual lepidopteran caterpillar. We call this as ape butterfly. It is scientifically known as Spargus apius. And this is the pupa. You can see it resembles the face of rhesus monkey. That is why we call this as ape butterfly. It's a, one second. It is a small, and from this pupa you can get a small grey colored moth. So if we are able to see a small grey colored moth hovering around the mealybug colony, we can come to to a conclusion that the predator has arrived at that location. We may not take up any measures. It can take care of the entire neighbor colony by its own. So apart from that, we have this dragonflies, damselflies, praying mantis. There are plenty of predatory insects or natural enemies and beneficial insects. I have just shown very few examples of it. So out of 100 insects what we are seeing in an ecosystem, 75% of them are beneficial, only 25% of them are harmful. So just we have to educate the farmers to distinguish between the beneficial and harmful ones. Now we are going to see the harmful insects. Here also I am not going to give the entire list, very few examples from each category. The first one is sucking-pest. Aphids, thrips, mealybugs, air whiteflies, the recent introduction called spiraling whitefly, scale insects, leafhoppers, stingbirds, red cotton bug, and the mosquito bug. Still the list goes on. So what does this sucking insects do? They suck the sap from the plants and causes crinkling and curling, yellowing, stunted growth and other things. Apart from that, most of these sucking pests are acting as vectors of viral diseases. So we should be very careful, especially under organic farming and natural farming. We should be very careful about this sucking pests because they are serving as vectors of viral diseases. These are some of the examples for defoliators. They feed on the foliage, so we call them as defoliators. So not only these lepidopteran caterpillars, some of the beetles like Epilacna beetle or Hadda beetle, then ash beetle, pumpkin beetle, these are also acting as defoliators. These are some of the examples of borers like tomato fruit borer, bindi fruit borer, the sweet potato weevil, which is a field carryover storage pest, and then shooting fruit borer. Anything which bores into the plant and enters into the system are grouped under this third category called borers. The last one is root feeders. So here I have given three examples. The first one is white grub. Immediately after seeing this photo, everyone will say, if you show this image to a farmer, the farmer will say that I have seen the same insect in manure pit. It is not so. This is not the rhinoceros beetle grub. It is the grub which feeds on the roots. It is otherwise called as root grub. The root grub and the rhinoceros beetle grub resemble same except for the size. The size of this root grub may be maximum of 3 to 4 centimeter. Whereas this rhinoceros beetle grub is of about approximately minimum of 10 centimeter in length. And it is robust and it is little bit, it's not so robust as that of the rhinoceros beetle. So we have to educate the farmer to find the difference between the white grub or root grub which feeds on the roots as well as the rhinoceros beetle grub which is found in the manure pit. And the feed of this rhinoceros beetle grub is only cowden, not the roots. So we have to clearly tell them. Then the second image is ash weevil grub. So ash weevil, the adult weevil is a major defoliator, but we should be very cautious about this ash weevil because the young ones feeds on the roots. Not only this, and even your pumpkin beetle grubs also feeds on roots. The adults are defoliators, whereas the young ones are the root feeders. And termites. Regarding termites, more than 90% of the termite species are crop pests, only 10% are the decomposers. So we should take care of all these different kinds of pests that are infesting our crop. So we should know, whatever may be the crop, either starting from the agriculture crops to plantation crops or tree crops, we can broadly classify the insects into these 4 different categories so that we can easily develop the package of practices and management practices to manage these insect pests. So now we are coming to the actual subject, that is components of pest management. So under natural farming or organic farming, no single method will be effective in suppressing the pest population. Not only for insect pest management but also for disease and nematode management also, no single method will be effective. We have to go for integrated pest management. It is actually, when I was doing my UG and PG also, I thought this concept of IPM is only for writing the essay. But when I came to this department, that is Shivamogga Organic Farming Research Center during 2020, I realized that this IPM is the one reason why we could achieve 100% pest management under our natural farming as well as organic farming system. So in our production system, we always follow this integrated pest management, so which could give us 100% pest management. So it includes different methods starting from cultural methods, mechanical methods, physical methods, host plant resistance, use of biocontrol agents, botanicals, exploiting the behavior of insects, some of the legal methods, and green pesticides. These green pesticides, it is permitted under organic but not under natural farming. So now we are going to see one by one. Cultural methods. What are the biggest cultural methods? The routine crop cultivation practices which helps to manage the pest. So some of the examples include summer ploughing. So in zero budget natural farming, as per Padma Shri Subhas Palenkar's natural farming method, he suggests minimum tillage or no tillage. But as a plant protection scientist, we will suggest at least we have to go for one ploughing, that too during the summer months. So if we open up the soil during the hot summer months, definitely it is equal to natural solarization. Because if we open up the soil during the hot summer, the life stages of insects, the life stages of microbes, that is harmful microbes such as your fungal spores and bacterial spores, as well as weed seeds, nematodes, everything will be exposed to sunlight. So it is a natural solarization process. Then taking up the planting in dry season, proper spacing, intercropping, trap cropping or water cropping. This works excellently. This intercropping, trap cropping works excellently under organic and natural farming system. In trash mulching, especially it is followed in sugarcane ecosystem, wherein we detrash the water leaves so that the insects such as scale insects, mealybugs will be exposed to the predators. The removed trashes will be kept in between in the interval spacing. This is an excellent practice, I can say, because sugarcane is rich in silica. So if you remove the trashes and place it as a mulch, weed population will be completely reduced. Apart from that, when this trashes decomposes, it adds some silica to the soil. When silica is added to the soil, the silica will be taken up with the plants and it will give excellent protection against pests and diseases. One of my PG students recently completed a thesis on this role of silica in pest management, because it's providing excellent control. Because the silica which is taken up by the plants from the soil will be deposited in the epidermis, when the caterpillar pest or the sucking pest when this caterpillar pest, when it bites the leaves or the part of the plant, the mandible will be damaged. If it is a sucking pest, when it tries to insert its stylet, it breaks the stylets. That is how it is imparting resistance. Apart from that, the silica, when the silica treated plant or a silica plants which took the silica from the soil, when it is fed by this herbivore or the insects, the plants will release certain volatiles which will attract the parasitoids. This concept is called as tritrophic interaction. Interaction between three trophic levels, mainly plants, pests and natural enemies. So this plays excellent role. That is why we always suggest our organic farmers to go for either mulching, especially with paddy straw or with sugarcane ashes, because these two are excellent source of silica. So definitely it takes care of the pests and diseases in the eco-friendly way. Then seed rate, crop rotation, because agronomists they say that crop rotation is very important, because especially in the rice ecosystem or this cropping system, we suggest to take up rice followed by pulses. Then once again we can go for this rice. The reason is the nitrogen depleted by this paddy may be replaced by this pulses. But as a plant protection scientist, entomologist, I suggest this crop rotation, because if you go for crop rotation, the availability of host plant materials to the pests and disease causing pathogens will be limited. So then the life cycle of these pests and pathogens will be broken down. Then weed management, because weeds are acting as alternate hosts, so we have to keep the field weed free. And water management is also very important, not only as a crop for not only for crop production but also for crop protection. I can give a very good example of this termite infestation. If the soil is red soil with water scarcity, definitely we get the maximum damage due to this termites. So water management also plays important role. Then clean cultivation. So here I have given some of the popular intercropping systems studied throughout India. So this is very good, very popular. That is cotton sorghum, red gram sorghum at 6:1:2:1 ratio. So all these three crops are grown in an ecosystem. The pest population in all the three crops will be completely suppressed due to release of mixed volatiles. So the host insects will not be able to find its actual host because of this mixed volatiles and used from this ecosystem. And this is another popular intercropping system, which is sorghum cowpea, which is highly effective in the management of sorghum stem borer. And it is not a replacement series, it is an additive series. So in between two rows of sorghum, we are raising this cowpea, and we are following this cropping system in our natural farming field. The second season. So the nitrogen depleted by the sorghum is replaced by cowpea, and this cowpea releases certain volatiles which attracts the parasitoids, and the volatiles released from this cowpea will mask the host plant volatile of this sorghum, so that stem borer infestation will be completely arrested. So this is excellent cropping system you can see. And these are some of the examples for trap crops. Castor is an excellent trap crop for tobacco caterpillar, and for American bollworm this marigold, and for diamond blackmouth infesting cabbage, cauliflower, mustard is a wonderful trap crop, and for thrips we suggest onion in cotton ecosystem as a trap crop. And here I have given some of the examples. In general, if we added the nitrogen containing this inputs, organic inputs, definitely if we increase the nitrogen concentration, the crop growth is luxuriant, definitely it attracts the pests and diseases. Wherein if you increase the potash or silica content in the soil, the plants induced systemic resistance, we call it as ISR. Induced systemic resistance of plants will be triggered, so that the plants will develop certain resistance to this pests and diseases. Then planting dates, this is not actually uniform for the entire country. According to the place, our each and every state agricultural university, they have tested and they have given the planting time for different crops, because in Tamil Nadu we suggest to take up cotton during August, but in Karnataka mostly you will be taking up cotton sowing before June, right? So it varies depending on the location. It is highly location specific. Then planting density. If we have to follow optimum spacing, but recent days we are promoting high density planting. This high density planting is taken up in a very big way. This planting density is also very important. So if we take up closer spacing, that is high density planting, we should take utmost care for pest and disease management. For the other crop cultivation practices, it is very easy to handle the crop. But we have to take extra care for pest and disease management and a high density planting system. So most of the weeds are acting as alternate hosts, so we should be really careful about the weeds also. Then this role of irrigation, this also we have already seen. So this concept, that is ecosystem engineering or ecological engineering, this is gaining momentum. Actually, this is also an age-old concept. It's not a new concept, but in recent days, once again, people started working on this ecological engineering. This is nothing but we are engineering the ecosystem in such a way that we have this flowering plants will be surrounded by the main crop. So if we have these flowering plants in the border, it will attract the population of pollinators as well as the predators and parasitoids, so that the pest population in the main crop will be taken care. This is also one of the important concepts. That is the reason why we always grow this coffee or labrador in the border to conserve the predators such as this ladybird beetles. The second concept is host plant resistance. So each and every state agriculture university we have developed certain resistant varieties. So resistant varieties for pests and diseases can very well be incorporated under natural farming or organic farming, except genetically modified plants. GMOs are not, or transgenically modified plants and GMOs are not permitted under organic farming or natural farming, but the varieties or hybrids developed through natural breeding process can very well fit into the system. So if host resistant varieties are introduced, the farmer need not bother about this pest and disease management at all. The third one is physical methods. Under physical methods, most of these physical methods are highly suitable for storage pest management. That is treating the seeds with activated clear, vegetable oil, solar heat treatment, biogas fumigation, cold storage, all are highly important for the storage pest management. The fourth concept is mechanical methods. It includes mechanical destruction, such as hand picking of collection and destruction of caterpillars. If they are in groups, then flamethrower, especially for mineral caterpillar, hooking for rhinoceros beetle, saving and doing for storage pest management, shaking the plants for this June beetle or white grub. Then mechanical exclusions such as wrapping of fruits, red dirt coating for red grub, banding with grease for mango mealybug, trenching for a dairy caterpillar, tin barrier, like placing the tin barrier around the coconut trees to prevent the rat and squirrel damage. These are all some of the mechanical exclusions. These appliances, this is known as and this is also a mechanical method, that is use of some appliances in pest management. This plays excellent role in pest management. Some of the insects are highly phototrophic. So if we place the light trap in the ecosystem at the rate of 1 per hectare, we could trap all the phototrophic insects. So the light traps will be run from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. So if we don't have this electric facility, now solar light traps are also available in the markets, we can very well use it. Then sticky trap. Though there are varied colored sticky traps, the yellow sticky traps are highly effective against whiteflies, aphids, jazzers, and some of the minute moths such as this leaf miner. So this yellow sticky traps play significant role in pest management. And if thrips are major issue, because recently we have invasive thrips in chilies, so for thrips, this no sticky trap works very well. Then bait trap or fish meal trap for sorghum shoot fly, methyl eugenol trap for fruit flies, especially for the fruit flies affecting the food crops, not for the goats, because for goats we suggest Q-lure trap. For the fruit flies infesting goats, we suggest Q-lure trap. Methyl trappers mainly for fruit flies infesting food plots, and some of the traps used in storage pest management. These are all some of the mechanical devices which fits very well into the integrated pest management system. The behavioral method. We are exploiting the behavior of insects in pest management. Though there are varied kind of pheromones such as sex pheromone, aggregation pheromone, alarm pheromone and tripheromone, the first two plays very important role. What is the principle behind using this pheromone trap in pest management? 3 M's. The first one is monitoring. We are monitoring the presence of the adult moths in the ecosystem. So if we are able to see some trap catches inside the trap, we can come to a conclusion that the moth activity is there, they will mate and they will lay eggs in another one way, so that we can go for parasitoid release, egg parasitoid release. Now we can take up some of the biopesticides so that the egg laying by the adults can be prevented. So for monitoring purpose, we suggest 5 numbers of this pheromone trap per acre or 12 per hectare. If we increase the number of pheromone traps, it acts as a mass trapping device. Instead of 5 per acre, if we increase the number to 10 or 15 per acre, all the male insects in the ecosystem will be trapped inside the trap. So that there won't be any female in the ecosystem, male in the ecosystem to mate with the female and to produce the next generation. This is called mass trapping. So first one is monitoring, second one is mass trapping. Third is mating disruption. What is the meaning of mating disruption? This pheromone lure will be releasing the volatile or the chemical attractant or pheromone into the ecosystem. The real female may be there in the ecosystem, which also releases the pheromone. Now, the male in the ecosystem will be totally confused either to reach the real female which releases the pheromone or to reach the pheromone trap. This is the confusion in the male in the ecosystem. This is called mating disruption. So this monitoring, mass trapping and mating disruption, these 3 are 3 M's are principles behind using this pheromone traps in pest management. And so there are varied kinds of pheromone traps available in the market for different kinds of pests. And this is the aggregation pheromone trap for red fungal and this is for rhinoceros beetle. We have pheromone traps for these crops also, this surface also. The next component is biological control. Though there are variety of predators and parasitoids, very few, at least commercially available predators and parasitoids should be dealt to the farmers. Especially under parasitoids means we have trichogramma and braconid. These are commercially available. Under predators we have this green lacewing, this is called green lacewing and this is called Australian ladybird beetle, which has to be used in pest management, which can be recommended in pest management. The third group of biocontrol agent is insect pathogens. These viruses, bacteria and fungi, they are highly effective on insects, in the management of insects, but not on the crop. They won't infest the crop. For example, under the virus category, we have NPV. Under bacteria, we have Bacillus thuringiensis. This product, Bacillus thuringiensis, is permitted under organic, but not this transgenically modified BT cotton is not permitted. Then some of the entomopathogenic fungi, namely Bavaria, Metarhizium, Verticillium, these are all certain commercially available fungal formulations that are highly effective on insects. But the only thing we have to remember is when we are suggesting this entomopathogenic fungi, the relative humidity of that particular ecosystem should be at least 70%. If the humidity is less than 70%, the efficacy of this fungal entomopathogenic fungi is reduced. That is the one thing you have to remember. The fourth category of biocontrol agent is entomopathogenic nematodes, EPL we call. There are certain nematodes which are pathogenic to insects. Example, Steinernema and Heterodartritis. Here in Coimbatore, in Sugarcane Breeding Institute, they have developed a formulation, entomopathogenic nematode formulation, and it is being commercially marketed by one of the incubators of our agribusiness development, and it is marketed in the name of Raider. So see here, this is the root grub or weight grub or root grub, which feeds on the roots of this groundnut as well as the sugarcane. This is a major destructive pest in sugarcane as well as groundnut. So this is usually weight grub, that is why we call it as weight grub. Once it is infected by this nematode, we apply this nematode in the soil. Once this nematode enters inside the grub, the color of the grub changes to pink. The nematode multiplies in the body of this grub, and it multiplies, it wears the skin of this grub. Once again it enters into the soil and it goes and serves the fresh white grubs. So this is one important entomopathogenic nematode which is commercially available, especially for the management of this white grub. So here you can see this rhinoceros little grub infected with this metallizing, that is green muscadine fungi. These insects affected by this malaria, and this is the caterpillar infected by nuclear polyhedrosis virus, and these are all the caterpillars infected by Bacillus thuringiensis. So these are all successful examples where we can only use this biocontrol agents for pest management. Next one is botanical pesticides, that is plant allergen pesticides. It is very well fit into the ecosystem, especially being followed with this natural forming or organic form. So among the different plant products, neem is considered to be highly effective not only on insects but also on bacteria, mites, mollusks, fungi, nematodes and viruses. So though this neem has multiple number of alkaloids, the best alkaloid having this biopesticidal property is azadirachtin. This azadirachtin is not only effective on insects but also effective on disease-causing microbes as well as on nematodes also. So now we are going to see some of the preparations, this inputs for pest management. The first one is neem oil 3%. Neem oil 3% means we need 300 ml of neem oil for 10 liters. I am going to tell about all the preparations for 10 liters of water. The quantity needed for 10 liters of water. So for 10 liters of water, we need 300 ml of neem oil. This crude neem oil, there are certain commercially available neem formulations in the market which readily mixes with water because it was already emulsified. But the thing is, when we are recommending the neem oil as a crude formulation, we have to tell the farmers to emulsify it before mixing with water. This is very important. This is neem oil 3%. The next one is neem seed kernel extract, because each and every farm in India has neem trees. So during the fruiting season, if you are able to collect the fruits, extract the seeds and store it for the rest of the year, this is considered to be one of the best plant protection chemical I can suggest for this natural farming or chemical free farming. The third one is 3G herbal extract. This is in our department, we are producing this and supplying to the this urban gardeners, especially for home gardeners. So for this 3G is nothing but ginger, garlic and green chili extract. For preparing this, this formulation has to be prepared only with cow urine, not with water, which we are not supposed to mix water. If we mix water for grinding, definitely the formulation cannot be stored or the storability cannot be prolonged for beyond 15 days. So for preparation of this, we need to take 1 kg of each, that is ginger, garlic, green chili, each at the rate of 1 kg. For each 1 kg, we need 2 liters of cow urine. So totally for 3 kg of material, we need 6 liters of cow urine. This 3 kg of material has to be ground well with cow urine. It has to be mixed well and it has to be fermented for 15 days. After 15 days, the extract can be filtered and stored in PET bottles. And since we are not adding any water to this preparation can be stored or prolonged for beyond 15 days also. That is, can be stored up to 6 months without spoilage. This is very important formulation. It is suggested at the concentration of 5%. That is half liter in 10 liters of water. That is 500 ml of extract in 10 liters of water will be highly effective against most of the pests. So we have characterized this formulation and found that the chemicals named tetracosin and tetranicline, these two are responsible for antifungal and antifungal property of this formulation, and it is highly effective against the pests of cotton and vegetable. We have very verified and validated in our research forms, and it was highly effective. Then Jivamogga. By this time you might be aware of how to prepare this Jivamogga. No need to explain. This Jivamogga is highly effective not only as a plant growth promoter or soil health enhancer, it is having lot of properties against the pests also. So we have characterized this and found that these compounds are the compounds present in Jivamogga that is having antifungal, herbicidal, antibacterial, pesticidal and fungicidal property, and apart from that it is having insect repellent property also. So regular application of Jivamogga once in 15 days along with irrigation water not only enhances the soil health, but it is also highly effective as a plant protectant. So that is why this Jivamogga is considered to be one of the 4 pillars of natural farming. Then Albizia ambra buttermilk solution. If Albizia ambra is not available, at least we can suggest the farmer to take up this fermented buttermilk spray, because it is excellent source. It is having antiviral principle. So for the management of the viral diseases, we suggest this buttermilk spray along with Bacillus subtilis. So this will induce the systemic resistance of plants against the viral load. So this Albizia ambra buttermilk solution was characterized, and we found that these two compounds highlighted in yellow, it is having this is a major compound with major peak area which is having antiviral property. Then herbal insect repellent, that is 5 leaves extract. So here in our university we are preparing this also and supplying to the urban gardeners. So for this 5 leaves extract we are using Vitex, Nikundu, again Datura, Chemotropus and neem leaf. Each leaf will be taken at the rate of 1 kg. For each 1 kg we need 2 liters of cow urine. This 1 kg material, 5 kg of leaves should be ground with 2 liters of cow urine, and it has to be fermented for 15 days. After 15 days, the content can be filtered and stored in bottles. Since we are not adding water, this preparation can be stored for 6 months also without spoilage. Here the recommended concentration is 10%. That is, for 10 liters of water, we need 1 liter of extract. Then 3 astras. Astras are the excellent plant protectant in natural farming. So these 3 astras are recommended for pest management under natural farming. The first one is Agni Astra, for which we need cow urine, neem leaf, green chilies, garlic and tobacco leaves. So we have to mix all the 5 herbal ingredients in a mud pot, boil it with cow urine for just 2 to 3 minutes of boiling will be sufficient, twice or thrice. Then put on the fire. It has to be kept as such for 48 hours. Now the Agni Astra is ready. So it is highly popular among the organic farmers of Tamil Nadu, but the thing is, it is not permitted under certified organic farms because we are adding tobacco. So, but in the natural farming, it is very well fits into the natural farming system. Once when the farmer is free, he can prepare it and store it for 6 months also without spoilage. The next one is Neem Astra. This is also excellent plant protectant and it also promotes the growth also as we are adding cow dung and cow urine. So cow dung 10 kg, cow urine 10 liters, neem leaves along with 10 kg, along with sticks 10 kg. Here I have given cow dung 10 kg. In some of the literatures it is shown that cow dung should be added at 2 kg. But based on my experience, I experienced when this cow dung is added at 10 kg for 200 liters of water, it is acting as a very good growth promoter as well as the plant protectant. So this cow dung, cow urine and neem leaf food sticks, it has to be taken at the rate of 10 kg or 10 liters. And it has to be mixed with 200 liters of water. It has to be fermented for 48 hours with intermittent stirring. Then after 48 hours, the content can be filtered and sprayed without diluting further with water. Because I have seen some of the literature saying that it has to be further diluting with water. No, it should not be. Already we have been preparing this solution in 200 liters of water. So this 200 liters of preparation in 200 liters of water will be sufficient to cover 1 acre area. So further dilution is not permitted. It should not be. The third astra is Brahmastra. For preparing this we need 10 liters of cow urine, to which we have to take 3 kg of neem leaves. And I have listed some 9 or 10 leaves. Out of these leaves, you can choose any 5 available in your location. Like custard apple leaf, castor leaf, pungam leaf, papaya leaf, guava, datura, prosopis or bitter. Any 5 kinds of leaves can be taken at the rate of 2 kg each. So grind all these leaves, put it in the cow urine in a mud pot. Boil for not for 10 minutes exactly, so 2 to 3 minutes intermittently you can boil for 2 to 3 times, put off the fire, leave it as such for 48 hours, now the Brahmastra is ready. So it has to be diluted at the rate of 2.5 liters in 100 liters of water or 250 ml in 10 liters of water. So this can be stored for 6 months also. It is highly effective against sucking pests and fruit borers. For disease management also we have one astar that is called dry ginger astar or sound astar. So it is excellent source for disease management. For preparing this, take dry ginger powder 200 gram and it has to be boiled in 2 liters of water. It has to be boiled until the volume of 2 liters of water reduces to 1 liter. Keep it aside. Then take 5 liters of cow milk. Boil it. So and boil it, allow it for cooling. After cooling, you remove that uppermost creamy layer. Then add this dry ginger extract as well as this cow milk in 200 liters of water. Now this sound astar or dry ginger astar is ready for spray. It is highly effective against fungal diseases. So these 4 astars, namely neem astar, agni astar, then brahmastar, then sound astar. These 4 astars are very good source of plant protection and natural farming. That's all about the preparations. Now here I have given shown some of the photos of our farm which is maintained under organic as well as under natural farming. So always we used to have this lavender or poppy in the border as well as coriander in the border, not only to attract the pollinator population but also to attract the predators and parasitoids, because coriander releases a compound called beta-caryophyllin which attracts the parasitoid population. And you can see some bird perches, yellow sticky trap, pheromone trap in the field, installed in the field, so that this all the IPM components are very well integrated in our farm, which could suppress this shooting fruit borer population in the field. So this is the general method we are following for all the crops. This is our tomato field. And this is our chili field. Chili usually we are growing it in the border, so always we have the sorghum in the border as a backup. barrier craft. So always we should try to maintain the balance between this beneficial and harmful insects to conserve the natural enemies or conserve the biodiversity of the ecosystem. So that's all about this presentation. Thank you very much for the opportunity. So here I have given my WhatsApp number. So in future also, if you have any doubt regarding this organic or natural farming or anything related to plant protection, you can directly contact me. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. If anyone have any doubts, you can ask to madam, please.
Ma'am, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, regarding the Jivamrita, ma'am, whether we should dilute Jivamrita or directly we can use it, ma'am?
Actually, Jivamrita should not be diluted further because Jivamrita we are preparing in 200 liters of water. So 10 kg of this powder, 10 liters of toluene, 2 kg of gram flour and 2 kg of this jaggery, handful of soil in 200 liters of water. So Jivamrita should not be further diluted. So we are preparing this as that of the neem mustard. We are preparing Jivamrita also in water only. So further dilution is not permitted.
Okay.
So it has to be mixed along with water. Actually, Jivamrita we are not suggesting for foliar spray. We are suggesting for using it along with irrigation water. This 200 liters of Jivamrita, it has to be mixed with water to irrigate the field.
Okay, ma'am.
Once in 15 days.
So that only, ma'am, it should be used with irrigation water. It cannot be directly used in the root.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Actually, in some of the farmers' field, they are using this Jivamrita with drip irrigation also. So it has to be mixed along with irrigation water. Usually, we never suggest this Jivamrita for foliar spray. So it is a soil health enhancer as well as it protects the plants from the harmful pathogens as well as some insects and animals also.
And ma'am, the astras and all, how long we can store it, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. I couldn't
Storage, ma'am. Neemastra and all?
Storage. Yeah. Very good question. Actually, Neemastra we are preparing in water. So it cannot be stored beyond 48 hours. The fermentation period is 48 hours and it has to be used immediately. Whereas this Agniastra and Brahmastra, since we are boiling it cow urine, it can be stored for 6 months without spoilage. So these two astras, namely Agniastra and Brahmastra, can be stored for 6 months. Whereas Neemastra and Smooth Astra, this has to be used immediately as we are preparing in water.
Thank you very much, ma'am. It was a very much valuable class. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So any other questions?
Madam, good morning, madam.
Good morning, sir.
Madam, my question is what are the emulsifiers we can use for this crude neem oil?
Actually, sir, I thought of telling that the thing is, we can very well use, actually we suggest this Khadi soap. This Shivamogga, we have this Mar soap, sir. It is, the pH is near neutral, so we can just soak the peels of this Mar soap in water for some 30 minutes. In small quantity, like 250 ml of water. This small quantity of this Mar soap, it has to be soaked, it has to be well crushed. Then we have to add this neem oil, beat it properly so that this oil will be emulsified. This is how we suggest, sir. And the easiest way is, most of the farmers they use, in Tamil Nadu they use this shampoo. One rupees shampoo packet they will cut and pour it in water or in a small one. Then they add this neem oil, beat it well so that this oil will be emulsified. The thing is, you may get in your mind that how this shampoo can be used in natural farming or organic farming. The thing is, we need someone to emulsify this oil. This shampoo we are applying to the head directly. But this 2 to 3 ml of shampoo and 10 liters of water is not at all going to affect the certification process. I have already discussed with this certification inspectors also. It's not an issue because when we are suggesting something which is feasible for the farmer, they will follow. If we are saying something which is not possible or feasible, the farmers may not follow the efficient technology. So the thing is, farmer friendly or farmer compatible technologies we have to suggest.
Any more questions?
There's one more question here. Good morning, ma'am. My doubt is on viruses, usage of viruses like HLNPV and SLNPV.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I wanted to know about the efficacy and any bad effect on human health.
Efficacy of NPV, right, sir?
Yes, yes.
Actually, yeah, very good question. This NPV, it works very well. The thing is, it is highly host specific. If we are using, if we target this Podacron Itura, definitely we have to use SLNPV. If we are targeting this American Bourbon, we have to use this HANPV. It is highly host specific. The thing is, if we are using it in the early morning or late evening, definitely it works very well. The thing is, we have to spray it. This treated leaves, if it is fed by the caterpillar, this virus enters inside the system and it definitely causes damage. And in our place, whenever we get this Podacron infestation, once the farmers spray and they collect the infected caterpillars and they produce this their own NPV for subsequent sprays from their field collected infected populations. It is highly effective. But as of my knowledge, my practical experience, I am saying that instead of NPV, this B2 works very well on all kinds of this refractory insects.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning, madam.
Yes, sir.
Since my question is, we are using Agni Astra and other Astras for the plant production aspects, and we are spraying for producing the product. So, can you find any natural pesticide residues in the product after harvesting? Is it?
Sir, the voice is very feeble. I couldn't hear you properly. Astras I could hear. What did you ask?
Can you find natural pesticide residues in the product?
Natural pesticide residues on the harvested produce, right, sir?
Is it harmful?
Yeah, actually, sir. No, sir. Actually, we tested. We have never found any of these residues in the harvested produce. Everything is below detectable level only. We couldn't detect anything. The reason is most of these astras, they are prepared out of these plant produces which are degraded naturally. So we have tested in our LCMS and we couldn't find the traces of these alkaloids in the harvested produces, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your wonderful presentation and interaction.
Thank you, sir.
And you have covered almost all the aspects of integrated pest management which can be useful in natural farming. So on behalf of all the participants and organizers from Keradish Upanayaka University of Agriculture Sciences, Agriculture and Horticulture Sciences, Shivamogga. So we are very much thankful to you, ma'am, for sharing your valuable information with us. And if you please share your presentation or any write-up regarding this, it will be useful for our participants, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Already I have shared the presentation as well as the write-up, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Already it is, yes, sir. To madam, KVK mail, I have shared the presentation, and to Ashok sir's mail, I have shared the maybe write-up also.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I hope the participants might have enjoyed the session.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'll leave the meeting, sir.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes,
Sure.
So our next speaker is Dr. T.M. Soumya, Associate Professor, due for a professor. If she has interview has occurred, she has been a professor. So she is serving as the Chief Scientist of All India Network Project Tobacco, ZHRS Navile. She is going to deliver a topic on green manuring and mulching, a basic component of natural farming. So, she joined the university as a subject matter specialist at KVK Haveri, US Dharwad, and served for 5 years. And she served KVK Shivamogga for 3 years after transfer. So, from past 7 years, she is into FCO tobacco research and is heading the All India Network Project on Tobacco as a Chief Scientist from April 2020. She has a professional experience of 19 years and offers undergraduate, postgraduate.
Being here for the training program, it's a capacity building program on natural farming. My session on the last day would be like a concluding session for agricultural classes that have been conducted till date. Because talking to a peer group, that too on the last day, it's a challenging for anybody. If it is juniors or students, it's other way. Or if it is to farmers, really in another way. But to talking to a peer group, it's truly a challenging one. It's nothing like I deliver something and you just listen to it. It's nothing like that. It's let us keep it as an interaction session. I just tell the things in brief and we can discuss, because your people are as experienced as I am. I can see them, isn't it? So we can just discuss things and we can learn with each other. It's like coming to a training is nothing that one presents papers or one presents the information on PowerPoint and just listens and go. It's learning on either way, isn't it? So as I was telling, it would be like a concluding session, and by looking into my topic also you are feeling the same, because on the second day when Basavangowda sir was talking to you, he was mentioning these two terms, isn't it? Green manuring or live mulching or intercropping or cover cropping or relay intercropping. All these terms comes there itself. It's nothing like green manuring means we have to grow separately and we label it as green manure crops. It's nothing like that. We can, though literally they feel like they defined very differently, intercrops or intercrops with legumes especially I am speaking, intercrops or cover crops or live mulches. These things literally they are defined in a different way, but practically when we take them we can synonymously use these terms. Okay, so again it's a background where I can take you. I'll not bore you much, okay? Because of these reasons, Green Revolution existed, right? Because of Bengal famine, because of hungriness, or the hungry stomach, or the hungry mouths, and conventional approach, all these things, it happened. And these were the components of Green Revolution. Of course, there we can see yielding varieties and hybrids, insecticides usage, fertilizer, farm mechanization, all these things, and ultimately it led to this situation what we are facing right now, isn't it? So to address this, again we are going back to the same situation what we were in 1960s or before 60s, isn't it? So to come back to that, as all other speakers were telling, because I was there for all the classes here, it's managing the health of not only the air or water, it is the soil is more important, because like every 5th of December we celebrate International Soil Day, isn't it? Why it is so important? Everything comes from soil itself. Even soil gets polluted, the next is alternate. The next thing is even water gets polluted, isn't it? If soil pollution occurs, exactly the next situation will be pollution of water, because when water runs on that soil, next will be water pollution. So soil health is very, very, very important. So that's why we have to concentrate more on soil health. So for this only all this circus is going on. All natural farming or organic farming, whatnot. Those scientists who pioneered in green revolution, maybe our Narmani Borlakji, who got this DG Ujan with his small short the dwarf varieties, or our Swaminathanji. Nobody said not to use FOM, but we did that. We forgot to use it and we spoiled our Mother Earth, isn't it? So because of that, we are again repenting and coming back to our grandfathers' strategies of handling these situations. So to address this, there are so many things which have already been taught by eminent and renowned speakers. So among them, today I'll be dealing a bit on one of the components among the 4 major components, that is mulching. Mulching or the live mulching, which in other terms it is green manuring. Okay, it has also been touched already. I'll just go. So fertility building crops. This green manures are fertility building crops. We never grow maize as a green manure crop. We never grow cotton as a green manure crop. We grow legumes. We grow those crops which synergetically are complementing to our system, isn't it? So most of the time it is legumes. It is legumes only. Okay. So they definitely build soil fertility. So that's why these green manure crops are also termed as fertility builders. Okay. So what do? When we grow them and incorporate them on an hectare basis, they add on an average of 80 to 100 kg of atmospheric nitrogen is fixed and converted, and it is added to soil. So that's how these are called as soil fertility builders. Okay. So from the first course of BSc Agri, it is been taught green manuring is done in 2 ways. Nothing to deal much about it. Even for wets, I can say it is known, because even when we talk of fodder crops or forage crops, this somewhere we touch a few points on that. Otherwise, LPM course, I think they have added as a protein source. These legumes are added along with the hybrid Napier or some COFS or something like that. So this is one which have been taught since our first semester of BSc Agri, wherein green manuring and in situ green manuring. Okay, ex situ is bringing from outside and in situ is growing there and incorporating it again. Okay, so these are the few crops that could be taken up as in situ green manure crops, are those which can be brought from outside and incorporated into soil. So here is a list: Susbania, Cassia, Pongamia, so Petaphorum, and my favorite is always Gliricidia. It's easy, just throw a cutting of a stem, it just grows, and cut it, put it. So it's a beautiful crop which I love the most among all these things, and for the shade purpose definitely Pongamia is always there. It also serves as a biofuel and also a shade tree. So these are the green manure crops which have been already dealt by Basavangowda sir. So let me not repeat, just I'll tell. So they help us in getting the nutrients, because especially weeds if we talk. They grow on their own, they dig out so much of, they exploit so much of nutrients from the soil, and when they are incorporated back into the soil, they give so much of nutrients to soil back. Rather than our crops, weeds give much more nutrients when they are removed and incorporated back. Similarly, legumes, when we grow them as green manures, they take up nutrients from soil, and it will be a bowl of nutrients now. And when it is at its luxuriant growth, or when it reaches around 40 to 45 days, at that time we have to incorporate, and it will give a good nutrition to the soil where it is grown again. Okay, so you can just read, and even the soft copy or the compendium what we are going, this list is there, not to drag much. Okay, so again, in brief, these are all the advantages of going for green manuring. So structure and tilth improves, fertility gets improved. If at all there is some problem with some soils, there we advise to go for green manure crops so that the toxicity is removed, or the soil is corrected, and pest control and improvement in the crop and yield ultimately. So this is how this green manure works. What does it do? It's again a basic thing. It fixes the nitrogen through its nodules in the roots, and that will be converted into the required nutrient for the crop, and it will be taken up, and that again when it is added back, it will give the nutrients to our soil. So these three are very important when we go for green manuring. Right time of sowing the green manure crop, right time of harvesting, and time between the main crop what we are interested, or what we want to grow as an economic crop for our survival or for our commercial purpose, and the green manure what has to be incorporated, the time gap between those two. First one is time of sowing. We always know that when we get pre-monsoon showers in the month of April or in the month of May, of course now we have lost everything. There is no schedule at all. Rain comes sometime and it goes sometime, and it doesn't have any schedule at all. Okay. So however, whenever we receive our first rains, at that time when the soil gets wet, at that time we need to go for sowing in Kharif. In Kharif. No, we have forgotten, or else even if we have done in Kharif, we are interested to go for green manuring crops in Rabi. If that is the case, we have to take up after the harvest of Kharif in the residual moisture, or if at all there is a irrigation source, just give one irrigation through sprinkler, so just for establishment. Then we need not have to bother about that, because whatever the foliage that comes, if it is biomass is more, nutrients added will be more. If it is less, no problem. We need not have to invest more on that, but we need to take care of the crop till it gets established. Because I have my own experience, because of shortage of water, we couldn't establish even the green manure crop in 1 year. But very next year, we planned for one sprinkler irrigation, and we could incorporate very good biomass into the soil. So that's the time of sowing. Then burying. When to incorporate? I said before it flowers, because it should not become too hard to get decomposed. It should not get matured. So when it is succulent, stemmy succulent, before flowering or before it attains its reproductive stage, definitely it will be more succulent only. It should be incorporated. Most of the legumes for that matter, it is between 30 days after sowing or up to 45 days after sowing. Because as the duration of the crop changes, we need to shift a little. If a crop's duration is 90 days, for example, crop like cowpea. Cowpea is 90 days, so we need to incorporate it at 30. But sun hemp, we need to at least by 45 days. Okay, so that's how we have to change our schedule to make it clear. Agriculture as such, there is no standard protocol at all. every farm differs, every field differs, every farmer differs, every individual mindset differs. There is no like a DNA structure like things are, there is nothing like standard output or protocol for doing things. Here, depending on the duration, depending on the situation, we have to change our activities. So, what should be the time gap? Definitely minimum of 30 days. Yes, minimum 30 days time gap is a must for decomposition. 4 to 6 weeks is a minimum duration that is required between incorporation and the taking up of next crop. Fine. This is all there. I'll just share our, it is there in the compendium also. This is the nutrients what the different green manure crops have. Okay. At this stage, I need not have to tell all these things, isn't it? Okay. So you can just see which is the one which has maximum nutrient content. So it helps in crop growth development. Okay. So grain yields when compared to without green manure, crop growth is definitely better in plots wherever green manuring is done. Okay. Nitrogen uptake is much better in the plots wherever green manuring was done before taking up the sowing of main crop. And with respect to crop quality again, definitely wherever this was done without compared to fallow. Okay, most of the cases it is compared to fallow only. In a nutshell, it's the time of sowing, time of incorporation, and a time gap between the incorporation and the main sowing up of the main crop is the very important three things in green manuring. And it's again a location specific choice is essential. It's nothing like you grow Susbania, you grow Sanyam, or you go Diancha. But most widely in paddy fields we go for Diancha to manage this pH under puddled condition. Okay. So for next to that I am shifting on to mulching. Okay. Mulching is like just wearing a shawl or a blanket during winter or during summer. If it is construction, building is under construction, we go for curing of concrete, isn't it? It is to conserve moisture there and it is to give warmth here. Its mulching is like that, giving a protection of one layer of protection, isn't it? It's covering the soil with whatever may be the material. I don't know what material it is, but it is covering the soil and making it soft, isn't it? And using the actually mulch, the term mulch came because of this mulch as a German term, where it is to make softened. Okay, see, soft, making it soft or to make it big, to begin to decay. So, but of late, as the mechanization or the technology advanced, we went for non-degradable or the plastic kind of things. Okay, but earlier it was this when Fukuoka used this mulch for his farming. At that time, this was the beginning softer, beginning to decay. Those things were used for covering the soil. So, as we all know, what mulch does. So it is maintains the temperature or moderates the microclimate, conserves the moisture, it does not allow water to get evaporated, and it suppresses weeds, and ultimately if it is the organic mulch or the degradable mulch, it definitely adds nutrients back to soil. So these are all the advantages of mulching. Okay. So for any technology for that matter, we need to have answers for 5. The same: when, where, why, how and what. If we answer those 5 points, definitely all questions will, things will be covered in that, isn't it? So when to go for mulching? If at all we are interested in conserving the moisture. If you are running short of water availability for irrigation, if you are running short of scarcity of water, or if you are running out of water for irrigation, and if we have too much of weeds, and if we are growing commercial crops where microclimate of the plant becomes more important to get better productivity, and such situations we need to go for mulching. Okay. Yeah, when we come to the natural farming as such, as we know, mulching is the important component among those other 3, along with those other 3 components like Vapsa, Bijamrita and Jivamrita. So without having a class on mulching, it never completes, isn't it? So it's very important. And mulches, if I come to the different types of mulches, we can classify them in different ways based on the duration of their retention on the soil. We can classify them as temporary and permanent. I'll tell you what permanent are. And based on their degradability, or based on their conversion into we can classify them as biodegradable and non-biodegradable. And based on the carbon content, organic and inorganic, there are so many classifications. If at all, if I want to tell you about this biodegradable and non-biodegradable, here you can see the types of mulches here. Grass barks, grass clippings are the bark clippings, sawdust, newspaper, dry leaves, compost, manure, straw, many things. And these are the non-degradable. Stones and pebbles, no, cannot be. And plastic, of course. And I can say like even plastics are also there, wherein degradable plastics have come. Okay, from there I'll come. And you may be astonishing to see newspaper as a mulch. How can we manage to put newspaper as a mulch? It's highly difficult, but these things, they can be used, but not on a large scale. It's for home gardens or kitchen gardens like that, or for pot cultures, only for very small nurseries. Wherever intensive things in a small area is done, there we can go for such things. I made it very clear because agriculture or crop production is not having any standard protocol. Though we have package of practices, we need to change accordingly. We have package of practices as a standard thing, but according to situation, because we go for soil testing. Though we have package of practices, 150, 75, 37.5 is the maize recommendation, NPK recommendation for our region here. But after taking up soil test, we have to change plus 25, minus 25. So again, we have to. So just know what we can and implement according to our situation. And here it is organic and inorganic, and there are some special mulches like gravel. Like in Japan, if not in Japan, in China. All different kinds of things happen in China only. Concrete mulch they do for plantation crops. Though it is not covered under natural farming, it's just for the information. They mix sand and cement in a certain proportion for crops like jojoba. They go for concrete mulch. Between the rows and between the plant, they apply concrete for avoiding the evaporation and to reduce the weeds. That's a crazy thing which I could read in one of the papers. And tephra mulch is one again. It is usually in Japan. It's a outcome of volcanic eruptions. It's a particles are the what's a soil-like thing. It's not exactly soil, but it is the outcome of volcanic eruptions. They have different sized material of tephra, like less than 1 mm, 1 mm and so much, it is range is there. So they use that also. Of course it is not under natural farming, just for the information. And the first one comes under our category, natural farming category. The next one definitely majority are non-degradable, okay, and the chemical ones. So this I have already told what are the advantages of mulching. Fine. So what should be the thickness of mulch then? If at all we go for organic mulches or the degradable mulches, I said newspaper, I said husk, I said compost, peat, clippings, isn't it? So what should be the thickness of the mulch on the soil? It should be somewhere around 2 to 3 inches at least. Okay, if such a thickness is there, definitely it will serve the purpose. So next to that is cast. Especially this comes into picture when we go for non-degradable or the synthetic mulches, because they are costly. The one which is under the background, the picture which is under the in the background is HDPE weed mat, high density polyethylene weed mat, which is widely used for plantation crops to just cover that ring. Okay, so they have the pores wherein they allow water to seep in and they do not allow water to go back or evaporate. So that's the HDPE weed mat which is used in plantation crops. Okay. Cost effectiveness, one has to think, because ultimately we are interested in benefit what we get out of any technology for that matter. So if we spend too much, definitely not. So again, local climate and feasibility for the crop. HDPE weed mat and groundnut, imagine. Can we do that? Or sorghum and HDPE weed mat? Can never. Because such a costly material it is, and we cannot go for that. Maybe like for crops like pomegranate, which yields us in crores, isn't it? And which other crop gives us more money? Arecanut. But arecanut again, it is not a good choice because spacing is too low, isn't it? So we should plan accordingly. Things are there, but adaptation depends on our experience there in the field. Okay. Definitely when I talk or when I am present here in a session on natural farming, I have to talk about this. Organic farming, organic mulches are the biodegradable mulches. As I was mentioning, it's all about biodegradable mulches which suppresses weeds, which gives us nutrients. Okay, that's there. But we do have negative effects of this. This is again has been dealt by Basavangowda sir, isn't it? He just touched it and went. Yes. What are the negative effects? As we could see from his slide, it's a immobilization of nitrogen, because wherever the carbon compounds are more there, isn't it? And then pest infestation, isn't it? And there are the chances of catching up of fire sometimes, if at all it is too dry, isn't it? So many a times we see termites on the organic mulches. Now I was discussing with one of the participants here. So do we really have problem of termites, if at all, if they occur in our plots when we have biodegradable mulch as a mulch material? If termites are seen, do we have any problem with them? It's an input what I want it from you. There is a chance of infestation of termite. Do we have any problem with them?
Yes, madam.
Yes.
Will cut the roots.
They will cut the roots. Then?
No such problem.
No such problem.
Sufficient termite matter is there, then there is no such
problem. The one thing is clear, as per my knowledge goes, they feed on dried materials. not on the living materials, isn't it? So that in that sense, I don't think there is any problem. And one more thing is, if we choose mulches with less cellulose containing, mulches having less cellulose content, they definitely termite problems reduce. Like, of course, we don't get them here, like pine clippings or the cedar barks, such things, they have less cellulose content compared to ours. Even compared to areca husk, which is widely available now, compared to that, straw mulch has less cellulose. Paddy straw has less cellulose. Likewise, if we choose less cellulose containing mulches, definitely termite problem will be less. And if at all it is seen, it is not harming the crop, but it is creating some disturbance to our mind, because that seeing termite itself is not a good feel, right? We get disturbed, and definitely we are in a tension that it may get transferred to somewhere else, because through our footwear or through our some implements or somewhere like, isn't it? So that's the tension what we can have. This is the major drawback what we can see, though it doesn't harm the crop. Okay. So again, the thing is, it will reduce the compaction of the soil. It makes soil aerate, because whenever there is a good quantity of mulch, we see a number of earthworms, n quantity of microbes. So because of that, soil aerates, isn't it? So compaction is reduced, okay, along with others, and good drainage and improved bulk density, and so many along with others. Okay, so it's a, again, whatever I have taught, it's a repetition. It will be there in the compendium, don't worry. Okay. So moisture is conserved. It controls weeds. Okay. So then, soil temperature, definitely. It creates some good microclimate. Okay. So soil temperature, you can just read. You can. It increases the soil temperature because of the warmth there. Okay. Especially for winter crops, we need to go for mulching. Winter crops especially, that to maintain soil temperature, but for summer crops to reduce the evaporation. So it has its effect on soil properties and ultimately on plants growth. Okay. Yeah. According to the situation, what are the types of mulches that we can choose? But don't blame me, because I have mentioned some transparent films also here. Assume that it is a degradable one. Don't think it's a non-degradable or the plastic thing. But it's for the information. Let it be whichever the class it is. Knowing things is not an issue, isn't it? So rainy season, go for perforated so that it seeps in. Archers, definitely thicker mulch like HDP, weed mat. And early germination, go for thinner. Yeah, with my own experience, establishment of crop is a bit difficult whenever we have mulching. Early stages it is a bit difficult. Maybe because of that higher temperature that generates, or that condition that doesn't allow the crop to get established well. So it can be like after establishment, maybe after planting, 10 days after planting or a week after planting, if you go for mulching, it's better. But whereas in plastic film mulching, we have to go for mulching first and then make a hole and then go for planting or sowing, isn't it? So establishment, it's a question. So that's why wherever it is a problem, go for thinner mulch. And sandy soils, black film, white film from summer crops, silver color for to serve the purpose of repelling the insects. Okay. So I have given all these things, effect on cereal crops, pulses, oil seeds. Okay. This is how the mulching is done. Vertical mulching, pebble mulching, so many types of mulching, especially sorghum, to avoid the runoff losses, especially in black soils. Vertical mulching is the one which is practiced, wherein a 30 to 35 centimeter or the 40 centimeter depth is dug, and sorghum stalks are kept vertically so that it harvests it obstructs the flow of water and the soil. Okay, so there are n number of things. So maybe it could be practiced in all kinds of crops, but going for mulching in commercial crops is always beneficial, because the expenditure what we incur should got back, isn't it? So just labor itself is so costly affair nowadays. So giving such inputs is a big issue. So these are all the results of so many crops here. Definitely it's not a seminar topic which I have copied from somewhere. It's a what my SRF has prepared. Maybe madam has brought some seminar topic, might be your feeling. So I was out of station for last 10 days, and as soon as I came, I could get it. Okay. It's not the conclusion. I want to show my own experiences in my plots. Okay. That's why I have one more PowerPoint presentation where I'll show my experience on moisture conservation through different mulches. Okay. Theoretically, this is the information what I could deliver. Your mulching is essential to address around 5 points, from weed control to moisture conservation, so many, including soil properties, everything. So biodegradable or the organic mulches should be applied on the field at an thickness of 2 to 3 inches for effective practice of getting it done. Okay. Yeah. Who shared this in the group? Vinay, I think. Vinay, yeah. Except for my Kerala friends, this is for Karnataka friends. It's the day before yesterday's WhatsApp share. Dr. Vinay, he has shared it in the our own group, okay, natural farming capacity building program group. Everything is there. What I did for my student thesis or for my ANPT work, okay, and this technology has been accepted at national level. Okay, All India Network Project has accepted it and it has released it for the farming community. He has given everything. The person who has written, Harish Kamman Kote, he has written whatever I have done. He has considered Masanobu Bukavoka's philosophy of going for one-star revolution here. He has given the success stories of some farmers here. So, to come to this point, what we have done, I'll just show. Okay. See, Arakask is creating nuisance on public places, maybe on roads, or near the water bodies, or it's burned and creating pollution. So it's a bulky material. It is thrown all along the roads. Maybe in 2 days visit you might have seen. It's and so many times bikes get skid. So many accidents happen because of this. Okay. So this is the nuisance that is created by Arakask. So we thought of making use of this into our agriculture, because it's a agro bio waste, right? So why not we make it into our usage? Of course, university has brought a culture to degrade this or decompose this at a faster rate, because there is even this paper news, it has given an information saying that it takes a lot of time to decompose, get it converted into compost. Okay. Of course, if you leave it like that, it will take years together. But if you add some inoculants or the decomposing materials, when a combination of 4 microbes are there, Trichoderma, Pseudomonas, Bacillus, combination of 4 microbes they have made, culture, compost culture. So that they have added and brought it into a compost form, in a span of 6 months. Our own university has released, and even we have before releasing this, we have used the culture from US Dharwad and demonstrated in the farmers field also. So then it could be converted into compost, a rich compost, fine. Even released earthworms and made it much more enriched, fine. So what next? So why not we use it as a mulch? That was the question here. Okay, moisture conservation was the most required thing during the year 2018, because you just remember rains were not that good in 16, 17 and all. So 18 was a bad year with respect to rains. So then thought of having this as a moisture conserving material in the year 19 and went for mulching through studies for conserving moisture. We had different types of mulches over here. You can see here, black polythene is there, transparent polythene, what we use for solarization, that is there, HDP weed mat is there, and we used one more biodegradable thing, that is gunny bag. Gunny bag as a single layer and gunny bag as a double layer. To conserve more moisture we thought of, but gunny bag, usage of gunny bag was economically not viable and practically not feasible. Because getting for the experiment itself was a tough task for me. We feel that whenever we cure our constructions or the buildings, we feel that we get so much, but it is a costly affair. No, we can't. It's not a practically viable thing, not a practically feasible affair here. So then our array cask helped me to conclude this experiment. Compared to all others, it was economically viable, eco-friendly, and using of this can solve the problem of throwing array cask in many places. Of course, nowadays curing these concrete roads also they are using it. They are making use of it, and they are earning money out of it. Those who get cheni and kortaralla, so those who come to farm gate marketers, like they come and they take it and they get it processed. Those people they sell it for curing these concrete roads and all. So of course the same way we did it for our experiment. So this is again with this objective we did. So these were the different types of mulches what we have used here. Okay, dried areca we have used. It was having a moisture content of around 12%. Okay. So this is the thickness. Like areca you can see, single husk it measured around 0.65 mm through the vernier calipers. And of course the mulching sheet it's available in different thickness like 200 gauge, 400 gauge, 0.05 mm, 0.1 mm, so many things. Okay, HDP weed mat it is 0.16 mm thickness. Okay, so gunny bag in 2 layers, what was it, and 1 layer. Okay, these are the different forms. Even hydrogel was one of the treatments there. Of course, in natural farming or organic farming, you can go for hydrogels which are from banana cellulose. If not the chemical one, you can go for the one which is made out of banana cellulose. Okay. Fine. This is the experimental view. And how many of you know this crop? If you have not read the slides at length, many knows this crop. It's FCB tobacco, which is known for Shivamogga and Mysore region only. And if not, it is in Andhra Pradesh, and nowhere else it is grown in India also. It's only for restricted to this region. FCB tobacco is cigarette meant for tobacco meant for cigarette making. Gujarat BD tobacco, and even BD tobacco is in Karnataka. We have 3 types, Nippani near Belgaum. We have 3 types in Karnataka: cigarette here, BD in Belgaum, and chewing in the dry belts of Karnataka like Raichur, Ballari and all. Okay. So this is how we went for imposing the treatment. So here 1 kg of dried areca husk could cover 1 meter of the ridge of around 60 centimeters it had. Okay, it could cover that. So in that sense, 1 meter, 1 kg covering 1 meter, I recommended it as a 10 tons per hectare. 10 tons means it is a big number to listen. But as far as areca is considered, it is nothing because it's lightweight, right? After drying it, nothing will be there. So 10 tons per hectare means around 10 tractor loads, near to 10 to 12 tractor loads we need dried to cover 1 hectare. You may feel though it is done well in the field with respect to crop performance is concerned, with respect to its application, it's again a question, because labor consumption is more, and they feel applying itself is a tough task, because for everything labor is a big question, isn't it? So otherwise, with respect to all other things, this technology worked out very well, except for labor. 12 plus. Okay. So this is how it was applied. You can see the second picture from the slide. So in that paper, the news that is covered in the daily, the same thing is expressed in Kannada. Okay. So you can see the suppression of weeds there under this thing. Here in organic mulches, what happens because of non-diffusion of light, or the light doesn't get intercepted, isn't it? So weeds doesn't go much compared to transparent polythene. They grow there and get suppressed, of course, but here it doesn't allow it to grow because of lack of light, isn't it? If at all they grow in wherever organic or the degradable or the agrobiowaste are used as a mulch, so it's easy to pluck the weeds also because of soft condition available under the mulch. So see, it's the costliest mulch here, and the other hand there it's the cheapest mulch. Performance, you can see both are performing equally. So when we think of economics, definitely we'll go for that, isn't it? Okay. So after conducting this experiment, conclusion was to go for application of arecas at the rate of 10 tons per hectare, which was found much superior over all other treatments which were considered there, even when compared to biodegradable gunny bag also. And other advantages of this is it will avoid pollution. For the first thing is avoid pollution, and it avoids public nuisance if it is taken to our field back. Farmer who grows areca nut should take, or the other farmers also should take the arecas back into their farm in one or the other way, not as a mulch. I don't say take it back as a mulch itself, either as a compost or as a mulch. You take it back to the farm again, otherwise it will create nuisance, isn't it? So public inconvenience should be avoided by making use of these things. These are all the pictures from farmers field. Our board members thoughts there. So as I was telling, I could see termite infestation in this mulch because of high cellulose. Paddy straw, it will have cellulose of around 15 to 20%, but this has more than 40. So definitely, in our own experiments, we could see infestation of termites. Okay. So this completes the results on mulching, and a few more things to show just. Okay, I was talking about live mulches, right? I'll just show my favorite mulch. You just keep on seeing. Though it's an intercrop, we can address it as a live mulch also, because it has suppressed weeds and it has given back so much of nutrients to soil in the form of being a legume, isn't it? See, black gram I have shown, green gram I have shown. Okay, see, my favorite in situ green manure crop. cowpea. Why it is favorite, I will tell you. So this is how cowpea grows. Just throw the seeds, it grows, isn't it? Compared to others. And do we have to bother so much to get the seeds? We go in search of, we search for Sun seeds. We go to RSK, we go in search of seeds. So much of jugglery is done in that, isn't it? So Susbania, may it be Diancha, we don't get easily. But cowpea it's not so. Even if you don't cook for a day, we can just take them and throw it in the field, it will grow, isn't it? You don't prepare curry of cowpea for one day, and for that purpose it will serve. Alva, half a kg or 250 grams will help us in getting it done in small area at least. So that's why I like this. We get easily, complete its cycle soon, and it generates so much of biomass compared to sun. Always whenever green manure comes into our mind, we give the example of sun and Diancha, isn't it? Of course, sun is good. I don't say I am not against sun, but when compared to this, just see the biomass.
It fixes
How much?
more nitrogen.
Yeah.
90 kgs.
And huge biomass. And suppression of weeds. So why I like? Because of these 4 reasons. It feeds us. It feeds animals. Both in the form of fodder or in the form of feed. Okay. And it feeds soil and it suppresses weeds. So that's why I like this as a live mulch rather than any other crop. So I always suggest farmers, whenever we say to go for green manuring, don't be in search of seeds. To serve the purpose, throw some legumes, whatever you have, may it be Ars gram, may it be green gram, whatever. And ultimately, if you don't get anything, go for cowpea. Okay? It helps us in a better way. So I think I will end it now. And if there are any questions, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you. I think I have not bored you because I know sitting there is how difficult it is to sit there and listen.
What is the economics of Areca nut application to the tree? And second question is,
Yeah.
what is the weed intensity in that Areca nut?
Weed intensity was very low to the extent of of course in plastic mulches we didn't see any, only in the holes we could see, and that we have managed. But here maybe per meter square we can hardly see 4, 3 like that in the initial stage. Later it was not there. Economics I'll just
transportation and
I'll just leave that. One second. Prashant. One second. Band ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ. One second. So may I have your attention? Sir was asking about economics of going for Arecas as a mulch material. So just see the cost of cultivation for tobacco in the second column. I have taken it as a common
this?
I'll not take more than 3 to 4 minutes if there are no further questions. Okay? Okay. Second column is the cost of cultivation in general. Third is material cost and the imposition of treatment. It is per hectare basis. Just you can see, sir, because almost it is free of cost. When this experiment was conducted, nobody was taking this on by paying money. They were not taking. It was almost free of cost, and I took it from farmers. Even then, if it is considered as a per load of a tractor, if we consider it as 250 rupees or 500 rupees like that, it will be around some 4,000 rupees for material cost. Okay. So what happens? Weeding, less weeds, and easy to pluck the weeds. So cost on weeding reduces and yield increases. So there so many things happen because curing and all. Here I have given full details of this. Additional cost on fuel wood has increased. Okay, because yield increased, curing cost also increases in tobacco. So likewise other additional costs, it has increased there. But in total, compared to other treatments, you can just see it is somewhere in between. It is not at the higher end or the lower end. But after coming to BC ratio, you just see. It's much better than all other treatments, even compared to our regular mulch sheets what farmers regularly use. One is economically it is viable. Of course.
Details cost of cultivation ಇದೆ sheet ಐತೆ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಎಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ
ನೀವು ಇಲ್ಲಿನೇ ನೋಡಬಹುದು.
This is the total cost 14,700 ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅದು
ಏನು ಅದ ನಿಮಗೆ ಟೊಬ್ಯಾಕೋ
what it includes madam
tobacco it starts from nursery to curing.
The details
you want
price
I'll give you here I don't have. It's not a tobacco class, no. It's a mulching class.
No madam, for application of Shivamogga,
it's not a natural farming one. I'm just giving the example of Areca's mulch. Rest you don't worry.
Husk as a mulch.
Husk as a mulch. Only that concept, because we have to pick things and we have to put here. We won't get everything in a nutshell.
She has not used
concept of mulching I am explaining.
Only
Areca husk.
That too my experiments results, because it has been accepted nationwide. I will just tell you. Now I am not telling anything of natural farming here in the second presentation, second half of the presentation. Mulching, how it performed
by using Areca husk. Not
14 lakhs, madam,
you don't worry about so much about tobacco. Tobacco anyway you won't grow, only me.
Total cost of cultivation madam cost of cultivation ಅಷ್ಟು ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗಿರೋದು.
Cost of cultivation is too much in tobacco. Each leaf costs. Tobacco, golden leaf.
With the different operations also included, madam.
Everything. Total, from nursery till the grading and baling.
Can you put this details?
I will share with you, man. If you want, you are interested in tobacco, come to us.
We got that copy is the very good live mulch. What is your opinion about the velvet bean?
It's also there, but we have to go in search of velvet bean. Do you have seeds? We have to ask so many people, and definitely we don't get so easily.
Yield of that velvet.
Foliage wise, it's much better than that. But seed cost is more there. Seed cost is more comparatively, and we don't get availability of seeds is a question. We don't get so easily. That's a question. Farmer friendly andre easy available andre copy ashte.
Regarding promotion of insect pests and diseases from the soil, where you use Areca husk as a mulch. Did you come across any such situations?
No, except for termite, I didn't see any. No other problems were there. Termite was a major issue there. But that too not in the beginning, later part of the crop season. Like almost crop was harvested. We usually take 8 pickings in FCB tobacco in our station. Out of 8 pickings, almost after 5th picking, we could see termite. Almost at the end of the season.
So as long as the crop is standing, tobacco crop, so mulch is start from
Yeah, that's a
seedling stage, right?
yes, so the good question. We have applied mulches on the day of planting itself, and it will be there. Crop is of 4 months. Okay, at least it will be there up to 2.5 to 3 months in a right way. In a way how we have put, because we take up even intercultivation also, because we have put only on the ridges, so it will be there. But after that it slowly starts losing its structure. It gets the fiber that is there, it gets loosened. Yeah, and people say it won't get degraded, but we have not seen a single husk left in the next season. It has got mixed. Maybe over the years it may be a question, degradation or the decomposition in the farm. But for continuously 3 years we have used, and there is no problem of decomposition, because it has mixed with a very huge bulky soil, isn't it? So it has got mixed.
Decomposition complete and ಆಗಿರಲ್ಲ.
ಕ್ರಾಪ್ ಮುಗಿವಾಗ ಡಿಕಂಪೋಷನ್ ಫುಲ್ ಆಗಿರಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟೆ ವೀಕ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ರಶ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಇನ್ ಟು ಪೌಡರ್, ನಾಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಅ ಕಂಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಬಟ್ ಇನ್ ಟು ಪೌಡರ್. ಇಟ್ ಗೆಟ್ಸ್ ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ ಟು ಸಾಯಿಲ್.
So after the harvest of the crop, soil amendment ಆಗಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತೆಗಿತೀವಿ.
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇಟ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್.
ಟೊಬ್ಯಾಕೊ ಮೇಲೆ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ 6 months ATC ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಮೇಡಮ್ ಪೆಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ?
So here in the soil, it creates aeration by its movement in one way, but definitely I feel it as a pest.
ಅದು ರೋಡ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಫೀಡ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕೆಲವು
ಲೈವ್ ಮಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಕಮ್ಮಿ. ಎನಿ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ಸ್ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಟರ್ಮೈಟ್ ಫೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಆನ್ ದಿ ಲೈವ್ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾ? ಲೈವ್ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಬಾರ್ಕ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟೇಶನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ರೂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಥವಾ ವೇರ್ ಇಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಹಾರ್ಮ್ ದಿ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್. ಇಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ plantation crops, but this crop completes by the time it that's what every technology has its merits and demerits. How much yeah
ಚೀಪರ್ ಇದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಈಗ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಬಂತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಸಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಲಿ ಪ್ರೊಸೆಸಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಬಂತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. Now it is very cheap.
We used it for curing to feed the furnace, and they are making this cardboards and all. They are using it, and for this false roofing materials for false roofing and all. Yeah, for curing briquettes. Planning for that, we are not getting the funds for bringing that briquetting machine.
Madam, I have one question.
Yes, sir.
This experiments we use polythene films and all, HDP and all. Whether these are biodegradable, what is the fate of this after experiment? Because again we are contributing.
Definitely, sir. No, it's in results what I have shown. I am not relating this to natural farming. Definitely, all these polythene films what we use into our farms, non-degradable polythene, it's a threat to our
because here we are using gunny bags, but this gunny bag is a biodegradable.
Yes, sir. My intention was to find out some alternative to these films, polythene films what we use as a mulch. But of course, if gunny bag works out to be economically viable, definitely it's the best option. So that's why recently I attended one international conference on commercial agriculture. There they were telling they are planning for using these fibers what we get out of this bio waste, maybe arecas or something like that, and some concentration of other degradable waste they'll make, and they are planning for having this running sheets just like polythene film. With agro bio waste only they are planning for mulching material. Yeah, they are into it. Work is going, especially IRI scientist he was presenting. He said like we are working on it. Yes.
Have you observed any nitrogen?
Are concentrating, though they are very.
He was veterinary assistant surgeon from 1994 to 1998, and he has joined as an assistant professor in the year 1998 in Andhra Pradesh Agriculture University, that is APAU, and he also worked as a senior scientist and principal scientist in LRS Garividi and ICR NWP on sheep improvement at Palanmar, and he has also teaching experience of 10 years, research experience of 15 years in livestock farms, and also he has a experience around 20 years in extension activities. He has guided 7 PG students and also worked on Punganuru breed conservation for 6 years and in the promotion of organic and natural farming, and he also worked as a registrar for 9 months during the year 2017 for Sri Venkateswara Veterinary University. Please. So, sir, now over to you, sir. Welcome you. So, he is going to cover a topic on role and importance of livestock in natural farming. Over to you, sir.
So, dear friends, Dr. Gangaraju sir has come from Tirupati. Within a span of 2-3 days, I communicated him. Earlier, I was not aware of Dr. who is Gangaraju. Just we gone through some of the natural farming training programs like Angro somewhere else. We have taken the feedback from him. So, because on that basis, we selected him and communicated through phone, and he agreed. It's our pleasure, sir, and happy to receive you as a resource person at our and I'm very thankful to you in this regard. Sir, we have 44 participants. All are horticulture, agriculture, veterinarians are there, and in different faculty, different in agriculture, microbiology and all those things. So every food science is there. You can use it. That also there, if you want. So sir will explain what is that, because how you have to relate the livestock with natural farming. So I think 9 veterinarians are here now, physiologists are here, and LPM is there, gynecologist is here, and physiologist I think.
So
veterinary officers are here. So, okay. So the house is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to all the participants. Come over with the different places. Myself, I am Dr. Gangaraju, working as professor in the College of Veterinary Science, Tirupati. Okay, time is very short. My journey has taken nearly 14 hours to reach this place. Again, I have to travel 14 hours, but the time for this training programs for a speaker is hardly of 45 minutes. But this is the fate, how this opportunity you are going to given the speakers. But it is very quite common in all the occasions. But in a nutshell, it is very difficult to teach that a big subject like this natural farming. There is no boundaries. Now it is very popular. After that, Dr. Shubhas Palekar. Okay. Now coming towards this natural farming, how it is having that popularity, and what is the need of natural farming. Those two things are very important, and I have given that write-up, and the PowerPoint presentation also is there, and prepared 60 more slides for yourself. But the time is very constrained. Time is very constrained, what to start and what to end. But anyhow, with your kind permission, please accept whatever the time you have given to me. I will convey the best possible and important key points with regard to the natural farm. Okay, please proceed. The agriculture and allied sectors is unquestionably the largest livelihood provider of India. No doubt, India 70% of the population is directly dependent on agriculture, but the time is coming up for the development. Now it is going down. You have to accept that. Earlier it is of 70% and all those things is correct. Now it is of figures are changed due to modernization and the technological development. Now you have to see that increase the farmer independence due to the costly agricultural inputs, like all those things for agriculture and all the people, I don't want you again to say that agriculture or animal husbandry, whatever the food production practice is all uneconomical or unprofitable. Because overuse of all these chemical fertilizers, pesticides, or in the animal production also, the change of activities other than natural, it will increase that cost of production. Okay, cost of production is directly linked with input costs. Whatever the feed cost, whatever the fertilizer cost, whatever the pesticide cost, all these, it will increase that or enhance that cost of production. If the cost of production is more, your crop production is a failure job. Why the farmer is committing that such a suicide means we are left with our traditions. This is the big mistake what we have committed. And earlier days, everything is zero investment based. Whatever the crop production, whatever the agriculture production, whatever the animal production, it is all zero input based. It is always profitable and quality and also economical. Now with the change of culture, tradition, science, modernization, all these put forward, the more burden on the farmer and the input cost is raised up and every business is a profitless. And the only option for the farmer is to go for suicides. It's very sad to say that ours is an agriculture country, but we are answerable for every farmer's suicide. It's very shame to our country. And the nation is feeling about very bad about why these things are happened in the name of all these developments happen in all the fields. Science is developing in a vast manner in all aspects, including agriculture. But why the farmer is committing suicide? You have to think and rethink about, and you should not allow to commit suicide of any poor farmer because they are the valuable citizens of India. Okay, here the natural farming is always supported by livestock. There is no livestock, there is no natural farming. Whether you accept or not, our animals' role is very tremendous in agriculture production, especially natural farming. Because there is a close bond or symbiotic relation between agriculture, horticulture and animal husbandry. Without animals, you are not going to get that soil fertility and whatever that the utilization. And without crops, our animal cannot survive because every food product is coming through the agricultural crops directly or the byproducts or harvested materials. Okay, this is the relation between agriculture and animal husbandry. Both of these are twins, like your two eyes, left and right. And a nation is proud to say that India is having that a good number of livestock wealth compared with the rest of the world. Coming over the other slides, in the natural farming, you are going to use that, whatever that, the waste product generated by the animals, that is dung and urine. These two materials are the basic components in natural farming. In terms of animal production, the milk, meat, egg, whatever that, those things are valuable. But urine and dung is a waste product from that. It is the waste product generated usually. We never thought about these two things. But these two things are playing a very important role in natural farming. It is the value of dung and urine is a lot and invaluable. And you are contributing a lot to the crop production. But it is a big failure in India now. How to exploit this, the cow dung and urine for the production of crop production, especially agriculture crop production. Because farmers are left these two materials. Earlier days, every household, they are with the animals. Every farmer is used to maintain that a pair of bullocks, one cow, or the sheep and goat, whatever the poultry, it is there at every house. Now, you have to search where it is now in the villages. I have witnessed that. I have seen that with my own eyes in my village. Earlier it is of the huge population is available in whatever the species. Now it is of very, very less. Or sometimes it may be the negligible at a village level also. This is a very pathetic situation. We are neglecting a lot these livestock species in the rural areas. This is the main drawback why this farmer is unnecessarily suffering by depending on the commercial usage of these chemical fertilizers and pesticides instead of these natural products. Okay, now we have to see that Jivamogga, Neemastra and the intercropping for agricultural people. These are the common words. I don't want to explain again. And you have to see this. Soil fertility is very, very important. Okay, whatever the crop production, without soil, without its fertility, you can't do any wonders. Okay, farmer is doing crop production in whatever the means, but all the means of modern agriculture is uneconomical because he is overusing that inputs unnecessarily by default or by craze or by force. You can't say that why he is using that more quantity of urea, why he is using that more quantity of DAP or whatever that material for the sake of getting more yields. That is the only reason. And what is the negative thing is going to happen with that crop production? Your soil health is going down, down, down. Earlier, everywhere you are going to produce that good agricultural crops. Over a period, I have seen that in the so many villages in the Andhra Pradesh, the people are left at waterlogged areas or rain-fed areas, and whatever that I have observed that why they are leaving that these paddy fields means it is all suffered a lot with nitrogen toxicity. The overuse of nitrogen results in over-accumulation in the soil. It results negative effect on the plant, especially the paddy plant. And farmer has leave that land because the production is completely gone down. And such a barren lands because of with chemical overuses, it forces that a failure of agriculture. Now the people are realizing it is not the crop failure, it is the failure of the system. You are going to spoil the health of human beings because of overuse of these chemicals and pesticides. Every chemical and every pesticide is directly influencing the fetus which is growing in the mother's womb. You can't recognize it unless he has gone birth and has delivered after, and he is going to show the symptoms of the mental disorders. Then they are recognized that all these evil things are due to the chemical effects. Now the Western people are shouting that don't go for the chemical uses in the agriculture or any food production activities. Now they are very aware with organically cultivated food crops. Now they have realized it very well. But what about India? By default, it is a very big marketplace in the world. India is having the huge population, huge land area, and everything is big. It is a market source for Western people. They are dumping all their reserves in India. They are encashing the money. And here the law and other things are very liberal. This is the thing we are going to think about, that all these educated people now they are shifting towards the consumption of healthy food or quality food. They are preferring natural cultivated crop production activities, or they are going to depend on these healthy foods like milk, meat, whatever thing. Organically grown foods are very demandable in the market because of this, the elite people who are educated in the society. Now everybody, they are shouting that where we will get that a quality food. There is no production of quality products in India. The world is depending on European countries for this organic food, not in India. India is producing only 1% of organic food and rest of the thing from the Western countries. You have to imagine that we are number one in the population. We are number one in the farming land. Every resource, India is best. But what about the organic production? Because of our innocence, we are not encashing that global market. This is the thing you have to search in your mind. Don't do that simple practice of animal production or agricultural production or horticultural crop production. You have to think about that. The healthy crop production is very important. Now the people are educated much. Everywhere they are going to know about what is the use of these good things, especially for the sake of themselves and their family members. Now it is the day to think about that. What is the need of the healthy products? Okay, where you are going to think about natural farming is the only solution. Oh, now we have to see that, not only that, ourselves, whenever you are going to produce any natural things, ecosystem is very important after the soil fertility. Soil is there everywhere. It cannot be what you call that increase or decrease, the physical extent, but the quality is going up and down because of your usage. And after that, ecosystem is very important. If you fail to maintain that balance of the ecosystem, you will lose that soil fertility. There is a link between ecosystem and soil fertility. Soil is there. Soil is sometimes dead. Soil is sometimes very healthy. You know that agriculture people, what the soil composition, what the soil chemistry, and what the components there in the support to the plant growth. Okay, every biomass, it is enriched in the soil. It is, you are going to say it is a healthy soil. Okay, where you get that healthy soil? In the ecosystem, animal plays very important or key role in maintaining that, the soil fertility. Other than animals, there is none in the, in the globe to cause that soil fertility improvement. It is the animals, they are doing that, the soil fertility. In the ecosystem, we are forgetting about all the animals. We are thinking about the human beings only. We are forgetting about what is the meaning of ecosystem and what is the role. We are studying all those things in the books, but where is the practical application? Everybody is forgetting. And the ecosystem is very important in the maintenance of these good and healthy practices with regard to the soil fertility. Okay, now we have to see that the biotic and abiotic factor, all these are interrelated, and it is a very complex and having that mutual dependence. If you are not going to maintain that, the harmony or balance, it is definitely, it will not support that, the good crop production. Any altering the humidity or altering the temperature, altering the salinity, altering the pH levels of the soil because of global warming and pollution. Okay, world is not silent now. World is very much disturbed by this, the developmental activities. Everywhere you are going to say that the global warming is the punishment we are going to see everywhere, including the desert lands. They are experiencing the flash and heavy floods. And this is the start of global warming effect. From 2023 onwards, you are seeing that coming years ahead, it is still worse to see that evil things in that entire globe. Okay, all these disturbing the soil, the composition or soil health. Okay, apart from all these things, you need to maintain that ecosystem balance, you need to improve that soil fertility, and with these things, it is related to how best you are going to reduce that, the pollution of the environment is very important. Everywhere you are going to see that lot of industries and their pollutants, water pollution, air pollution, sound pollution, light pollution. There is no escape from the pollution. Entire globe is suffering a lot with pollution. Now it is the era of pollution, pollutants. And who will control that pollution? We are the punishable people. We are getting all those evil things by breathing, by drinking, by eating the food. And where you are going to get that good health? It is a problem in future to get that good health. You don't do anything, but pollutants make you the evil person or ill person in the society. Everybody has to face that challenge of this global warming effect. Okay, now we have to see that how these things are related with the agriculture and animal husbandry, and what is the asset of India. India is well blessed with the rest of the globe. We have to compare that. India is having that 15 different agroclimatic zones. Nowhere in the world, you have to see entire Google map, any country is having that this much of variation in the agroclimatic zones. It is, I think, in my sense, it is impossible in the world. Except India, we are having that beautiful different agroclimatic zones, and each and every agroclimatic zone is supporting a different varieties of the crops and horticultural crops. And also, it is supporting a good number of livestock species. This is very important. Apart from this climatic condition,
India is having around 212 indigenous breeds of various species, including the cattle 53, buffalo 20, goat 37, sheep 44, and you have to see that the pig 13, chicken 19, every birds and animal species, this much of diversity is not there in the rest of the world. It is not the simple you are going to count the breeds. How the evolution of the breeds is a big question. It is happened with the 15 agroclimatic zones. Okay, each and every agroclimatic zone is very specific for your crop production, very specific for your horticulture crops, and very specific for the unique genetic pattern of different livestock species or breeds. Okay, nobody is equal, no breed is equal. They are having their unique composition of genes, adaptability and behavior with that respect to breeds, as you are having that the plant varieties or crop varieties. Okay, these genetic diversities happen because of the 15 agroclimatic zones. All the agroclimatic zones are not uniform and equal with the rainfall, temperature or other environmental conditions. Okay, the one breed is adapted for certain climatic condition, cannot survive in the other zones. That is the beauty of India. Why this India is having this number of breeds means, this is the answer. We are having such a typical desert-like condition. We are having that coastal belts. We are having that heavy rainfall zones like Assam. And you are having that Himalayan zones. Okay, nowhere in the world. It is only in India. That is the reason we are having that very beautiful breeds of this livestock, and they are contributing a lot to the society. Now we have to see that livestock and poultry population between 1956 to 2019 census is very important to get that what we are and where we are. This is very important. You have seen that the cattle population from 56 to up to 2019, how it is changed. How it is changed. The figures will say that we are in the wrong side, not in the right side. We are in the wrong side because we have neglected the animal species over a period of the 50 years plus. Okay, these 5 decades period suffered a lot. It changed that the living style of the citizens of India. Earlier, before 1950s, you ask that your old mom or grandparents, they are very sound, very healthy, they lived at least 80 plus or 100 years plus. Now what is that survival rate? Counting of days, 50 years, it is more than enough. 60, they have forgotten to see the future. Now the longevity is also going down because of all these worst things, especially change of culture. Okay, Indians, the culture is very important. Culture is our secret and prosperity. But we are very unaware about our culture. Because every technology, every science and every principle is behind that culture. But we are forgetting about culture, we are modernized, we are thinking in a different way, and we are having that change of our lifestyles and habits. This is a main cause for your, what you call disturbed health. It is a disturbed health. Earlier, everything is good, healthy, as per that ecological balance. Now everybody is very sound. They are not having any problem, even in sugar or diabetes or the, what you call the cataract, and whatever the BP, never heard about from the old generation. Now it is common in each and every home. There is no sugar patient home in India. Every home is filled with 1 or 2 persons or with the full of package, and everybody is starting take that anti-diabetic pills after 25 years plus or even before also. Okay, because we have forget to memorize the old food habits. Food habits is nothing but eating of millets. It is gone. It is gone. Now the younger generation, they don't know what is millet.
And we have to see that what are that rice varieties? It is all gone. Only slim variety, only slim rice, only one BPT like that, very slim, and it is very easy to digest and immediate to enter into the glucose. Okay, if you are going to consume that, what you call the easy digestible food grain, especially that rice, it will enter into the glucose system directly, immediately after consumption. It will increase that blood sugar level. If that rice is having that slow digesting capacity because of their bigger size, stronger in nature, tough in situation, and those grains, they are going to release gradually. There is no shoot up of blood glucose. But what is your choice? Everybody want that, what you call the rice, slim rice. Easy, they don't use their teeth to grind at all. Very simplified diets, very simplified diet. Now the people are, you have to say that, very facile. All these cultural habits we have left gradually. We have forget about festivals, we have forget about that festival special foods. We are modernized. We are little bit modernized. You have to think, this was happened because we forget about our old cultural heritage. That cultural heritage is very important for India. The strength of India is our culture. The strength of India is our culture and our habits. Okay, next you have to see this. Here, human population in 1956, it is of 407 millions, and it is in the 2023, it is of 1428. This is that comparing that percent change from 56 to 2019. You have to see that all the livestock is gone less, and the other thing, other than humans, it is up in the negative side, except the poultry, the human population is, the 3.5 times is double. What it indicates? We are concerned more about humans, we are forget about our animals. Animals are playing very important role in the nature or ecosystem. But the species cannot be substituted by the human beings. We cannot do that the cattle work. We cannot do that our bird work. Okay, man will do that the ill habits of what is that the devil things did by the man. But the cattle and every domestic animal, they are very docile. They will do only good to the nature, no harm to the nature. But the human population is increasing means the evil thing is increased in the society. We are decreasing the animal population means your good is decreased. Now you have to think about that. Who will take care about animals? Animals are domesticated long back, and every family is having that close attachment with the animals in India. Now that relation is broken down. It is left with only dogs. No cattle, no buffalo, no sheep, and no other animals, including that poultry, your country birds. Only the modern people, they are surviving with one pet, one dog. Dog cannot balance that ecosystem. Dog cannot replace that cattle and buffalo or sheep and goat. Their role is different. Okay, now you have to think about that. What is the value of those things? You have to see that human population ratio. For every 1.3%, in 56 it is having that one cattle or livestock. Nowadays in the 2023, it is of every 2.7% you are having that one livestock. Because you are having that 50% reduction of livestock population based on the human population with the comparing with the livestock. This is good for India, but nobody is realizing the fact about what is the deficiency of animals it is going to cause to the society. It is silently happened. Nobody will afraid about the animals because everybody is getting that job or other means of money or income. But who will care that animals? It is the humans to care that animals. Not that animal will care themselves. They are not that wild animals. They are domestic animals. All the domestic animals should be cared by the humans only, not by the themselves like your wild animals. If it is in the forest, it will survive well. But it is in the domestic domain. You have to protect the animals. Now you have to see that
All these evil things, it is happening in the society is because of change of mindset of the people and the change of our lifestyles. Previously, everybody loves that animal. Now everybody hates that animal because of doing service or burden or nuisance. If you want to roam on the road with the pet, who will take care about the wife or husband or children? It is a big fight. Then the people will leave the dog also. Then in the villages, animal needs some food. Who will give that food? Who will give that water? No other person is there. Everybody, children is gone to school. Husband has gone to the job. And the wife is sitting in the home. How she can manage that animals? It is the problem in the villages. Earlier, education is less, but workload is more for the people. Now education is more, workload you have to see that taking pain of animals is a big problem in villages. That is the reason why it is coming down the village population, especially the livestock. It is very bad. India means not the villages. It is of urban as well as rural areas. Ecosystem environment includes both rural and urban. But the failure in the rural areas, having the population of livestock, it is having the direct role on the environment or soil or even crop production. Now why you have to think about that? Instead of animals, you are depending on the urea, DAP or complex or the direct injectables. Now we are going to say that they are going to take that mineral solutions directly they are injecting to the plants or crops. To get that watermelon taste or color, they are injecting drugs directly. They want that big shape, they want to do that hormone injections. In the livestock, they want to get more milk, they will put that oxytocin injection. And everything, the science is not in the hands of scientists, in the hands of the rogues. Everybody using the acid for doing crimes. Earlier it is of only science students they are touching acid. Now everybody is using the acid for taking that revenge. Okay, this is the thing we have to think about why this was happened.
Sir,
okay, and here...
Can you relate this data to the food habit of people changing food habit?
Yeah, definitely it will take much time. It is very difficult to cover in the 1 hour period. But anyhow, we will try. You have to see this poultry. Poultry also in India, earlier it is of 4.3%, it is having that one bird. Now it is of, for every 1.6% you are having one bird, means the strength of poultry industry is enormously increased. On the other side, if you increase that poultry population because of your meat needs, it is the direct, what you call competitor of the human beings in taking the food grains. Okay, poultry industry development should not be allowed. You have to depend on other species because the human and birds are taking that monogastric diets equally. It is direct competitor for human beings. Okay, poultry should not be developed as usually because it is a direct competitor of eating grains. All that important food items, it may be used by these birds. That's why other than poultry for the meat production is very important. You have to focus on that side because it is of fashion to earn the money because everybody is taking that meat enormously. It is having that big demand in the market. Now they will increase that poultry enormously. They are neglecting the other species. Okay, this is the reason you have to see that. And what is the effect of this? The unilateral growth of the birds. Next you have to see that the livestock, the globe you are going to see that towards India. Now it is becoming superpower in future. Not only that human population, you are having the top in that bovine population, and the second in that goat population, and third in the sheep population, and fifth in the poultry production. Though you are having that the big number of human population, in proportionately you are having that a good number of livestock wealth in India. But in comparison with the previous period, it is gone down. Except only growth you are going to observe, it is with the poultry sector. Okay, now we have to see that the other things. As per the 20th livestock census, this is the world rank with the different species. Pig is a neglected species in India. Okay, in the Western, pig is a very a sacred animal for China or rest of the European countries. It is having that good meat yield. It will grow up to 250 to 300 kg, and it will have the dressing percentage 70% dressing percentage. It is also a monogastric animal, and it is a good meat producer, but India is neglected that animal, and we are depending more on the birds or poultry. Instead of poultry, you have to encourage that the pork production. Then it is very, very supporting for India to reduce that cost of production of chicken meat. Now it is shoot up to 200, 300 per kg. Because everybody is opting for chicken only, not with other thing. Because India is depending main meat product 50% from chicken only. It is a pressure, high pressure. And the common man will not get that meat in future. If it is like that means, it is very difficult to take the chicken also in the festive occasions. And in India, you have to see that all these 5 species, rest of the pig, you have to see that sheep, goat, buffalo, cattle, these are ruminant species. It is the asset for India. Okay, every ruminant is a herbivorous animal. It will use that, whatever that agriculture wastes, in a better way to convert as a meat or milk. Okay, if you are going to promote these ruminant species, and you are going to get that a good result of milk production. Now the India stands number 1 in the world with the highest milk production. It beat out every developed country. Now we see that these small ruminants are contributing a lot in India, equally with large ruminants. This is also wonder in India. Nowhere in the world it is dominating with bomails or with sheep and goat. You will see that only 1 or 2 species hardly. But India, these 4 species are surviving very well because of our climatic conditions are very good. This is the reason why we are surviving, because of having that lot of human population. India is supporting in a many way with the scientific development. And all these agriculture scientists, or horticulture scientists, or the animal husbandry scientists, they have contributed a lot in increasing or enhancing the crop production, grain production, fruit production. Whatever that as per the need, doing the technology of crossbreeding or genetic engineering, whatever the use of these fertilizers, direct fertilizers, and all these having the boosting of food grain production. It is self-sufficient now. We are getting food grains for our Indians. Though we are having that 142 crores of the people, there is no suffering like Africa or some other countries. Because of we are holding number 1 population in the world, but there is no food crisis in India. That is the blessed thing about these scientists, especially the agriculture scientists. Okay, next we have to see this. The livestock and poultry population in South India. This is I have prepared very recently for the sake of your understanding. The AP, you have to say AP, Telangana state, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Kerala, Lakshadweep and Pondicherry. These are the South Indian states accounting 19.3% of the India's area and holding the 20% of the population. But you have to put an eye on what is the species it is going to be carried out in each and everywhere in the South India. In AP, it is dominant with buffaloes. AP is dominant with buffaloes and the total livestock population, and the density as per the area wise, it is carrying about 208 animals per square meter area, square kilometer area. Whereas the Tamil Nadu, it is dominant with sheep because of they are with high consumption of meat, especially mutton, and having that 289 the livestock density per square kilometer. And Tamil Nadu is of 188, and Karnataka is of 151, Kerala is of 75, Lakshadweep 178, Pondicherry 360. And what it means, livestock is not everywhere same, with the same number of species. It is differ with the species. That is very important. You have to understand that why these species are dominant, especially in the AP, we are having that good, what you call these cropping lands, and having that good rivers, Krishna, Godavari, Vamshadhara, Nagavali rivers are there, and a continuous, what you call that, perennial rivers are there, paddy production is good, and paddy stride is available, and it is more suitable for buffaloes. The coastal belt is more suitable for buffaloes. That's why the buffaloes are dominating in AP, South India. Next, Tamil Nadu. You are going to see that Tamil Nadu, it is having that good number of sheep, and you are having that in comparison with the Telangana, sorry, it is Telangana. Tamil Nadu is very good number of cattle, and Telangana state is sheep, and now you have to see that Tamil Nadu, it is having that more goat. Goat is surviving where you are having that more number of forest areas. Tamil Nadu is, because of they are having that more forest area, and it is more suitable for the goat, not for the sheep. Sheep need dry areas or dry land areas. Okay, if you are going to see this, Karnataka, it is dominant with pig production. Entire south is different, but Karnataka people, because of cold and this chilly condition, winter is very high in rest of the southern places, and Karnataka people are having the habit of eating more pork, especially the Kolar zone. One time it is expressed that if you consume more pork, there is no constipation. If you don't eat pork, you will have that constipation. The why reason behind that, why these Karnataka people, the coldest weather will not allow the feces to defecate easily. It will need some fat and energy to pass the stools very easily. Because of other places, they are unique with the other climatic condition. But Karnataka especially, it is a very cold belt. It is a very chill. And that lowest temperature caused a common problem of constipation. To overcome that constipation, the pork is having the fat value. And this will give energy as well as the friction-free stool passage. There is a meaning of preference of every species in every state. It is not easy to say that without seeing this. Figures are talking, not it is my words. It is the figures are saying the facts. And you have to see that how beautifully arranged. There is no comparison with any species in the South India. Each state is having specific to the sheep, specific to the goat, specific to the buffalo, specific to the cattle, specific to the pigs. South is beautiful than North. South is beautiful in the livestock population than North. Okay, we are well blessed because you have to see that next slide. Here the population density in India, it is of now 481 per square kilometer. The population in India in 1955 is 134 per square kilometer. Now we have to see this population growth, humans with the animals. Earlier in 1950s, it is more or less similar to the human population. Now it is having wider gap. This is also a very important thing to secure that the future food to the people. And food security for India is a big problem between 2030 to 50. The World Bank has announced, if you cross this 2050, you are safe. Otherwise, India will suffer a lot with food crisis. Because of population bomb is the dangerous thing for India. You cannot feed these people with this global warming effects. The challenge is not that human population, it is the challenge of global warming. All this global warming will alter that your what you call the future prospects or expectations of crop production. You are anticipating one thing. It is happened with the floods and nonsense or cyclones or droughts. It is going down. Then how you feed these people is a burden for India. The future food security is very important for India, not that financial security. Okay, food security is concerned of agriculture, horticulture, and husbandry. That's why now the government is giving more priority for the support of these agricultural sciences. They are putting more schemes to educate the farmers to save the future crisis, especially the food crisis for India. Now we have to see that The other slide, the distribution of the different species in Andhra Pradesh. Rest of the states, you have to see that all the other South Indian states are different. But in AP, the sheep and goat are equally more dominating than cat and buffaloes. It is very difficult to say that all the species will survive in one particular state. The state suitability, especially with the agroclimatic conditions, is very important. Animals can survive with the support of food grains or with the support of crop production, with the support of fodder production. That all depends on your soil fertility and again the water sources. Either it may be rain-fed or it may be irrigated. Without water, you can't do that any wonders in agriculture. No rains, no agriculture. What that our ex-VC has told that every agriculture is depending on the rainfall. If there is no rain, there is no duty of agriculture scientist. We are all rain dependent or water dependent. Our animals are also depending on water only. And the AP is having that the good source of dryland areas and wetland areas. Okay, AP is having 60% dryland areas and 40% wetland areas, and it supports both the species equally, small ruminants as well as large ruminants. That's why AP is very good with milk production, meat production, egg production. Okay, next you have to see this, the distribution of sheep in AP. It is very wonder. These species is surviving with that effect of rainfall. Okay, if the rainfall is less, you have to see that Anantapur is the drought area. It is the desert of Andhra Pradesh. Okay, where you are going to have that lowest of minimum rainfall, annual rainfall, the population of species sheep is very high. Where it is of having that more number of rainfall, the species is coming downwards. Okay, sheep needs more dryland areas. Goat needs more forest lands. Buffalo needs more waterlogged lands. And cattle need water-free lands. Okay, this is the suitability of these livestock species. You can't grow anywhere as you wish. It is depending on the climatic support. Okay, next you have to see this. These are agriculture crop production. This is very magical. You have to see this. From 1980-81 to 2021, the share of GDP in the agriculture, it is of 34% in the 80s. Now it is coming down 11.6%. This is the fate of agriculture. If you are neglecting agriculture, means you are moving towards that food scarcity. But India is in the right way or wrong way it is moving. Madam, you are from agriculture? Yes, you have to answer this. Earlier it is of 34% is contribution of GDP by agriculture. Now it is coming down to 11%, means India is neglected with agriculture supported by other sectors. If we neglect that agriculture, means we have to beg that food grains from the other countries.
That will be good, no, sir.
Okay, you are deep, in depth, you are going to think the agriculture production is depending on the soil fertility.
It is only the monetary.
Yeah. Now I am going to correlating, not the monetary. Your soil is good, your production is good. If farmer is earning good money, if he fail to earn the profit, you will lose that agriculture. Nobody is used to crop production, especially he is having that land, but he is not doing any agriculture, he is doing real estate. Commercial aspect is good, he is earning money, but where you are going to get that food production? All the fertile lands are towards changing as a real estate business. All these vast lands they are doing by the poor farmers as agriculture now. This is good? Not the economy. Not the economy, land and its constraint. There is a shrinkage of fertile land for the crop production is there in agriculture. And you are converting the name of real estate. It is open fact. Whether you are agree or not, I am not going to interfere. But we are losing that valuable fertile land in the name of real estate or industries. It is going to be happen silently. You have to, otherwise, this much of contribution it is not coming down in India. Because we are 70% agriculture people in India.
So other sectors it is how.
Okay, it is good. You should not beg for food kinds. You should not.
Services are.
Sir, if you don't get that fuel, you are not going to use the vehicle. If you are not going to get food now, you have to beg with the other countries. Begging of food is very difficult. Begging for a fuel. No, it is very sensitive, sir. The people are very intelligent of the West.
Sir, production is good now. We are getting.
Production is happening because of overuse of these chemicals. Not with that increase of your crop production, sir. It is happened with that use of direct application of fertilizers. It is happening with the genetic engineering or modified crossbreeding of these crops. Why this Indian cattle is producing more maize? Not earlier. Now it is with the crossbred cattle. Why this crop production is more in paddy? It is of release of new varieties. Whether new varieties are good or your old varieties or stabilized varieties are good for India. This is a big question for agriculture scientists. You should not lose your valuable genetic resources. Genetic resources is a future game for world. Who are having that genes with you, traditional genes, you are very capable in commanding the things. You are hybrid. There is no pure breeding in future. Hybrids are dependent with two lines. One line is absent, no hybrid production. In poultry or in rice production, whatever it may be. If it is pure genes are there, it will not give high yield, but it will survive with our climatic condition. There is a in-depth of science is there, sir. I am not going to argue. It is a very understandable. It is a brain game. It is a brain game, India with West. It is a brain game. Okay, now we have to see this. GDP contribution of livestock, it is of 13.88% in 80-81. Now it is gone to 30.87%. This is wonder. This is wonder. Because people are having more easy money, assured money with the livestock. Because everybody is consuming milk now. Earlier it is of only rural, not rural, only urban people that are taking the tea, coffee. But now it is of in the grassroots of villages, they are having that habit of taking tea both the times. Increase of consumption of milk. Increase of market availability and the demand for milk is there. Increase of meat consumption is there in India. Increase of egg consumption is there in India, both rural and urban. Yet it is only rural, urban only. Now it is everywhere it is common. Everybody is having that access to take that good food. In our days, we can't find any ice cream in the rural areas. Now it is very commonly available in the remote places also. Because of technology, refrigerator, or transport, and whatever the means, it supports a lot of value for marketing of animal products than agriculture. That is the secret of growth of these things. And animal production will not affect with the what you call this rainfall and other what you call the weather aberrations. Crop production is highly sensitive for weather aberrations, but livestock is less affected with these failures. Especially it is having that cushion. It will decrease yield. It will not suffer. But in the crop production, 50% to down to -9 or whatever the decrease of yield is possible in the crop production. If the season is not good, you can't see that mangoes in the market. If any pest is there, entire crop is gone. But animal production cannot be affected with these seasonal aberrations. That's why farmer is opting for, rather than agriculture, for animal production, especially in the South India. It is proved, but North India it is failed. That's why North India, they are having more suicides than South India. It is proved and everybody is agreed now. Crop production should be always supported with animal production. That's why they are encouraging integrated farming system. Now the concept is changed. Now everybody is insisting, whatever the horticulture, whatever the agriculture, you have to keep the animals in the farm. It is having that supportive income whenever there is a failure in crop production is there, farmer cannot do that suicides. Family can survive with the support of animal production. It is a buffer effect or a cushion effect is there. That's why you have to address the farmers, keep the animals for your good soil health, for your flexibility in family economic situations. Otherwise, no animal is there, agriculture is highly dangerous. What the people are facing in the north, they are having more crisis with only crop production, not they are with dual role, animal with agriculture production. In the south, it is there in everywhere. Every family is maintaining both these things. And especially in our place, in Tirupati, no, without animal, you can't see any house in the rural areas. Minimum 1 to 5 or 10 animals. Though they are having land, they are having the mango orchards, they are having the paddy production, they will keep that, the dairy as a supporting thing. Earlier it is of, in the 1970s, 80s, it is of one dairy. Now it is of 27 dairy plants there in Chittoor district. You have to imagine what is that growth. People know that how to earn the money because they are having good market. Okay, this is the way how you are going to support that livestock in the rural areas. Now you have to see this. The food consumption pattern is differing a lot in North India and South India. South India is very, very dominant with the non-vegetarian diets, and the North India is mostly concentrated with vegetarian diets. Okay, if you are going to imagine these figures, if there is no animal production is there, South India will suffer a lot. If there any increase in the rate of poverty is there, the poverty, especially it affects that South India, not with North India. Because these food habits are happened because of our culture. Okay, everywhere you are going to use that, the meat items in our festive occasions. It is a very favorite for meat foods or milk foods than with any other commodities. Okay, now we have to see that other thing. Draught animal power. This is also very important. The one aspect I have to say that India is having that very good number of cattle breeds, and all the breeds are not milch cattle. Only few are milch cattle like what you call the Shahiwal or Gir cattle or Red Sindhi. Okay, very few, Tharparkar like that. Rest of the cattle are, it is a bulk of draught animals. It is a male cattle vigorously used for agriculture production. Now, the draught animal population is very much neglected in India. Everybody is focusing with the females, especially crossbreeds for milk production. They are neglected the bullock power. And those bullocks are eco-friendly, and they are having that no, what you call this, no cost of maintenance. And it is giving a lot to the farmer in supporting of crop production or agriculture production. Now, you are not find hardly any bullock pair in the villages. It is gone. Now, there is a threat for the Indian famous breeds like Ongol or other breeds, because nobody calling them for flowering purpose in the agricultural crops. Everybody using that power tillers, big tractors and implements. And all this mechanization is resulted in increase of fuel consumption, increase of the price shoot up in the market of whatever the commodities are related to the fuel. All these fuels are, it is imported from the Gulf countries. We are getting with the 10 rupees and paying 100 rupees after putting that 90% tax. But we are neglecting that the good pair of bullocks. Okay, the traction or the flowing or whatever that agricultural activities, it is of eco-friendly and it is very good for soil health. But use of mechanization is permitted, but it is resulted in unemployment in the rural areas. People are having no work. In other ways, every bullock is having that the handful of work. Now there is nobody is calling that bullocks. They are using that power tillers. And the people are sitting quietly and they are leaving those male cattle. If you are neglecting that male cattle means you are neglecting that your breed. In other sense, slowly the Ongol is having under threat because the Animal size is big, maintenance is a problem. It needs some manpower, but nobody is calling those animals for agricultural purpose. Okay, mechanization is causing a lot of threat to the animals also. You have to encourage that a pair of bullocks are there. You have to give the employment, and it supports that the reduction of fuel consumption by way of using vehicles, and it is eco-friendly, and the dung and urine passed by these male cattle also very supporting for your soil fertility. Not only that, you cannot produce the dung in the the machine, by the machine in the plant. Like urea, it is possible, madam, to produce the dung in the machine with that factory. How many factories you need to supply that fertilizer, especially farmyard manure, to the field? It is unimaginable. But these animals are free of cost. They are eating that waste and they are generating urine and dung. It is highly nutritious and healthy for the soil fertility. But we are ignoring our livestock in the name of mechanization. I don't want to comment which is correct, which is good and all those things. Based on the soil fertility, you have to talk with me. For your soil fertility, your machine is good or your animal is good. Tractor cannot give that toilets and all these things. It results only pollution. Okay, but animal, it will defecate and urinate while work. It will do that. The eco-friendly are good things to the society or nature are very good to the soil. But we are neglecting that, the usage of work cattle, especially these draught animals. But South India is dominated with these draught animals. Now it is gone. You have to think what is the effect. It is directly affecting that soil fertility, not the number. That will not be replaced by any other species. Okay, next you have to see this, the value of bullocks in agriculture. You are well aware with this, what you call cartmen in Karnataka. They have somebody has calculated that 5 tons of dung will produce that this much of urine and dung. It will support that 10 to 12 human beings throughout the year. If you use one bullock, it will feed that 10 to 12 people 365 days. It is the contribution of one animal. Okay, because these things in terms of value of your fertilizer, especially chemical fertilizer. Okay, you should not ignore that animal. And the animal is also serving the society by way of reducing the input costs. Okay, next you have to see this, the agriculture situation in India, and I don't want to touch much, but only one thing I am going to entertain here. India is third largest producer and consumer of fertilizers in the world, accounts 12.2% of the world production of nitrogenous and phosphate nutrients, and 12.6% of the world consumption of NPK. This growth is not good for India. This much of the increase of chemical fertilizers, it is not recommended for India for the sake of economy, not for other thing. For the cost of production of urea, it is very amazing. If it is government is not giving any subsidy, nobody will purchase that urea. Remember? It is available with 300 rupees per bag, but actually the price is around at 1500 or 2000. Government is giving subsidies. Then only the farmer is able to purchase urea. But this is not good for your economy. This needs to be reduced in the crop production. Under natural farming, and all these things now they are going to say that chemical free and livestock based, everybody knows that. How you are going to replace that usage of direct application of fertilizers? Okay, you have to use that better with animal waste. Like the biostimulants are necessary to catalyze this process. Here, making of the biostimulants, I think it is this natural farming or organic farming simultaneously they are going to use in India. Whatever that means, if you are going to use that more organic products for the agriculture, it is called as organic agriculture. if you are going to use that complete free from purchasing the material, you are going to do that natural means. It is called as the natural form. Both these are conveying the similar words, only the difference in the practice of getting inputs. And here, our Prime Minister, he has insisted that our farmer progresses as our agriculture progresses and prospers, so will our country progresses. Here, when you do that natural farming, it serves the nature and it serves the environment. This is the Prime Minister, he has entrusted all the Indians to follow invariably natural farming. You have to protect that soil health and environment. It is the future concept of our, what you call these agriculture communities or scientists go for natural means, eco-friendly crop production. And it is very important to protect our soil health as well as our environment. Because environmental pollution is a major threat for the entire globe. And every country is contributing a lot, especially the developed countries. And they are putting blame on India. You are having more animal population. It is the cause for release of methane. If you reduce that animal population in India, then you are going to depend more on fertilizers, especially chemical fertilizers in the West, which is good. If you lose that animal in the name of methane production, if you depend on only that purchased these chemical fertilizers, it is good really? Absolutely it is a wrong concept. I am not agreeing with that statement. Animals are not, now it is gone up. It is there with millions of years. If it is really the cause of animals for the methane production, now we are not going to see this world. It is happened with the development of the industries. They are putting the blame on India of our livestock because we are having the one number of bovine population in the world. India is carrying out nearly 16 to 20% of world bovine population. That is the reason they are putting blame on India. They are forgetting about their industries. And they are going to put that, what you call the climatic effects. They are going to charge more who are going to produce more pollutants. In that way, we are going to produce that this eco-friendly crop production is very important in future. Okay, now we have to see this agriculture in the Andhra Pradesh. It is does mean the zero budget natural farming. It is enlisted by the Palekar in the 2016. He worked as an advisor to the AP government. And in AP also gradually all the educated farmers are shifting towards the natural farming. Earlier it is not aware with this thing. After the Palekar publicity, everybody is trying to follow whether it is giving good results or not. After getting good results, everybody is converting the system of agriculture with natural farming. It is there enhanced year after year in AP and the rest of the South India also. In Tamil Nadu also they are having the practice of natural farming. Okay, now we have to see this, the biological inputs, how we are going to make these kashayams or the astrams. All the pesticides, or you are going to use that, the fertilizers with the natural means by enriching that, the product by usage of this dung and urea and enriched with the flour and the jaggery and the natural soil as a medium to improve that soil biome conditions. This is very important. All these are acting pro to the soil fertility and soil health. These are all chemical free. That's why your animal should also be chemical free in production. Now that organic milk, organic meat, organic egg. This is the concept we are going to take over in the animal husbandry. Not that other ordinary milk. Everybody is asking for organic milk. Because you should never use any chemicals or vaccines or deworming in the animal production. And those things are highly costly in the name of organic products in the international markets. And some countries they are owning in the Western by marketing these organic branded products in India also. Okay, organic milk is costing around 300 to 500 rupees per liter. Ordinary milk 30 rupees. You have to see that 10 times to 15 times is enhanced. The cost of milk per liter. Please, sir.
Sir, actually you told about meat, egg and
Organic.
organic, yeah.
Yeah.
So if you compare the organic meat, milk and egg, if you compare the non-organic meat, milk and egg, so what is the nutritional content which are higher in organic meat, milk and egg production, sir? For example, if you take milk.
Sir, only one thing, sir. You are a vegetarian or non-vegetarian? Yeah. I will give you one simple logic, sir. One simple logic. If you are having one insect in your field now,
No, sir, you just told me.
I will tell you that if you are having one insect in your field, any crop, you want to kill that insect, what you are going to use?
Yes, sir.
Chemicals.
Yeah.
Pesticides. Now, the lower dose of pesticide will kill the insect. The same drug you have to use more, it will kill that human also.
No, sir, no, sir. Don't kill the human. So I have the data, sir. So
It-
I was just asking.
No. Your delta method not kill the human?
No, sir.
Higher doses?
Sir, it is not lethal, sir. If you
No.
Judiciously, if they use, it will cause the problem, sir.
That is the thing.
Cause the problem. Don't kill the human, sir.
No, sir. Here you have to make that one clarity. Sir, usage of lower dose of lethal doses of chemicals, it is permitted up to that killing of small organisms or insects. If it is of accumulated more and more with over and continuous usage, it is having the toxic effect on the humans also. That effect you are not going to account. After destruction of your organ, you are realizing. Kidney failure, lung failure or liver failure. It is all happened with the prolonged accumulation of toxic these chemicals. Okay.
Yes, sir, okay.
The natural means or completely organic means you are not going to use any chemical at all, and it should be of natural means of breeding, natural means of housing, natural means of
No, sir. Vaccination is allowed.
no, sir.
Vaccination is allowed.
Sir, I am telling that when it is of optionally, it is of outbreak prone area, then only you have to encourage. Otherwise, no harm or no pain should be caused to the animal in the production of organic meat or milk. You should not allow the bird to put in the cage. You are not going to inseminate the animal to have that consumption.
Sir, insemination is allowed. Vaccination is allowed.
No, sir.
Sir, I am a certified farm advisor from managed and organic farming.
No, sir. You have to refer.
Veterinarian, I know.
No.
Vaccination
Sir, please.
and insemination is allowed, sir.
No, sir. No. You have to see that. Go through the literature. Here, one thing. Any manner of artificially handling of animals is not allowed in organic production. Okay, you have to hear. If you are going to put that bird in the cage, what was happened? The closed circumstances will result in stress of the bird. That stress of the bird results in stress hormone release. That the stress hormones will cause the higher level of cortisol in the meat. And those things are not permitted in the organic production. Whatever Sir is telling that, more or less, it is of earlier, they have put that lot of restriction in organic production. Now it is of impracticable things, then they have liberalized some extent. I am not arguing with Sir. But anyhow, basically, it should be a stress-free production. Stress-free means you should not give that the forced feeding. You have to leave the animal to graze naturally. You have to house the animals naturally. How it is possible? If you are going to use that insemination, here you have to listen one word. If you use that insemination in the animals, if it is not happened with conception with the male bull, it is having that psychological disturbance in the animal production. That psychological disturbance is not allowed in natural farming or organic farming. These things you have to remind yourself. Doing of any artificial means, it should cause that unnatural production. That unnatural practice is objectionable in organic production or natural farm. This is the only logic. Animals should not have any sufferings at all in the production of organic means. Okay, the extent of application of those things is practicable or not, I don't want to interact. it is highly tough job to produce that organic meat and milk. Because as per literature, our farmers cannot do that, these practices. Because it is of having that liberal land area and a free area to roam, to behave, to have that restriction-free life. Okay, those things are not permissible in ordinary conditions. That is the reason our India is very impractical in doing organic food production. Now we got the point?
Sir, I'll just ask.
There is a higher level of these insisting of things are there, but it may be liberalized with that by doing that practice. I am not going to against to that how you are going to restrict that AA. How you are going to restrict that AA means AA is widely practiced. If there is no AA, you need to maintain one bull. If you are using that bull means it is not economical. Maintenance of bull is highly uneconomical. Using of semen is very cheap, but it will disturb that the breeding habit of the animal. It will affect that welfare of the animal. Why it is a one male and female, 1+1? Why it is a 1:40 in humans also? It is there in sheep. For every one breeding ram, you have to allow 20 to 30 females. It is nature. It is having that potency. It is allowed. For every reason, you have to designate what is nature and what is unnatural. Now you got the point, madam? What is nature and what is unnatural? Here, all this natural means you should not disturb, not at all. What is the welfare of the animal? No pain at all in living styles. And these restrictions they are going to put in organic production, especially in the western fields. The western, they are having that highly, the stipulated rules and regulation in organic certification. But India, it is of little bit liberal. I am talking about the western, but Sir is talking about the Indian conditions. Okay, western is, they are very stringent with rules, but India, it is of little bit liberal now. We are transforming phase. Gradually, it is not, one day it is not possible to implement all these things in India. But gradually we are going to shift to the natural means, not in a sudden manner. Okay, now you have to see this. These are the products you are going to prepare with this cow dung and urine. And these are animal urine and dung is having around different essential minerals. I don't want to read it all out. Okay, and ICAR is recommended that IFS models. Anywhere you have to see this combination of species or birds to encourage that natural farming. Okay, ICAR is now insisting all the institute to maintain integrated farming system with the different livestock. And here these are some of the elements you are recorded in the cow urine. And these are the properties of cow urine with the pH and nitrogen, all these values. And already some data is there. What is the benefits of cow urine in practice of doing agriculture? Many research, the studies have proved that the cow dung and urine is giving good results and healthy results in crop production and also in controlling the pests in the crops. Okay, this is the importance of cow urine in human health. Okay, it is also effective in some hepatic disorders and anti-cancer treatment and destroy the harmful bacteria in the urban waste. If you use that cow dung in the sewage, it will control that pathological bacterial multiplication. Okay, how you are going to neutralize? It is very, I think it is everybody know that the railway department is using that cow dung in the use of toilets. Okay, if you are going to use that cow dung, it will neutralize the bad smell and it will digest that whatever the fecal matter is collected in that trains. Okay, cow dung is very, very valuable in reduction of the pollutants, especially the sewage pollutants. Okay, this is urban area, it is of very common. If you are using that this manure, it is drained into the sewage streams, it will control that the foul odor, or it will control that the negative pathogens. Now where is that urban population? It is not there. And you are going to see that any metro cities are there like Chennai or Bangalore, the sewage is a very big problem. You can't stay besides that any canals or the streams, because all these are wastes are causing lot of pollution and foul odor. If you use this, the cow dung, it will control that the bad odors. Okay, this is adverse effect of the cow urine. If you are going to overuse that cow urine, again it is dangerous to the crop production. Okay, any nutrient over accumulation, it will result the toxic condition. It is permitted up to that the minimum level. Okay, next you have to see that environment. This emission of urine, it causes the release of nitrous oxide. It is of 300 times more powerful than carbon dioxide. Whenever you are going to depend on animals, the animal urine, if you are not going to handle, it is that the pathogen or environment pollutant. It is more potent than the carbon dioxide. And you are going to see that methane is also very dangerous. The what you call the gas, it is released by the ruminant animals. Okay, next you have to see this, the global warming, the methane, what I have already told you. The India is having the largest buffalo population or cattle population, and these bovines are causing methane release. It is the cause for global warming. Now everybody is saying that India is causing global warming. That's why you have to reduce your ruminant population. You have to leave your native cattle. You have to encourage that crossbred cattle or the hybrid, what you call that, western cattle or exotic cattle. What they are giving solution? You have to reduce that your native breeds, increase that the high yielding cattle, then it will release that less methane, and it is good for the environmental, what you call that, the release of methane. Whether you are accepting this or not, I am not agreeing with this.
How much percentage variations are between those two?
Indigenous and native cattle, sir, which will go to...
Madam, one thing, madam, one reason, all the high yielding or crossbred or exotic cattle, it is consuming good diets, it will release less enteric methogen production. All these ND cattle, they are released on this agriculture byproduct waste consumption, it will release more methane. And all these cattle, it is cause for methane production, especially low yielding cattle. Our Indian cattle are low yielding in comparison with crossbred or exotic.
Statement is contradictory, sir.
Yes, sir. First time we were discussing...
As per the literature, what they are recommending globally, India has to reduce their native cattle. They have to encourage only exotic cattle. Sir, you have to catch my statement. It is all proved. And it is all having that liberal papers against India with this against the local breeds. Okay, you have to go through that. Our cattle is having that low milk producers, but roughage consumption is more. All roughage consumption leads to enteric methane generation with high levels than exotic cattle. That is the statement they are going to bring to reduce that your indigenous cattle. It is up to you. It is a fact what they are going to show to us. India has to reduce that your domestic native cattle breeds. Okay, next. Madam, one thing, madam, it is a very last. Here I want to realize one fact. Soil fertility is happened with cattle, sheep and goat. Cattle, buffalo, sheep and goat. Here you are going to see that cow dung is, it will drop with the lump and it will be stagnant with one place. Whereas the small ruminants, it is in a pellet tail. It may avoid while it is walking, and the distribution of these pellets are more than this cow dung. Okay, it is a more with these small ruminants like a sheep and goat, your farmlands and wastelands are enriched with soil fertility. That means sheep and goat is contributing a lot in the wasteland fertility or in the tree growth or in the vegetative growth. But cattle increase the population, it may restrict to your house only. It may not walk more distances. But these small ruminants, it will walk 20 to 30 kilometers per day in search of food. While moving, it will defecate and it will urinate. It will climb the top hills. It will move in the whatever the corner of the desert areas. And all these having that soil enrichment in dryland areas. Okay, based on the species, you will have that soil fertility. Okay, if your soil should be healthy means you have to encourage both this cattle as well as sheep and goat. Okay, this is with regard to the clarity to my friends. And this is the composition of cow dung. It is there in the literature. You have to see this, the nutritive value of different species. All that animals are not defecating with equal quantity of these what you call nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium. Okay, here you have to see this. The horse is having good with some materials in comparison with the other species. Swine and sheep, you have to see that the percentage of nitrogen is more in sheep than with the rest of the animals. Animal is small, but release of nitrogen is more in comparison with the large ruminants. Like that swine also, it is having that some different values with the phosphorus and potassium. Where the phosphorus is more in swine, it is very good for tuber crops. Whatever the tuber crops in agriculture is there, they will prefer to use the swine manure or pig manure rather than with cow manure or sheep manure. Whenever the orchard crops are there, they prefer to use these sheep manure and goat manure, not with the cow dung. Okay, this is the logic you are having. It is happened with these NPK. Okay, wherever the plant needs more nitrogen, they will use that particular species. Wherever that phosphorus is demanded, then those people are used the swine urine, swine dung. Okay, whatever this material, you have to choose as per the crops. It is not uniform to all the crops. Species based production you are going to observe in the different areas. Okay, next you have to see this dung and urine productivity by different species. The average quantity of production of this dung, horse it is of 13.5 kg, cattle 24 kg, buffalo 32 kg per day, sheep and goat 1.25 kg, pigs 4 kg, poultry 3 kg from 100 birds. This is the range of urine it is produced by the animal based on the kg body weight per day. Okay, because if you are not going to have with these ruminants, in India, horse population is very less. We are dominating with the sheep and goat and the cattle and buffalo. If you are reduction in the cattle population, you will have the deficiency of farm yard manure. 10 cows is not equal to what you call that one cattle means in the milk production is good. But what about the dung production? The crossbred cattle will not give that more dung because of you need more. That's why India needs good number of population of cattle and sheep and goat. Because our soil is very fertile and having that good water resources, and it is of more farmland it is there in the world in India. India is having that more farmland or productive land, especially for the crop production, and this farmland is supported by the livestock species, not other than the livestock. Okay, for that reason you need to improve or maintain that the balance of livestock population, not the human population. In the density of human population is going up, but animal population is going down. That should be happen for that ecosystem balance. Okay, now we have to see this. This is the modern elevated shed where they are going to keep the animals in the intensive management system on the top, and they are collecting that urine and dung in the downward. Whenever you are going to take that more dung mixed with the urine, it is more fertile than it is the exclusive of urine and dung alone. And this type of system you are going to produce a good quantity of mixed urine and dung, especially these pellets, especially in the sheep and goat farming. And this type of manures are very important for natural farming in the rural areas. You have to feed the animals chemical free. You should not touch any chemicals while in this intensive production. Then the natural farming is very easy in India. Only one thing you have to educate the farmer, don't prefer chemicals, unnecessarily it is required. And now it is a trend to use that more antibiotics to treat the diseases. Antibiotic residues are more in what you call these milk products or meat products. Now everybody is getting that resistance for the antimicrobial drugs. Now it is says that don't use that any antibiotics unless this is required. Compulsory, then only you have to use. Otherwise you should not use. Indians are using more antibiotics to treat the disease unnecessarily without prescription. This also we have to know that why it is of need of organic production or natural farming. In the animal or in the crop or in the horticulture crops. You should not use any chemicals at all. For the animals, you should not use that liberal antibiotics. You have to use that Ayurvedic drugs instead of the chemical drugs. A lot of Ayurvedic products are available in India. Those products it supports a lot in natural farming. Okay, any residues are there in milk or meat, it is not permitted for export. You will not get marketing in the international markets. Any residues, it is positive is there, they will reject that product. India is not exporting any meat or milk or eggs because of our products are consisting of these residues liberally. And the international markets, they are dominating in doing that business. They are giving that all these certified organic products with higher prices, we are purchasing. Okay, if you need to get a good value for your product, you go for natural farming or organic farming. This is the only option for Indians and have the better future. And these things, I don't want to take much time. I am skipping these things and it is there, the slides.
It's already covered.
Yeah, that's why here you have to see this in the rural area, how the cow dung is supporting. I have surprised to see that some of the places they are using that sheep and goat manure also to for the cooking purpose, where they are having more number of animals. They use that stuff, cow dung. They are using that these sheep and goat manure. Okay, whenever it is dried, it is rich with the biofuel. Okay, it is having the high hydrocarbon. It will have that high combustion value. Okay, cooking with this what you call the cow dung based products, it is of having good aroma. Instead of gas cooking, if you use this traditional method, the taste of food is changed. Now the people want to get this natural means of cooking. It is a passion to get that natural means of cooking in earthen pots for having that good taste. And they are encashing in so many places. Like in AP, they are putting that all the essence in the chicken and they are putting into the bamboo and they are making it a bamboo chicken. Okay, it is having that good taste and high priced product. This value addition is common, but our traditions, it is having that good support and they are earning a good income for that selling of those products. Okay, I am quickly forward this slide. Composting and vermicompost. Everybody know that, I don't want to repeat, but the base material is cow dung. Okay, without cow, you can't produce the vermicompost. Okay, for any organic or natural farming, cow is the only source of dung and urine, with the free of cost, with the cheapest of cost. Okay, thank you. And this is the population growth. And in the year 2050, our population is shoot up to 562 persons per square kilometer. Okay, if you are having this type of growth rate, now we are having that 17.7% of world population, and it may be shoot up to 562 per square kilometer, means we are more populated with human than animals. It is a highly dangerous thing. And you have to see that the land usage pattern is also changed by year after year. Because of most urbanization and what you call this industrial development, we are going to shrinkage of wastelands or cultivable lands, and it is having direct pressure on food crop production. Okay? And this is the conclusion. And if you want to promote natural farming, you have to keep that animal species, whatever it possible. Sheep, goat, cattle, buffalo, or desi birds. Okay, you have to see that in the last. This is the fate of the desert land. Okay, what for the tree and what for the animal? You have to see this. Everybody is with homes, but these are homeless. You have to see that one tree is supporting in a hot summer. They are giving a good comfort, resting place in that hot day. This is the value of tree, and this is the what you call the symbiotic usage of animals. It will defecate, urinate. It will give that comfort to the soil. What you call this nutrient level. This tree will grow better than without animals. If the tree is there without animals, there is no growth of tree because soil is impotent. But it is providing shade, receiving dung and urine with free of cost. This is the symbiosis of animal and plants or trees. Thank you. Thank you for your patient hearing. But I have taken some little bit more time. Please excuse me. But the topic is very liberal, and there is no karsha to say about natural farming. I have taken all the pains to improve your what you call the confusions.
And international projects like IVLP, NARP, NATP, IFAD and IRRI, etc. and published more than 150 research articles, and he was also awarded with BHU Gold Medal, National Best KVK and Best Karnataka Team. Thank you, sir.
Karnataka best ICR research team.
Sir, they are given
by mistake.
They are given like that.
The ICR team research award is there, in that I got it.
Please correction.
Okay, no
ICR
issue.
team award.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay, friends. Post-lunch session is always difficult. Correct, Allah? Some little bit of drowsiness will be there. That is why they will say that it is a working lunch. Correct, Allah? To come out from that working lunch, little bit active, what I will do is, quickly, you take this one, pass on to everybody. There, only 5 questions. Fill the blanks. Only 1 minute I will give. After that you can stop. Difficult exam? Difficult exam I have given. I think no difficulty. Those who are not back, please collect it. Because time is very precious. Who has finished it? No one. Finished. Excellent. Okay. Finish it, Allah? Yeah. Don't write the names. Others keep it with you. Okay, over?
Yes, sir.
All finished?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First question. I love and I love dash dash. whatever you have written, you keep it. I will tell the correct thing, what from my perception. Those who have written that one, you can raise the hands. I love myself and love others. No, family Allah. Myself and others. Excellent. Correct. Why means this is one type of self-confidence on ourselves. Not only loving others, everybody will say that I love my missus, I love my husband, I love my family, I love, that is there. But until unless you love yourself, you cannot love others. That is very important trait in the personality development. So we are all well educated, and first not only loving others or helping others, we also should love ourselves first. Then only we will become a good human being first. Then after that our designation, our responsibility and all will come. Okay? Second question. At least I am happy one person is there. Very good personality. You are also excellent. Okay, those who have written excellent, I am telling. Okay? I want to dash always. I will write. Learn new things. Those who have written learn new things, really they are good and they will prosper very well in their life. Because this learning is a continuous process, we have to learn always, ready to learn. That is why you are all here. Correct or not? Even though you are all, most of the people completed 10 years, 15 years of service. Even though why you have come here, why I have come here. Not only for telling something to you, from you also I want to learn. Any new exposure, you will get some new things or something learning will be there. Correct or not? Every exposure leads to even one word you learn in one day also, our purpose is solved. Okay? Then I always have dash feeling. I will tell you positive feeling. Those who are having the positiveness, they can do wonders in their life. And they can able to withstand the stress in the office. They never have the stress if they are having the positive feelings. Okay? That is why positive feeling is very important. That means positive attitude, whatever you call it, positive opinion, anything, positiveness you have to develop every day. Okay? Then I have dash. Okay, I will tell you. I have the honesty or courage or braveness or fearless. But honesty is the highest authority in the word. In the personality comes, when we have given the chance to you, you should tell, yes, I am the honest person. If you are honest, everything will be coming to you only in the office. Everybody will come to you. You should have the honesty first to do your personality development means. Correct? That is open-ended. That is why I have given you. You yourself think now. What about your personality? Even opportunity is given, one should tell that about our character. Yes, I am good, I am courageous, I am brave, like that. Okay? Then my mentor is dash. Who is my hero?
Myself.
Who has written father? Excellent. You see, we should clap them. Really? Yeah. Mother also, okay. Father, mother, okay, no problem. Because only 3 people on the earth. You see, when we are not learning from our father, we are not mentoring our father, to whom we can. Some people will write some hero name, Rajkumar, or some Mummy teachers. Not like that. You see what they will. Correct or not? You see, our father, we had to emulate it. We had to. Who will give the advices? Who will give the courage for us? We have to mentor with our father. You see, for our kind information, only 3 people on the earth. I am telling on the earth. Only give the hitam to us. Hitam, you know? Help or guidance, whatever it is there, without selfishness. That is very important, inverted commas. selfishness. Who are they? First Mata. Mata means mother. Pita means father. Then Guru. Ee muvure hitulu lokamandu. It was well written in the literature. Even your guide, if you say that I have selected assistant professor, he will tell to 10 people, my student got it. You got it or not? But you tell to your friend, the moment he may say congratulations, the second moment he will feel jealousy. He got it, I did not get it. Even your brother, your sister, whoever it may be. But mother and father selflessly, they will wish you, they will come into your rescue for anything. Only father, mother and guru. Okay? This is small exercise. I have done it. Okay? Then, so you are all working in somewhere. I think some 10 to 15 people are from out of KVK system. I am sorry, most of the examples I may quote from KVK because I am well versed in KVK activities. However, it will come to you also. So once you join, what you will get it from your boss or your head or your authority? What you will get it? Task? A salary. Excellent. Very good. Yeah, salary is very important. Because we are all reading, studying for what? Salary. For your kind information, excellent, you have told. Even some of the PhD students, after completion of the PhD, they are coming for SRFs and graduate assistants interviews and projects. If I ask the question, what is the employment? They does not know the definition. What is employment? They does not know the definition. Some girls, I asked one question, what is your hobby? She says shopping. But coming for the temporary job, and she is telling you shopping is her hobby. Whether this job is required for her? So this type of things are there. Excellent. Salary is very important. But what we will get immediately? Task or assignment. Am I correct or not? Then some people will fail to do it. Some people will more within the time they will do. Some people take the help. Some people will get irritation. Some people this one. But very easy. Doing the task is very easy when you understand the task. Correct or not? How you can understand the task? In the task itself it is there answer. Task means what is the spelling of task? T-A-S-K. You come from the bottom. K means what? I will say knowledge. Only knowledge? Knowledge? Only knowledge will not again help. Knowledge means what? People will say Jnani, Ajnani, Vijnani, Prajnani, Mahagnani. Like that, Mahagnani. Am I correct or not? Jnani means what? Ajnani means what? First we should understand what is the knowledge. You got it? Only knowledge also cannot be sufficient to do the task. Knowledge plus is required. What is that? Wisdom. Common sense is very important to do the task. Not only knowledge. Because we are all PhD students, PhD completed graduates, postgraduates and doctorates. Even task why you are not doing able to? Because the common sense is important. Not only knowledge. You got it or not? For example, one pest problem is there. You know recommendations and all. But you should have the common sense how farmer can do it. Application part. When you come to the application part, for example, what is the difference between professor and acharya? Anybody can tell? Professor and acharya? Acharya. Or both are same? or any difference is there? Some people say Acharya, some people say Professor. What is the difference? We are all doctorates.
Professor only knowledge, sir. Acharya means skills.
Yeah, you are some extent correct, partially correct. The professor is knowledge man, and who can teach the knowledge. Acharya is, he will practice it and teach. Whatever he teaches, he has to practice it. For example, professor tells, don't take alcohol. But that night he can take the alcohol. He is having the right. Because professor can teach, but he need not follow it, whatever he teaches. No, I am telling. But Acharya is not like that. Whatever he has to tell, he has to follow it. Or whatever he follows only, he has to tell it. You got the point? Assistant professor. That is why I told now. Vijnani. The difference is there, na? Vijnani, Prajnani, Mahagnani. These are all differences that cadres.
What he can do, I am asking. What he can do, I am asking.
Oh, he can also professors, na? Once professor means assistant or associate or professor. Professor is profession. You got the point. He is having the right to tell anything. Bookish knowledge, he can tell anything. He is having that designation. But he need not follow whatever he tells. You got the point. You see, for every kind of information, whatever it is there, it will come only three. Mantra, Tantra and Yantra. You know, Mantra, Tantra and Yantra. What is mantra? Mantra. Mantra is nothing but literature. Whatever you are getting the knowledge from the literature in the form of Tantra Jnana. You tell Allah Tantra Jnana? Correct, huh? Technical knowledge. Tantra Jnana means technical knowledge. You will get it from mantras. Old literature. Generation to generation it will come. From there you will get it. Then what you will get? From that yantra. Yantra is again two types. One is missionary. That is missionary yantras. Another is human yantras. You got it? Suppose you are transferring knowledge one to another, you are also working like yantra, biological yantras. We are all biological yantras. Physical yantras are missionaries. Am I correct or not? So, this only mantra, tantra and yantra. If you understand these three things, anything you can do wonders in your task. You got it or not? Then second is knowledge is over. Now knowledge understand or not? How knowledge? For example, when you are praying, everybody will pray every day almost. What you will pray? You will chant some mantras. Why? Why should we do it? Why we should do it?
It feels good.
Huh?
It feels good.
It feels good. Okay.
To concentrate.
To concentrate. Okay. Why? Because I will tell you, Vak Shuddhi is very important for a human being. That is why we are different from the animals. You got the point or not? Vak means the talking. You got words which is coming from our tongue. If every time you have to make every day Shuddhi, your talk. If suppose morning you take read only that item songs. Nowadays only na. Who anta mama, who anta, like that it will come. Then you will go to the office also, the same thing will reflect. If you say Suklam Bharadram Vishnu Chachavarnam like that, you will remember at least God names. Or some prayers like that. Correct? Am I correct or not? So, this type of kinds, Vak Shuddhi is very important. If suppose you start scolding your children at home, you will also scold your colleague in the office. Automatically that word will come without your knowledge. Because our subconscious mind, everything will be recorded. Whatever the words you are uttering every day, that will be sit in that mind, subconscious mind. When you want, immediately it will come out automatically without your knowledge. Our mind is such a platform, it can store so many words, and that to negative words, not positive words. You got it? So, second thing is physical. Prayer, why you should pray? Before praying, you have to take bath. You have to wear the some washed clothes and all. Why? Why means physically you should be Suddhi. Physical Suddhi. Physical Suddhi not only your dressing up and taking bath, but also actions. For example, bike speed is 80 kilometers per hour. If you go 120 kilometers, what will happen? Accident. That is physical activity. So there also you have to control it. Therefore, physically also you have to train how to sit, how to do coolly some of the actions, whatever the activity is given. Correct or not? Then last one, concentration. Our friend told na, Manas Suddhi. You should have the Manas Suddhi. For example, the moment you go into the office, you do your work, your task. Instead of that, my colleague, SMS, horticulture, what she is doing or what he is doing in her room. Why? If you think your Manas will go, you will affect your work, and finally you have to latecomer to finish your task. That will say, you stay an hour, half an hour, from home call will come. What happened? What is the timing of your office? Why you are staying? You are useless. We have to hear. You got the point or not? Therefore, Manas Suddhi is important, Vak Suddhi is important, and physically Suddhi is important. Correct or not? These are all knowledge related, knowledge and wisdom. Then second one is TASK. S means skills. Not only knowledge. For example, country flow is there. You know the country flow theory. Anybody is operated country flow with bullocks? How much difficulty, sir?
Balancing.
Huh?
To press it and balance it.
But how much skill is required? Otherwise, that will go and hit the leg of the bullock. Then wound will come. You know, that's why skill is very important. That's why they will say, what is that? Tidal value. Even one drop. If you put more, what will happen, buffer? It will become a full color will come. Dark color will come. Correct or not? That is why accuracy is very important. For accuracy maintaining, skill is important. You have to do your task with accuracy means you should have the skill first. You have to learn all the skills. Then A. A means what? Yeah, you should have first positive attitude. Yes, this task is for me. I have to do it. Then what is the? Again, attitude, again the different types are there. Positive attitude, negative attitude, then again opinion is there, perception is there, so many things. I will come later on that. Then what about T? Anybody can? Huh? Yes, excellent. You have to spend the time. You have to do the task means without time allotment, without time management. But people will say time management. Whether time management is correct word? It is absolutely wrong. Why? Because, for example, now time is 2 o'clock, suppose. Okay? 3 o'clock, okay, 3 o'clock. I want to make it static, whether it is possible. Huh? Anybody can do it? No. That means it is not under our control. If it is not under our control, how you can manage it? How can you manage it? Whatever it is there under your control, you can manage it. For example, from here I have to go to railway station. That is under my control. I can go by taxi, I can go by auto, I can go by bicycle. You got the point? I can go by bus, or finally I can go by walk also. Correct or not? So time management, that is one fancy word. You got it or not? Those cannot able to do the work, they will say that that is time management. Here I want to tell you two words. One is excuses, another is blaming. When the time management comes, these two words are commonly will hear. Correct or not? Two words. One is blaming, another is excuses. One thing I can tell you, those who are not interested to those things, they will always excuses. They will use the buzzword excuses. That this computer is not good, that is why I could not able to do it. You provide me the computer, sir, I will do it. You got it? But that means they are not this one interested to do it. Then blaming on others means those who are inefficient to do the work, they will always blame on others. Correct? My statement? No. It is correct. Those who could not able to do it, for example, I am going, suddenly I hit it here. What I will do? Useless say, who has kept it here? Correct or not? I am blaming on chain. I am not blaming myself. I have given the two eyes by God. I should see the path and go. I have to see the path and go. But why I should hit and then blame on the chair, and who has kept this chair? We are blaming on them. You got the point or not? Therefore, my dear friends, anyway, this ice has come. You know how many eyes we are having it? Huh? Two eyes. Third eye you don't talk. At least we are having two eyes. Correct? In our office, when you go to office, how many eyes are watching on you, you know? You know it or not? And that eye is powerful than CC cameras. CC cameras are there. CC camera only record it. When you want to play, it will play. Whatever recorded. But human eye interpret it. You got it? And then disseminate to the higher authorities. That's what interpretation means. Add the masala. Add masala. 5 minutes late means half an hour later. You got it or not? Therefore, we should be very conscious when we are in the public system. Not only we are having the two eyes, but we are having the so many eyes watching on us. Because you are all the public officers. You are answerable to them. You got it? Then, one more thing I can tell you, that physics is, our eyes is always like this. Third eye they told, that's why I am telling. Third eye is always like this. This vertical eye always see direct object. Whereas horizontal eye cannot do direct object. We have to do indirectly. That will go retina and then again they will make the volta, then we get it. That pratibimam. You know it? That is why this is called our drishti always reverse only. That is why our mind also will become reverse. Suppose you want to book a ticket, what you will do? First, the moment you are starting booking, whether I will get it or not. Immediately that not question will come. And slowly when you are opening, that only will become false. You will not get it, you will not get it, you will not get it, you will not get it. Finally, it will come Yes, it is. That means negative mind will come first. some child is going for examination, instead of telling, okay, you will do better, whether you will pass it or not, whether your question will come or not, then you put that bar, 50% you yourself is not agreeing. What you want? You don't want 50%. Then how you will achieve it, your goals, your task? You got it or not? That is why always we have to think, 100% I can do it. Do the task. Correct? Huh? Then, to do the task, what you want? First, what you have to get it? Some aim should be there. Without aim, there is no task, na? Aim, what is the spelling of aim? A-I-M. I, you remove it from the middle, you put it in the first. Huh? You have to do the task. Nobody will come and do your task. You have to do your task. Nobody will come. Got it? Got it, na? So, my dear friends, when you are working in office, we will say, some XYZ, he is very good. Oh, he is excellent. Oh, he is very bad. Why? All these things we are hearing. We are hearing or not? We are hearing or not? Then why? That grades. Some people will give very good, some people will give good, some people will give bad also. Here, there are 3 classes are there. Okay? Okay, anyway, this is wrongly they put it. Oh, no problem. This is the salt. Okay? Salt is there in this. In this sugar is there. Okay? In this soil is there. Okay? But reverse, I told they bring in separately, but they put it in the glass and brought. I am putting the water, but I should not put the water actually. First I had to put the water. First I had to put the water.
So we can take paper and transfer it.
Yeah, we can make it. No problem. This is the sugar. Okay. Thank you, madam. You see, when you join in the office, we are all just like a water. Okay? This is all pure water. Okay? All are equal. Am I correct or not? Suppose this is a sugar. Sugar. I am adding it here. This is the salt. I am adding it here. This is the soil, manna. I am adding it here. Which glass you want to drink? Anybody? Which glass you want to drink? Which one? Which glass?
For boggling, we can use salt water.
Which one now you want to eat? Drink I am telling, not gargling and all. Sugar glass? How we can say that glass water only we want to drink? Because we are added sugar. Sugar is universally accepted sweet for all. Got it? In office also, you have to add your characters, your actions universally accepted. Then you will become a sugar baby in your office. That means everybody will attract you. Everybody will come to you. You should, if you are go on add salt, who will like it? Just like a gargling purpose, they will gargling and who want to put it in the dustbin or wash basin. Correct or not? They will take work. Okay, he has given very good point. They will take work from you and after that they will put it in the wash basin. Gone. Of course, soil, if you add, that water can be used for the plant. But that it will not be that simple. For example, I told. You got the point or not? Therefore, dear friends, whatever the action you do it should be universally accepted. That is why we are also having taboos, cultures, morals, so many things. Why it was well accepted. Terminologies are there. But something we are following it, something we are not following it. That is why we are getting the bad name. But one thing is that as a human being, you cannot satisfy all. Even you give, as a head I was there, even 99 times you help the people. One time you cannot help because of some administrative work. That only they will highlight and tell to 100 people. Sir has not helped. Sir has not helped. Not helped. That is the human nature. That is why in the business point of view they will say one dissatisfied customer is equivalent to 100 satisfied customers. You know? That is why when we are all working, we should have the actions just like adding to sugar to our daily life. Correct? So this way we have to build our personality in a working place. I think now all are some silent mood is there. I don't know why. No activeness. Then I have to make you the active with presentation. I will go for presentation.
ಆಫ್ ಆಯ್ತಾ?
Your good name, madam? Please help me. Presentation. Okay. Are you seeing this picture? Yes. You are all agriculture graduates, Allah. What is this picture? Okay.
But there is a point.
Point. Close. Okay, what is that? Onion. Sirf onion. White onion. Very good. White onion. Yeah. What she is telling? That is a transactional cut of onion. Correct or not? Why I have put that one? Onion. Once you start, you are all knows onion, Allah. I think all of you cut any time onion, including our no, you are cutting daily, but our friends are there, na? Gents friends. Cutting? You are not helping your missus, helping Allah. At that time, easiest way help is that cutting onion and give. And cry. You see, cry also she is telling. When you cut the onion, you will get the cry. But when you get the dish, very delicious, very very tasty dish. Correct or not? Even onion pakoda you take, very nice taste, you will enjoy it. Onion dosa, onion curry, whatever it is there, without onion you cannot eat. But when you open it one by one, what you will get it? Finally, inside, nothing will be there. In any government office, you work like an onion only. Morning to evening you will work. 24 hours also you will work. Finally you will get nothing. You will cry. You will get the tears to do your task. But no recognition, no award, no increment, nothing will be there. Once you get it means get it. That's all. So our KVK work is also like that. For example, this training is conducted by organizers for the past 4 days, madam, 5 days. Finally, they will write conducted training during this period. Over, finish it. 5 days work is one sentence. Correct, huh? Correct or not? So our work is like that. Just like the onion, cutting onion, we'll get the tears to do this work. How much they have toiled. Of course, you are all also toiling at your KVK to conduct one program. You have to call the farmers. You have to take them to the hall, kitchen, whatever, dining. How much you have to toil it. But recognition, they will ask, what happened after training? Have you conducted any impact study? They will put one question. If you will ask, have you conducted any impact study? Correct or not? So like that, whatever the work you do it, finally it will become just like our onion. Is it correct what I told? Our concept of work is like this.
Absolutely.
Yes. There are 2 segments are there. Which one is the big? Long, A or B? How many people say B? B. Yeah, excellent. Your perception is very good. Both are equal, how many? Very good. Yeah, both are equal. That is called perception. Since no, both are equal, madam.
This can be extended, the arrow.
Not extended, because we have put that one this side angle. Because of the angles, you will see that this B segment will be the longer. But in fact, both are same. Illusion or your perception. Like that, I told your SMS. When in the office, you go for bringing, suddenly some guest has come to bring some milk, people will say he has gone for some other purpose. That is, they don't know what purpose you have gone. Like they will tell Allah, if under taddy palm, if you drink milk also they will say you have drink in the taddy. Or even bar and restaurant will be there. You go for taking some chicken pakodi or something, chili chicken. They will say he is drinking bottles. They will tell. They never see what is actual thing. That is called illusion. Because of the illusion, 50% of our wrong assumptions will go. 50% of our judgments are wrong. And we don't have any sort of choices for that. Even, for example, I will tell you, all are having any choices for us. Even we don't have to eat our food choice. If you go home, whatever it is prepared, you have to eat. What choice you are having? Food is the precious thing for us. Am I correct or not? Daily we have to eat. But even 70% of the people or 70% of our choices are not taken to our stomach. What sir? You have seen me. Correct or not?
True, sir.
Huh?
True, sir.
True, Allah? Huh? If you go to the mess, whatever they cook, you have to eat. No other go. Even at our home, you will say morning, you make chicken biryani and go. Your son will come from college. He will say, I want paneer curry. Mother will prepare paneer curry and give. We'll go, I will serve paneer. You take it, next day we'll see it. So, this is not my experience. I am telling many of the people, we don't have even choice for our food. What about our task? Our task is nothing in front of our taking the food. Correct or not? Whatever it is there, we have to eat. Na? That is our choices. So, my dear friends, we don't have absolutely no choices, but we build up. We have the choice. We don't have any choice. Correct or not? Then, what is this? Huh? Please tell what is that? Huh? Cuboid. How you can say? Many perceptions will be there. It may be a transparent. Cuboid you cannot say it is a transparent. Cube angles you can say. So we cannot say anything. It is oscillating. Oscillating our mind. When you get the task also like this only you will get. Your task will be like that. Where to start, how to start, when to start, what to start. Correct or not? Our work will be like that. Not only you, I am telling. It is my work also like that. Once what happened, my director has marked me one letter, one communication. That is not at all related to me. I asked my colleagues, do you have any information about my habit is that any letter comes to me marked by my director, first I will read 5 times so that I will raise my tension. You got it? Then I will think, okay, where it is available some information, we can do it like that. After reading 10 times, I could not get what is that. Then second step I will take alternatively. Any of my colleagues knows this one. If I don't have, I will call the phone. Fortunately, we have the landline with connected intercom is there. But sometimes it is just like a Karnastras. Karnastras, you know? Karna, you know? In Mahabharata, Karna. Dana Vera Swara. Karna. Karna Astras, Shastras, he is having it. He is having, you know? Kavachala he has removed. Indra has taken away his kavachas. But he has given some astra. Astramu Shastramu, you know? You know it or not? Weapons. Weapons in the war field. But whatever he is having, it will not work when he wants. In war field, it will not work. That is Shapa. Shapa, you know? Curse. In our government office also, you will have all printer will be there, cartridge will not be there. If cartridge is there, printer pin will go. Everything is there, internet line will go. Everything will be there. You will say what not, power will not be there. Even everything is there also, you cannot able to do it, print it. This is cursed by the public. Public people will always curse government people. Government officers. Correct or not? Therefore, we are just like a Karna, Astras, Shastras, we are having it. Correct or not? So, therefore, our task is like that. You got it? So, whatever you do perception, this is correct. But where to start, how to start means when you start only you will be knowing it. This is related to that. That is just I told you na. It is a oscillating opening. You got it? In that, what you have to do, direct thinking towards self-awareness, professional skill development. This is called just like a problem solving. When your task is given, you have to oscillate your mind, but finally when you start it, you will think it different way. Finally you will get the solution, how to do it. Those who knows, don't tell to others. Otherwise take your book, put it, you join that lines, 4 conditions are there. Only 1 minute I will give. Join all 9 small circle dots. Okay, you have to join with only 4 straight lines. Only 4 straight lines. Without lifting the pen from the paper. And no lines are retraced. That means doubled up. It should not be double lined. Only 4 straight lines. All the dots should be, 9 dots should be connected. 1 minute time. Because time is started is there. Anybody has done it? Difficult. Okay. That is one exercise. You can do it, or if time permits, last I will tell you. That is called out of box. Out of box thinking you have to do it. Then only it will be done. How it will be doing is, I will tell you. You start from this straight line, it will come. Okay? 1 line. You have to extend beyond this line, dot. Second line, you bring it here, beyond this. Third line, you put it here. Okay? 4 lines it will come. That means out of box thinking. When your task is given, when you have taken the task, sometimes your perception will be that only. How to do it, how to do it, how to do it. So you have to go out of box. Then only your task can be easily can be done.
Out of the box think ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು okay. But ಇದು rules break ಮಾಡೋದು.
Rules break ಅಲ್ಲ. Rules ಇದೆ. Within the rules only. Within the rules only. Only 4 straight lines. ಎಲ್ಲ powers. This is one straight line, second straight line, third, this one. Double lines are not done. That point already, taking the out of line, out of the box. That concept, if you do it, your work will be done easily. Correct, Allah? Okay? Okay. Here you see this one. First you will get the frustration. How to do it. Your work also like that. Once given the work, yeah, I was telling that one. My one paper was written to my director. Then I asked my colleagues what happened. They told, we also does not know. Then I got emotion, frustration. How to do it? Then I had taken that one with serious face and all to my director. I asked, sir, you have marked this. He told, just I marked, you file it. Nothing to do it. That is not at all related to our office. Somebody has to file it. I thought you will file it. Efficiently, you file it. Finished. You got all worries, half an hour exercise, everything is gone. That is why solution will be sometimes very fraction. But our mind frustrated more. Sometimes we are also driving a car or bike. Suddenly one lorry will come. We get frustrated. What is this lorry fellow has come? Next round he will go like that. Path will be clear. Correct or not? Whether experienced or not. So like that, everywhere there is a way to get the solutions. Automatically sometimes we'll get the solutions. Sometimes we have to think out of box. You got the point. This lorry and all examples I told, automatically solution will come. We need not wait for that one anything. We need not tell to lorry fellow, you give me the way. Next cross we will go like that. We have to go straight. That fellow will go left turn. Finished. Our worries are all gone. Similarly, our task is also like that. You got it? Our frustration, failure of frustration. When you are not joined, then you will get frustration. Oh, I failed. That mind, it will create, and then you start abusing your head or your whoever is given the task. Got it or not? So, my dear friends, you don't frustrate it. It is a challenge. You have to take it as a challenge. See problem in different angles, and then go for seek the alternate solutions. Please tell how many squares are there? Wrong.
34.
Yeah, 30 is correct. You see, that is why when you go to the field, even any soil scientist or any horticulturist, any entomologist, the moment you see that, you will not get anything. But go on, see the observations. Then within the unit, so many observations you can get it. You got the point or not? It may be a small piece of land. Even 1 square meter you take. How much biomass you will get there? That is why observation is very important for your task. You got the point or not? Any task is given, your observation is very important. And systematically if you go, you will arrive at the squares. Systematically you have to go. There is a procedure for that. You got it or not? Now to explain that procedure, time is short, so I will skip it. Here you have to get the observation skill. Careful look, then follow the methods, keep patience. Our agriculture is like that only. Correct or not? All our experiments require patience. Today you will put, tomorrow you want to harvest, means it is possible? Say, doctor? Possible? No. It is not at all possible. That is why we are all having the faith on God or not? Everybody? Fortunately they have put G-O-D. G-O-D, God, na? And G means what? I say we are all gods. G means generator. Generator means Lord Brahma. O means operator. Vishnu, Mahavishnu. D means destructor, dissolver. Dissolver. For example, water, you put something, it will dissolve it. Dissolver. Dissolver is Shiva. Lord Shiva. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. Correct or not? So, suppose you are writing a project. Are you not a generator? You are generating ideas? Huh? You are not implementing? You are Brahma operating it? You are closing the file, concluding and writing the research paper? Huh? You are a Shiva. Huh? All Brahma, Vishnu, Maheshwara, you are there. You are putting the seed, it will germinate. You are putting the water, fertilizer and all, it will grow. Then you will harvest. Then what happened? Rice will come, for example, a paddy plant. Rice will mill it. Eat it. What will happen? Dissolve. Again you will not get the rice form. You are not Brahma, Vishnu, Maheshwara. That is why I told not a distractor. Distraction means that is in bad sense. Dissolving means purpose. Purpose of it. Correct or not? So you are all gods. We are all gods. Every human being is a god. They can create, they can operate, they can dissolve it. Enjoy the fruits of it, whatever they operate. Correct or not? Oh, my dear. What is this? Now we are in this era, drones, drone technologies, correct or not? So in this field we are there now. So for that, computers, technologies, this is our vision. With this vision, how we have to work. When you join as SMS in KVK, you will be like that. Where to go? Which direction you have to go? Correct or not? Not only SMS, others, assistant professors also, we will not get. We are in the crossroads. Crossroads means, you know, we will be in the center. This path will be there, that path will be there, this will be there. Where to go? How to go? So, here you can see we are having the all agriculture sector. Fisheries is there, veterinary is there. So, we have to deal, as agriculturist, we have to deal integrated way. That is the natural farming. You have got it now? All natural farming techniques. It will not a one operation or one science. It is a multidisciplinary science, integration. If integration is there, why capacity building needed? These are all the things required. Stakeholders relationship, leadership, production efficiency, innovation, creativity, working climate, recruitment and retention, competency of staff. Recruitment and retention is very important. They will transfer after 3 months. What they will do? After 1 year. Like that. Got it? So, what are the factors will be there in our KVK? Not only KVK, sir, other KVKs also. Please excuse me. Others are also. For everybody, mandate will be there. Their mandate may be different. There may be research wing means research mandate, teaching means teaching will be there, for them also course credits will be there, then administrative setup will be there, administrative procedures we have to follow it, then technical program and implementation we have to do it, then linkages and convergence, financial management, HRD. In addition, what is the age, size, developmental stages, kind of work it does. These are all the different factors. All put together only, our identity will be there. Organization means what? The people who are working in that is called organization. You got the point? Not chairs and tables. Chairs and tables are not organization. The people who are working in that organization, that is called organization. If organization get a good name means, the people who are working, they are very good. If organization is getting the bad name means, the people who are there in that, they are not at all doing good work. That is the perception will come. Here, our motto should be knowledge sharing, knowledge generation and knowledge acquisition. All three are interdependent. When you go to the farmer, you will learn the things. From that you will generate the ideas. Then you can share that knowledge in the forums like this, or in your research papers, journals and conferences, workshops. Then again you will get the knowledge acquisition. When you are undergoing the training like this, I think your heads are full of natural farming. Natural farming. You are loaded with natural farming board. Correct or not? So like this. Then another side we should have all the resources and how we can KVK start as a resource and knowledge center. Even universities, how they can get, because of their facilities. What are the facilities they are having it for technology generation, technology dissemination and teaching. That we call as a resource and knowledge centers. Then why we have to link with the other departments? We have the mandated activities. Technology assessment, frontline demonstrations, training, extension activities. I don't want to go into deep all those things. Yes, this is very important. If any activity you take, any activity, these four are very must. If you take one seed as an input, seed, suppose paddy seed, what will you get output? Paddy plant you will get. Yield you will get it. Correct or not? If yield you get it, what is the purpose of yield? Mill it and make the rice. Correct or not? Once you make the rice and all, what will happen? Impact? You will eat, it will give the carbohydrates, some sugars, little bit protein, and your hunger will be fulfilled. Correct or not? Yes. It will become a part of your diet. Correct or not? So any activity you take like that, you take one FLD or one project, any project, all these 4 steps you have to do it. Then only you will get the impact. Otherwise, you will not get the impact. Correct or not? When the valedictory, madam?
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock. Okay, still I have this time. Okay. This, of course, this itself, this slide takes 1 hour to explain you with examples. But since time constraint is there, just I am passing it. For this, you have to make the log frame. Log frame means you have to write what are the inputs. Maybe a seed, maybe a transportation, maybe a hiring of the this one hall. Whatever it is there, all will come under your inputs. Then, what are the activities for that? For example, let us say this training. This training, what are the activities? They have to send the letters for participation. They have to receive their that consent. They have to prepare the list. They have to arrange the lunch, dinner, breakfast, accommodation. All one is one activity. Correct or not? All activities you have to list. Then output is conducted the training. And trained the 44 people. 5 days. That is output. Then effect. If these all 44 people going back and they got some natural farming project of 1 crore from some other organization. You got it? That is called effect. Effect of this training. If you all go and then get some projects on natural farming and 50 lakhs, 20 lakhs, like that is called effect of your training. Once you get it that 50 lakhs at all, if you have 1 hectare of farm, you excellently demonstrated natural farming and then brought the people, farmers, and that farmers again adopted that farming, that is called impact. You got the point or not? Impact is immediately, it will not come. It will take a lot of time. Not only one person, it has to join together different organizations, different people. Got it, na? Then, my dear friends, one should not over commitment and under delivery. As an employee of any organization, one should not over committing. You don't commit it more. Less commit it, do well. More work. If you commit more, nowadays that over concept is more. Overeating, over obesity, over talking, over listening. Correct? Everything is over. Correct? Yalla over agitide. Yalla over. Then controlling is the problem. Over agide andre over stress. That is very important. In the office over stress ideyalla? Illa.
Impossible stress koda. Nanu yaradu stress koda impossible.
Impossible. That is that bravery should be there. That means you are fearless man. Those who are having the fearless. Mainly, most of the things we are failing, fear of failure. Fear of failure. The moment you start, you will think the failure. That is why you will fail. Or you will stop the working. Okay? Then, being complacent. You should not be satisfied whatever you are having. You have to go with that. Resisting the change. change you should not resist. For example, head is changed. Immediately, my head is changed. My head is changed. What he will do? Take your head. He is changed. What happened? Simply, nothing will be there.
Our work will be same.
Work will be same. And moreover, you see, our nature itself is changing. For example, Kharif is there. Kharif to Rabi to summer. Summer to Kharif. Without changing, what will happen? We will not get the food. If nature is changing, that is why we are getting different crops in different seasons. We are getting the sufficient food to eat. Correct or not? What happened? Correct or not? Same concept. We should have the change. Change should be acceptable. Suppose we are not changing. We are not changing. When I was in college, my hair was full. Now nothing is there. It is not a change. Huh? It is not a change. It is change. We have to accept the change. We have to accept the change.
For management, we are spending more than more.
Huh? Management more. That's what I am telling. We have to follow or accept the change is required. Then being coordinator for implementation of the program. You should always coordinate. Always you have to be there in the team. Then instead of only I want to coordinate, you have to be a part of the team. Then always worrying about your next career. Career advancement is required, but not every time I get 1 mark, then only I will work. Half mark I will work. My mark is filled, I will not work. That should not be the criteria. Whatever the task is there, task you have to do it.
Some place it is needed, sir. Some point of.
Yeah, these are all just broadly I have written. These are all things one should not doing all those things. I think this slide is over.
Presentation I have to do.
One more presentation is there. I think quickly I will go through, madam, because time is up. Presentation is over. This course, what is the title of the course? Title of the course? No. Correct, tell now. Capacity building program. What you got capacity building? Any capacity building you got it from this course? And what do you mean by capacity building? Why that capacity building they added prefix? Sometimes prefix and suffix will be there. So you are all busy in writing, huh? Otherwise we can stop. Other 2 minutes I can finish it. Then you can do your business.
Open capacity building.
Okay, you just. Another 5 minutes shall I take? 5 minutes after that we will leave them because they also want to hurry.
So after 5 minutes only you can start writing.
Just 5 minutes, huh? I will not explain like first presentation. Simply I will go through it because time is a constraint. So you can do your business after just 5 minutes. Okay? Why I brought this presentation? Because I wanted to make you what is the capacity building. Because you have attended the capacity building without knowing the meaning of capacity building. If you go, it is not fair. Am I correct or not? One should know what purpose that prefix was given. You see, capacity building often refers to assistance, which is provided to entities, usually developing countries, societies, which have a need to develop a certain skill or competence. You got it? So, for general upgrading of performance ability. So what capacity building you got it? Natural farming techniques. How it can be skillfully you can perform in a back home situation. Correct or not? For that purpose only they have put it this one. Read all? It is clearly visible, Allah?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then what is mean by capacity? What is the capacity building? How we can focus it? It is a community's ability. Capacity means to solve its problems and achieve its objectives. In a general term, community-wise, if you take, for example, if I take this bottle, what is the capacity of this bottle? Half liter water. If half liter, I will bring it some other thing it can accommodate. Half liter sand, half kg. That capacity different. Again, based upon the type of material. You got it or not? Therefore, our capacity also based upon different individuals' capacity. Somebody may be entomologist, somebody may be soil scientist, somebody may be pathologist. Based upon their capacity, their discipline, whatever the knowledge you are getting it, that depends on. Correct or not? Then, how it can be built based upon the knowledge, skills. That's why earlier I told now what is the knowledge plus wisdom. That is very important. Then skills. Then attitude. Attitude, why it will come? That is a behavioral component. Any individual you have to change means behavior is very important. That is why we used to read in extension. What is the extension means? It is a bringing the desirable changes towards the behavior of the person. You got it? Desirable changes towards the behavior. That means all three components you should be desirable in nature to perform the whatever the natural farming techniques we have got it. The what it will focus it ability to meet human needs, basic infrastructure, institutions, community and the economy. You got it now? So that means community here it is means your organization. The economy means what is the output or outcome of that one. Then ability to meet the human needs. That means your capacity. Then it will include much more. Capacity building means different again. Capacity development, capacity building, both are synonymous, but little slight change is there. This is the organizational point of view. The elaboration of management structures, these all will comes under this capacity building. Okay. What are the stages? You can see means first training will be there. Here individuals and institutional levels training. Now you are undergoing the training. Correct or not? Then interactive learning. You are interacting among trainees, between the trainer and trainee. Correct or not? With the faculty and all. Then understanding. Then analysis and consultations. Then it will come to application. Change towards development, active learning environment. These are all is creating by the capacity building. Then what is the motto? Already I have explained earlier. We have to generate the knowledge, then share it, and then acquisition. Then these are all the different challenges will be there. These are all the different factors. Governance and leadership, mission, vision, strategy, finance. These are all involved in capacity building. Not only our individuals. Correct or not? To implement the project means we require all. Environment is very important. Then once it comes, what is the effect of the capacity building, institutional capacity building program? Change the management, organizational learning. You got the point. Now already you must be implementing a natural farming project. KVKs all are implementing. Correct. Now because of this one, now you can make the changes in your experiment. Correct or not? You got it all a sufficient knowledge now. Now how to utilize that finance? We are giving already first installment was given. Second installment is following. So that money how best to effectively utilize it for the unit area to develop the natural farming project. so much thing is there, I'll skip it. Yeah. Probably this may be the last slide. Then here you see, here, for example, one KVK team is there. Or any, in universities also, the department will be there. Then mandated activities will be there. Then when you implement effectively, for that you require the convergence and linkages. Other organizations support. Then efficient and appropriate technology is required as a root. Then all, if you combine it, what you will get? You will get the sustainable development. It will not come by simply one. You got it? That is why this is called a capacity group approach. Capacity building or capacity development, whatever you may say. Okay, friends. Thank you so much for your active participation. And you see, before concluding, I will tell you what is going on. You and me. Interaction. Interaction. With this interaction, we can categorize 4 types. You know it? You know it or not? Because of that interactions only, sometimes we'll do the works, we'll do the works. Why? Because suppose you are actively listening. Am I correct? I am actively speaking. That means what is going on? You are okay to listen. I am okay to speak. I am okay. You are also okay. Correct or not? Suppose you are not interested to sit here. You are seeing the watch. My already am I trying like that. If suppose I am interested to speak some more time, what will happen? I am okay, but you are not okay. That means 50%. Correct? 50% only okay. But other 50% it is negative. Then reverse scene. You are okay to sit, but I am telling, no, tomorrow is Sunday, I have some program, I have to leave now itself, like that I will leave it. I am not okay. Again 50%. Last one you tell? Last one? Both are not working, nothing will happen. That is zero development, zero capacity.
Shilpa, like.
ಶಿಲ್ಪ ಮೇಡಮ್
Good evening to all of you, all key officers like PhD, Director of Extension, our respected Atari scientist Dr. Raidu sir, and our senior scientist and head Dr. Vijay sir, and all the participants gathered here today. Before going to the valedictory program, I wish you the happy Farmers Day for all of you. This is the 23rd of December. We are going to celebrate. We are all celebrating our Farmers Day today, and I wish you all for the farmers. We are wishing the Farmers Day in collaboration with Atari Zone 11, Bangalore, and KVK Shivamogga, OFRC Shivamogga, Kedadi Shivapanayaka Kushi and Horticulture University organized a 5 days training program at OFRC building. It started from 19th December to 23rd. With the support and goodwill from Atari Zone 11, all KVKs from Kerala and Karnataka deputed to the program, and there are
44 participants in the program. Out of that, 31 members are from KVK, all are KVK scientists. Out of 31, Kerala, we have 10 scientists from Kerala. We have 11 scientists from Karnataka. And NGO KVK has 5, IHR KVK 1, ICR KVK 1. And veterinary university, there are 3 assistant professors. And there are assistant professor from US Raichuru 2 and assistant professor from Dharwad 1 and line department animal husbandry and veterinary science Shivamogga. There are 3 veterinary doctors are here. In this program, sir, 25 we started with registration on 19th of December at 9:30 and all the procedure has been completed by 10 o'clock. We started inauguration program. So inauguration program started on 19th. Our program was inaugurated by our Honorable Director of Education, Dr. Hemla Naik, and chaired by our Honorable respected Director of Extension, Dr. K.T. Gurmurthy sir, with all our coordinators and the Dean of College of Agriculture and our KVK head, also YFRC head, and all our course director are involved. And after that, we have keywords from all the key officers of the university. And in this program, sir, there are 25 resource persons, including progressive farmers and scientists from other institutes. Like we had in the morning, we have a lecture from Tirupati Veterinary College. One animal scientist came, and US Raichur and IHR scientists, and of course some veterinary institute they came, and 5 progressive farmers were involved. In this we went 2 days visit for different places of the farm field. First day we started with the history, concepts and principles of the natural farming, and also second one is soil health management. Soil health management. In the first day we have completed 2 topics, inauguration and the other topic was there because of network problem. Online program has been cancelled and it is compulsory in future days. Second day we visited the Krushi Prayoga Parivara Purushottam Krushi Samsodhana Pratistapana Tirthalli to Dr. Arun Kumar, our graduate. He explained the effect of fertilizers and residues of pesticides on human health, and how practically we have to produce the organic farming products or plantation or this grains, our food grains products, and we have seen all the things, and he explained very well for half a day. And we went to some integrated farming system farmers field, and we visited different kinds of farms at Tirthalli around farmers. And third day we have we are very fortunate to have our Honorable Vice Chancellor. He came to the training hall by 9 o'clock. Of course, all participants were here. Almost 85% of the participants were at training hall. He interacted with all the participants, and he observed the problems, especially he explained what is natural farming, how it is related, and which crops we have to do. And also he has taken feedback and problems of natural farming from different scientists of the Kerala and Karnataka. And we have taken one group photo next. So that third day we have a hectic schedule in the classroom. We focused on nutrition and natural farming. We focused on plantation crops in natural farming and future prospectus. Of course, microbes, soil microbes, how it works on natural farming, especially plant production and natural farming. We covered almost insect, pest, and also pathology, how eco-friendly we have to control the pathogens in the plants and other things. And of course, third day we had a very good program on personality development and stress management, which started from 4 o'clock to up to 6 o'clock. I hope all the participants shared with our class on this thing. So these are some of the lectures on third day. Next. So plantation crops from Dr. Basungoda has given a successful stories of the plantation crops natural farming. Next. So on IHR scientist came on he discussed about microbes. Next. So eco-friendly management. Next one, Dr. Osmani from Dharwad University, Raichur University. And this is the class, stress management. Next, fourth day, again we visited Gokula Goshala and Nanda Gokula Goshala. Here we concentrated more on what is the importance of desi breeds, the whole conservation of desi breeds of different forms, and how we have to prepare arka, and especially what we call it is jala, Vonanda jala. Practically, they shown everything, each and everything they explained, even though some people are hesitant to smell it, and what is the cost of production and what is how much we can earn from arka and what is call it as your product. It's explained by Dr. Anand. He is our agriculture graduate and visited some of the farms around Sagra. So Ramchandrapur Mutt visited different farms. There also there is huge big vermicompost production in it. There identified the problems and remedies and suggested from our all soil scientists and agronomists to the farm, and also production, how best we have to produce. There is a huge unit is there, we visited. Next. So of course, yesterday evening we visited our headquarters, Ivoti, KSNUAHS Shivamogga. Then today, virtual mode, our insect and pest management from Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, one class on virtual mode. And next we have class on our university scientist, discussed on green manuring and mulching. Next, the Tirupati scientist discussed on role and importance of livestock in natural farming. And one topic is missed. Actually, after that we will schedule today or tomorrow about marketing strategies and certification. He is not available. He is in NAC meeting. One of the scientists from other university. We'll plan it to after the session or tomorrow morning online. You just use of your mobile and that is included in the compendium. And our Dr. Raidu sir, I hope he has given a fantastic results of natural farming results in KVK system and what practically it is. Because the sir is wandering around the half of the country every week, every month. So he has given a wonderful lecture on activities. So of course we have prepared one compendium for 5 days, including our as per as our schedule, and also we included some of the important topics which are required as per as the participants' requirement. We added some of the topics into that, and of course that will be released by our honorable guests. Afterwards we have limited quantities because of emergency. We prepared. Afterwards we'll send all the PPT materials and all the manual compendium to all of your destiny. This is the report what we have. So for 5 days, definitely we utilize the days and what are all the classes we covered, how much it is possible by the direction of our Vice Chancellor, Director of Extension and our coordinators. And we are the most, we covered all the topics. And also because of our university Vice Chancellor support and IDP coordinator and all our key officers like PGD, Director of Education, Director of Extension, all our estate branch and all College of Agriculture, everybody supported, even organic farming and KVK scientists. And especially I have to give a big thanks to Atari Zone, ICR Atari Zone 11, Bangalore. Thank you very much, sir. This is the report what we have, and one and all I will thankful to all the participants and our university, and thank you very much. This is one, I think, farmer is going to join us. He has taken Kursi Pandit Award, Progressive Best Award from universities, and the different awards he has taken. Today we are going to honor him on the occasion of this thing. Shortly, another 10 minutes he will join us. Recently he visited Delhi. I think Raidus are known that millennial farmer. He is the 1 millennial farmer we selected from KVK Shivamogga, and he got the award at Delhi. In this occasion I congratulate him, and I thanks Atari and our KVK system. Thank you very much. session. Now I welcome Dr. M. Dinesh Kumar sir as chief guest for this valedictory section to the dais. I welcome this valedictory session President Dr. K.T. Gurumurthy sir, Director of Extension, KSNUAHS Shivamogga to the dais. I welcome Dr. B.T. Raidu sir, Principal Scientist, ICR Atari Zone 11, Bangalore for the valedictory program. I welcome Dr. N. Shivashankara sir, Dean Student Welfare, KSNUAHS Shivamogga. Later, our OFR said Pradeep sir will join with us. I welcome Dr. G.K. Girjesh sir, Senior Scientist and at KVK Shivamogga. And of course, we have a club group sir, especially animal scientists are there, horticulturists are, agriculturists are there, food technologists are there. And in the university also now, because all key officers in different faculty, different background of scientific, we invited for the inauguration session, and also for valedictory section we selected people. And I hope, because animal scientists are 9 animal scientists are here, and I invited Dr. Shivashankar sir. He is our fisheries graduate basically. He is our Director of Student Welfare. So this 5 days program is an integrated approach to the guests and also participants and the program. I can say like this. Thank you very much. With the permission of the our chairperson, we will proceed the program. I request the participants to feedback about the feedback of the program, please, one by one, with your own interest. You come and give your feedback about the training program, and both negative and positive. Any suggestions, any corrections are welcome, please.
Respected Director of this function, sir, Director of Extension, Shivashankara sir. I know him since and he was Senior Scientist and Head of Agri at KVK sir. Then I know Girjesh sir and he was working in the ASRP May sir at Arbavi. Of course, I know Raidu sir since many years, and Ashok sir. This natural farming training program I attended. By forcibly I attended this program, sir. First day, because I was not interested. Even though when I was on a leave, they deputed me and I came with worrying only. But after that, after coming here since so many years, after 5 years, I have not at all attended any training program. I attended this training program. I got 5 most important benefit out of this. First one is knowledge gaining and knowledge repressing with the farmers and from the scientists with research data also. And another most important thing is this training is like just a recreation training program, sir. Because daytime there are 2 sessions in this training program schedule. They given the classroom training program as well as they have taken us to the visits. While going to visits, natural fauna was there, and also we have met the farmers. And another is I wanted to visit 4 sites in this area, but fortunately I got, sir. One is Coimpu house. I wanted to see his house since many years. After that, I wanted to meet Dr. Anand, and also that wish also fulfilled, sir. And another is I wanted to visit Ramchandra Mata for Goshala. That thing also fulfilled. And last one is I got opportunity to meet my old KVK friends, and we also shared their KVK activities and our KVK activities. That's also wonderful sharing, sir. And knowledge gaining, this learning from the farmers. Farmers directly from the farmers, it's a very good thing. Whatever they are practicing, because natural farming convincing to others is very difficult. After we hear seeing is believing, in the sense they have taken us to them, they have not invited them to this KVK, this training hall, and they have not given any theoretical training, but they have taken us to their farm, and what they are doing at their doing since their lifetime experience, they shared with us. It's also a very good experience. Then listening about natural farming from the successful farmers, Raghav and Hanumantappa and Dr. Anand and Purushottam Rao farm visit. That's also wonderful exposure, sir. And this training program is made like a one day classroom visit, another day this one successful farmers interaction. That in that sense, so that we whatever the theories and the research information we also read and we also collect from the different sources. But after it's an opportunity for us to expose it to the farmers, and we are directly getting it from the farmer. That's a wonderful experience. And successful farmers and whomsoever came, these scientists here, they presented their information with the research data and supporting data. And our colleagues from the different centers, they also interacted in a very positive way. And their interaction is like in our office, how we are interacting with our colleagues, in the same way we enjoyed this thing, sir. And the arrangement, totally arrangement of this one training program is wonderful. Accommodation and food arrangement. And only negative thing is congested classroom. This is the only negative thing I observed, sir. And also our cook and drivers also served very nicely, and they very politely they have behaved, sir. And even another out of subject, sir. And Yellappa and Shankaregowda are the very good evening evening event management officers, sir. And all the this group is heterogeneous, veterinary and agriculture, different agriculture categories, sir. Veterinary people are, except Divya, none of them have not interacted with us, sir. Only Divya interacted, and she feels she is also one among the agriculture graduates. Like that, she feels, sir. Totally, I am very thankful for the Dr. Ashok and his team. Their team work and their caretaking for the training program is wonderful. I am very thankful for them and total institute, sir. And finally, the Vice Chancellor of this university, he made time for half an hour and he interacted with sir. It's a very good experience. Thank you, sir.
Now I welcome Mr. Raghu, what I explained in the last slide. There are two things behind that. One is Mr. Raghu is a good farmer, progressive farmer and everything. And this is the day which we are celebrating Farmers' Day. So that is the one occasion. And of course, now he is a businessman, farmer-friendly businessman. He's having nursery, he's having other biofertilizer production and all those things. Because you people are here, because our Atari people will tell almost marketing linking. So you're all from different KVKs. With these 2-3 reasons, I called him, and he will give a quality products, assured products. When we joined at 2007 to KVK Shivamogga, from that period we have a kind of communication with him. Now I can say he's a farmer businessman. ಓಕೆ, ದಟ್ಸ್ ವೈ ಕಾಲಿಂಗ್. ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ರಘು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತ.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, all my respected friends from different universities and my KVK friends. I am highly privileged to stand here to give the feedback of the 5 days training. Sir, I am coming from KVK ADK from Kerala. From Kerala, 7 from different KVKs we have joined for the program. So the 5 days program was, we have given in the feedback form. It was really fruitful and knowledgeable for us. As far as Kerala, 7 people are concerned, we have already attended the training on for the natural farming previously last year in Gwalior as well as Kurukshetra. But I could find that apart from that, this training was more informative and we could learn more from these classes. First day, we had a very good technical sessions by agronomists, soil scientists, and second day we had a field visit from where we could learn more from the field experience of a farmer. And again we had yesterday again we had a visit to a Goshala from where being a soil scientist actually I can relate more because about animals we don't know much. We had veterinary people, they could relate more, but still we were able to study about the Indian breeds and indigenous breeds which 450 type of breeds they were kept in the Goshala. So that was a very informative field visit. And also we had a stress management class. As Raidu sir explained before, it is very essential for our working people to have a stress management class because it is out of the syllabus, but still apart from our work, we were really stress free. And today also Raidu sir also made us stress free from his very good exercise we have done in the morning. I know Raidu sir because Raidu sir every time he comes to a KVK, he make to do us exercise. That is very good because before Raidu sir started his class, I told my colleague as well as Ashok sir that it will be a very good class. So I think you all agree with me. So sir, I want to add a few things on part of my colleagues. They have conveyed to me. So it's just a humble request. We have attended the theory class, Shivamogga, Bijamrada, Varshaparani, all the preparations we have theoretically studied. Now we want a practical session on that because I think if we know to prepare, we practically prepare the decoctions, it will be more easy for us to teach the farmers. So that was only, it's not it's a humble request only. In the next training session we are looking forward for it. So that is only, and as far as the coordinators are concerned, especially Ashok sir, Soumya madam, Shilpa madam and all the coordinators, all the names I don't know, sorry, and all the teachers and university assistant professors, all, I think all the coordination was very good. As far as food is concerned, it was very nice food as well as hospitality. I have to say about the hospitality of the Shivamogga people. The hospitality is up to the level. So Kerala people are very much blessed to have a training session in Shivamogga and we are looking forward for the same training sessions in the future. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, my dear respected dignitaries on dais and after dais. Myself, Dr. Yellappa, I am Assistant Professor of Agriculture and Microbiology of College of Agriculture, Bhimla, sir, and VS Raichur. Just I want to just suggestion or submission, sir. Please include next ZPNF training program. There is one economics, sir. One economics should be there for calculation of easy calculation of the economics. It is entirely dependent upon the economics. It is nothing other than the economics. Economics calculate ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಇದು ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಸಾಧ್ಯನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. So please include the economics candidate for any of the next training program. It is my submission.
Good evening to all distinguished dignitaries of the dais and esteemed fellow participants. First of all, I came with pressure. I am going with pleasure because when my head of the KVK asked, I was reluctant, I didn't accept because I was knowing this place. I was graduated and post-graduated from this institute only. I used to attend usually the trainings from outside the states. I was not interested, to be frankly speaking. But later on when I entered here, I don't know, yesterday I thought, in few minutes back I am coming, now I am going. That's what I am feeling. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, the training program was really excellent and it was organized in a very systematic way. And to add to Elapa's request and to Ma'am's request, there was an institute called CCARI at Goa who has done extensive work on ecosystem service analysis, because 4 services ecosystem will give. Probably if we calculate that, no one will ask the economic value. That could be 100 times higher when compared to any other farming systems. Please try to include, sir. Sir, I have requested Ashok, sir. And then 2 of the field visits, 2 days, sir, which was very, a practical of significance, importance, especially Raghava, who was took our attention a lot, because he was, in true sense, he is the only natural farmer, I could say. Raghava, followed by another Arun Kumar Tirthalli, was an excellent. With the data he has presented, and one of my friend also with the data he has returned to him. And another thing is Ananda, Gonandana Jala. We were being, please don't feel that it was a religious issue. But we also, when I entered, something he is doing, I don't know why. He always say that, let the go dice, you will get the money. Let the go dice, you will get the money, like that. But true, in the real sense, he is excellently doing good, sir. But we are really, we say our sincere gratitude to all the organizers on behalf of all the participants. The training was really excellently organized, sir. The eye-opening marks, especially given by Virana, sir, and also other Vice Chancellor also has mentioned in his interaction. And we are really fortunate enough, we have spent the 5 days in 5 minutes, that's what my feeling. It would have been extended for another 2-3 days, that's what my that's what my feeling is. Yeah, food and hospitality. It was a very lively discussions we had. Thank you, Ashok sir, especially my sincere thanks to Ashok sir, and all my other, because my Gurukul is also here, my mentors and also my junior friends who have come across from, and other KVK fraternity, and also we had friends from veterinary. Everyone was telling, let us take the selfies. We used to just comment that soils to have the photos. Like that, really, we had so much of fun. Really, we enjoyed. Thank you, sir.
Other university? Any veterinary friends? Okay, of course, whatever we mentioned, actually we added in the topic, preparation process, and our senior scientist and Dr. Gijesh sir also told in the first day, because we gone 2 days visit, we thought that we will get some information on preparation there, but when we started the journey, we used to start by 10 o'clock, otherwise we would have seen. That is very relevant point. Of course, Dr. Yellappa, economics. For economics, I think he is also good economist. ZBNF, he worked as a coordinator. Because of shortage of this thing, definitely either we'll get the economics and we'll send to your mail if it is possible. From next, we definitely will add those things. Of course, our another soil scientist told the inclusion of some aspects. Definitely, we'll add in the future. I think IDP. And one more thing I will tell you, when our IDP coordinator, Dr. Shashidhar, came from America on 5th or 6th, and Vice Chancellor himself, he informed me on 9th, if I am right. So immediately I communicated to Hatari, sir, then these things happened. So everything, schedule, program and everything, and I hope I will tell you, in IDP, they will not give a single paisa in advance or single paisa in check. Only after completion of the program, we have to submit the bills. After process, the fund will be done. So because all these difficulties, we did well. Of course, sir, I will assure you, apart from the natural farming training, I will tell you, this is a wonderful group, and we coordinated well, of course, well, like I can say, and we got very good scientists from across the Kerala and Karnataka. I think by another 5 years, we can rule South India, conducting this type of programs or technical programs or whatever it is, technical linkage and all those things. For this part, I will thank our university and also ATAR and all who have been deputed from other institutes and universities. I will have to thank them. This is a good batch we have. I will tell you, sir, for all resource persons and progressive persons, everything scientifically they argued in every classes without hesitating, and it was a healthy discussion. Thank you very much. So now I request all the dignitaries to release the compendium what we prepared in emergency. This effort goes to all our co-directors, especially Dr. Soumya, Shilpa Sri and Deshmukh. This and their team, their workers. I request all the dignitaries to release the compendium. Sir, director, Bani. Madam, Shilpa Sri, Deshmukh.
Sir, follow up, sir. Sir, madam.
Yes. Okay, sir. Fine.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now I request today's chief guest, Dr. M. Dinesh Kumar, sir, Dean PGS, to address our participants.
Good afternoon. Shubhodaya. All respected dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, my dear friends and my dear all those who are involved in the present status and future perspectives or prospectus of natural farming. It is a national capacity building wherein I could able to see some of the personality developments also, right, with respect to the natural farming. And limited to this august body, which is a well-known, knowledgeable body, I got doubt myself what to say at the end. And it is better I should not shut my mouth and go out, so that it will be easy for you to go out and reach your home as early as possible. What is the work that I have? I got confused because as we could able to see, agriculture is an art. I used to say it is always an art. Nevertheless, now peoples like our friend and also the national awardee, so made it commerce. Okay, commercial agriculture, it is there, and in the saga or in the stage of learning, we saw many changes through scientific vision. As the science advances, the explanation for this art of agriculture stands still, and it has enhanced in that way. So science probably tried to explain the things which we had. Basically one thing, agriculture has started to feed, whether you call it this as anything, you know, well, whatever it may be. So the basic instinct of agriculture is to feed the human being. Now as the step goes on, 18th century, 19th century and 20th century, so we have all stigmas or stanzas or instincts or say sense of understanding this. So it has actually began in a note of nature only, natural agriculture only. Then as the scope increases, Sarve Janato Sukhino Bhavantu. So in this slogan many things had happened. We translate this to organic, we translate this to integrated, we translate this to high level, high tech. So many things, because ultimately it is the commerce way or money which is spinning out of this, so that my livelihood can able to sustain. My means my family. Family may be 6, family may be 9, family may be 3, as you could able to see, husband, wife and 1. If one damar, these 2 also damar. That is the present day saga. So whatever it may be. Now the thing is that when I point out the natural farming itself, so you are now all loaded, you know. So suppose after a week, if you go for organic farming, and if the people say about the 7 days program and all those things, at the end, same thing they will tell. Training was very good, so and so and is very good, stuff is very good. Now where we lead? In the step of, say, one is ecology, environment, soil environment, air pollution environment, and again commerce. So wherein we are very pertinent to say that our product should have a value. So with all this, where natural farming will exactly find its place. So practically it is a very difficult situation, balancing, feeding and greed, need, wants, everything agriculture has to satisfy. It is not that easy for us to define any of these things or any of these aspects, right? So suppose if I ask you only one question, where exactly you want to have this natural farming? Whether it is region based, whether it is crop based, whether it is family need based, or whether it is ecosystem based, or else a farmer who has got 5 to 6 acres, wherein you would like to say what is your end, where exactly you want it. Just one. Huh? Ecosystem.
More diversity.
More diversity. Where to find? Only in Kerala and parts of Karnataka. Right? Right? So there also, what is that, so Gedde, Genaso and all those things are being grown naturally. And if you go and inculcate any of these crops, that will not become a natural. So leave it as it is. It will take care. Who will take care? Nature will take care. Then where is the end for all these scientific explanations that which you sat and learned, and also 2 days you've gone out and listened? Practically, we should have a sense for attitude and also for to say something. Situation will come up, a farmer will come, sir, I don't want any of these chemicals and other things, shall I go for organic or natural? Now you are loaded with the guns of nature, natural. So another 7 days program you will be gone with organic. Where to say, how to say. It is your justice, your knowledge, your anticipation way, where exactly he is working, how many days he is working, what is the condition on the basis of that he is working, whether he has got sufficiency or deficiency, in the way of livelihood and other things. Then you calculate yourself to how much area or to what ecosystem or whatever you want to say. Then only it is a pertinent issue whether you are going for integrated way, whether you are going for a high-tech way, whether you are going for a natural way, whether you are going for a organic way. So only that much I can say, because in the same forum, if suppose something happens, some other training programs means, so we will be orienting for all those things. So by almost the topic delivered by the nature farming ways, same fellow will going to tell you about the organic farming and tell you about the some other farming. There is no change. Okay? Am I right? But justice should be given to us. That's what I wanted to say. Friends, it's good that at least you come over here to our university and you enjoyed a few of the things, at least as it is said by 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., if not by 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Then the other things, the scope of the subject you learned, and some of the practical farmers also you have visited. It is nevertheless, agriculture means it is just a beginning, it is always just a beginning. Okay? Because as we go on, few fellows will write something and few fellows will die and another few fellows will come. So in accordance with that they will write. But if you look at the basic principles, it remains same. It is never changing. It is never changing. So let us accept this. So I thank for the opportunity given by the organizers and also I am very much satisfied to say that you all enjoyed our university and other things. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your both the technical and practical words about organic natural farming. So where exactly where it is natural farming is working, where organic farming is working, or where inorganic farming is required. Of course, as we discussed in so many classes, we have to feed 1.43 billion people and 536 million livestock and 851 poultry in the world, in the country. Apart from that, we have to give fodder, feed and everything. We have to think in that. So population of human beings is a question mark. By dharma, karma, what happens we don't know. We have to go for basic things. Now I request Dr. Raidu sir to speak about these programs.
Good afternoon to all, respected dignitaries on the dais and my dear colleagues. I can say colleagues because we are all in the same system. I fully agree with Dr. Dinesh Kumar sir, Dean teachers. He has rightly pointed out where to implement this natural farming. Of course, sir, this is the mandate of the central government. Even I am the PA of that natural farming project and implementing 28 districts, both together Karnataka and Kerala. For the past 1 year, I am struggling a lot how to convince my people to implement this project. Lakhs and lakhs rupees I am getting it. And every year more than 1 crore, sir. I am getting this year 1.5 crore. Then I had to spend before March. This is my task. My task. I am really, my people are toiling. Even they does not know what is what. Even we sent to the Kurukshetra, Gwalior and all them to go and with empty minds they have come, big zero. After traveling so much hours to go there and then finally came with zero knowledge. However, we are pushing it with little bit existing knowledge from the universities like you. You are all supporting us to how to, because KUKs basically they are adopting the technologies from the universities only. Therefore, really I appreciate you, sir, for bringing out very good point. And this is noteworthy. All of you, please kindly make note of it. Regarding this natural farming, earlier 60s, 1960s, at that time, our country needs the food. Instead of saying begging bowl, I don't want to use the negative word. Actually, our population is growing, ever-growing population, and in the same time, increasing the demand of the food. So, how to cope up? Then at that time, our all NARS and farming community, thanks to both of them, both the wings, arms, they are trying to produce the per unit area, how much you can increase the yield. Thereby we got the green revolution and all. Then afterwards, how we can sustain it, that one, in a horizontal way and a vertical way. Vertical way means increasing the productivity. Horizontal means how much area you should cover. Like that we struggled. Finally now the era has come, per unit area, how much income you are getting it. Forgotten the productivity and all. Now how much income you will get it. That is why that commerce has come into the picture. So both together, now we have to work. Then sustainability, not in the sense of getting the production and productivity and production, but also economic viability. That is why there are 4 or 5 categories are there. Environmentally it should be sustainable, then culturally it should be compatible, then economically it should be feasible, educationally it should be attainable. So in that concept it has come. Now our present government is taking a big project, sir. Even in our budget, it was given almost 250 crores. Budget was given for natural farming development, and in that, as a part of that one, we have to struggle to get some knowledge and how it should be environmentally friendly and economically sustainable. At least these two aspects, if you work on with the integrated way. One side we are telling integrated farming system. It has come and it has, how it has disappeared we do not know. At that time when it has come, integrated farming system, we have established a lot of models, even district wise, region wise. But all of a sudden, just like our universities, earlier it is integrated. Now it is, everything is just agriculture one university, veterinary another university, but farmer where he has to go? Earlier everything is one place, one university, he will get all the solutions. Now he has to move from one university to another university, like that. Similarly, our concepts also changing from time to time. In that way, in that process, this national farming is one. So whether it is good or bad, or it is difficulty or it is easy, but that is on our shoulders. We have to bear the weight. Am I correct, sir? This is the task is given. Then how best we can go ahead? That is only we are discussing here. I think probably this 5 days helped you at least some concept, at least something going back. If we can start, that is worthy. That is called the whatever they have spent. These coordinators toiled day and night to organize this 5 days program. So to get some impact on that means, I already told you in my earlier interaction, the impact means training. It will not come one day or 2 days. When you go back and back home situation, if you start practicing it, the techniques, whatever the knowledge, skill you gained, that will give the result slowly. Even it will be implementing the existing project, or you can add it, modify it, and then write one project and get the grant from other organizations. Then again with that grant, you show some models and give to the farmers. Then farmers emulate your practices at KVK or at university. Then that will be the impact of these 5 days. It may be take 1 season or 2 seasons or 1 year or 2 years, but that is on your shoulder. Then coming to the present topic, capacity building. I already explained you. In any training if you take, there are 5 elements are there. 5 elements will give you the effective learning situation, teaching and learning situation. Even training is also in the same way it will come. Anything if you take, first trainer should be there. He should be the capable to teach. Then learner should be interested to learn. Then only the communication or whatever the teaching or interaction, it will take place between both trainer and the trainee. But both are there means it is not sufficient. As our friend, one of our friend told, physical facilities are very important. You should be well ventilated, well environment. For learning situation should be created. Therefore, physical facilities also very important. Then, if the physical facilities are there, then subject matter also very important. What type of material you are getting it, whether it is on par with you, or it is beyond your understanding, or it is very less than what knowledge you have. Then, and the mode of communication. How the presentation is taken. Only PowerPoint presentation, that is where they are mixed up, a combination of lectures they have given. One is with link also there, web link. Web link also they have given one lecture from the far away from place. Then field visits. These are all called combined in nature, so that the learning will be very effective. You should not get bored. You're sitting all the 5 days in one chair. So that at least you will get some exposure. My dear friends, every exposure will give you some new thing. That one word if you learn per day, that is million worth. That will be useful for your career advancement. Then coming to this one, practical sessions. You see, they must have given the theory. You are having the money. I think sufficient money I have already given. So that money you utilize it. You call the resource persons. You give the handovering to them. Then get it at your place itself. You see, Raghu sir is there. If you invite him, he will come anywhere. He will show you all the practical things. You invite it. You spend the money. I humbly request all of you to kindly spend the money so that immediately I will give you the next installment. If you don't spend this one, you will not get next installment. And I cannot ask the higher authorities to give the next installment. So I request all of you to kindly go back and then spend the money also and then implement whatever you learn. I hope you all now understand well, and at least 28 KVKs, 28 demonstrations nicely in their forms. That land is no dearth. They are having the 50 acres of land each KVK. So you can do wonders. You can do wonders. But only thing is that you have to implement whatever the knowledge and skills you have learned here. I hope all of you may make use of this knowledge what you are loaded with your heads. So with these few words, I thank my director, Dr. Venkat Subramanian sir, to give me the opportunity to come here and participate before you. And further, I thank Dr. Ashok and here the coordinators for giving me the opportunity to speak few words. So I thank one and all, and thank you all. Wish you a happy day.
So thank you very much, sir. Always for ICR Atari people will talk about implementation. That is the amount of our KVK system, and that is a real requirement for the farmers. Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Dr. Shivshankar sir to address the gathering.
Good evening, everyone. Before I go ahead with my topic, very small topic, I wish everyone a happy Farmers' Day today. I, being a fisheries graduate, I was looking at the schedule, what it has been prepared. Probably one lecture of fisheries would have been much better, thinking that fisheries are one of the important income generating component in Indian agriculture. Probably the organizers next time can include, we do have 6 fishery scientists in the university. At least one should have been there to give a part of their insight. So with these few words, I think today's topic is capacity building program in natural farming. I think it's a world wine in a new bottle. It's a world wine in a new bottle. This concept of natural farming is there in centuries, way back in centuries. People they were doing and they are doing also. These topics or the concepts keeps on changing in terms of political level. New government comes, they remove this, they come with new policy. So with this hitch, it will be very difficult to implement these very massive programs across the country. Nice topics have been covered in this your 5 days training program. I am not competent to talk about the disciplines in respect to soil science, agronomy or animals because I am basically a fishery professional. I thought I would have been given an opportunity to speak about in a one maybe half an hour a topic to us if they would have given. Okay, nevertheless, I know many of my own friends, my own university, my own old colleague, Dr. Chowgule. We were there in KVK system. I was the senior scientist or program coordinator from 1997 to 2012 in KVK system. So we were all the time presentations would have been front be in Bellary or Belgaum. Both are the case. It was a nice project to work with Dr. Chowgule. I think he's come back to ICR. Isn't ICR KVK? Or same birds KVK only? Okay, fine. No problem. So nice. I've seen many of the people or many of my own colleagues back in my parental university, US Raichur. they come. Nice that. Only question is how best you implement this knowledge what you are getting in this particular 5 days. In the KVK system, it's very, very difficult because tasks are mandatory and many. 5 days on the day, 5 days you'll come here, gain some knowledge, go there, looking at your mandatory what you have, you try to slowly forget about what knowledge you have gained. That's what is being happening in most of the KVKs, or including most of the scientific community also. So my small request to the organizers and the ICR system is that you need to develop a questionnaire or schedule wherein you have to get a feedback quite often, or maybe monthly interval, with all the participants who have participated in this particular program. That has to be done, and it is a mandatory in many of the Western countries. Wageningen University, even till today, almost 4 years, still they are sending schedules to us to know about the training what you are given and how best you are implementing in the institution. That's what it is required. Until unless we will come here, learn and go. We forget, you forget, everybody will forget. So only for namesake it should not happen a training program. They should take the ICR or the zonal coordinating unit, maybe Bangalore, they have to prepare a schedule, get the information from all the participants who have attended to the program, how best they are implementing, how best you are disseminating this particular knowledge to the farmers. So with these few words, I don't want to take much of time, with these few words, I take the opportunity to wish you all, and wishing you a very happy new year, and I once again thank the organizers for inviting me for this function. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We will include your suggestions in the next training program. Of course, fishes is also very important because that is the main food product which is going to consume in future days, because every land becoming water, that is the only thing, and also central government is emphasizing more on fisheries farming and all those things. So many people suggested me to increase 10 days in the KVK, but because of we have to complete this billing and everything, we have to complete by 27th or 28th of this month. So that is a hectic job is there. So that's why we only consider 5 days. Now I request Dr. Girjay sir to address the gathering.
Good evening, and also I wish you the happy Farmers' Day, dignitaries on the dais and also the participants. In the beginning somebody just told about the hall. So actually because we wanted to have it in our KVK, because it is bigger than this, due to already pre-scheduled programs up to March 10th, there is not a single day is free with respect to the availability of the KVK hall. Otherwise we would have conducted there because the spacious and also the good the physical conditions. So I want this one, only thing is we have undergone 5 days program, we have learned so many things. Now I want one question, so how many of, now where you are working, except those who are working in headquarters and comfortable place. If they are working in remote station or if you are working somewhere else, in how many years you are going to be there in that place? You want to be there in the 10 years, or you want to be there another 5 years in the same spot? Why I am asking is, earlier there was a concept of permanent experimental plots with respect to the effect of farm yard manure, effect of the long range experiments, 25 years, 50 years. So organic experiments means it should be a long term experiment. Similar natural farming also 10 years. So like that only after 10 years you can observe all those things with respect to environment, respect to quality, nutrition, yield, productivity, what sorts of thing you want. You can come out with a good recommendations, whether it is positive or negative, then only it is possible. Another thing what I observed during my 30 years of experience, somebody is conducting an experiment. He will not hand it over, at least transfer is okay. Due to some reasons we may get transferred. He will not hand over up-to-date registers to the next incumbent. He will go away with the data. Along with the register he will go. How you can conclude? So that is why, so for such expert, that is what they told. So several our team PGS and also they were coordinator, they told the same thing. So if you are conducting experiment for 10 years, definitely, then only you will learn the things. Then only you will come out with a long range experiment. Will speak about your perfection. Your authoritatively you can tell this is possible. This is possible, not practicable. This is practicable, not possible. It is possible as well as practicable. So to give such type of recommendations and authoritatively speak in front of others, these experiments have to be conducted for long term, 25, 30 years and other things. So that is why these are some of the issues, whatever will be the reason. So whatever you learned, so many preparations, you prepare your own. Natural farming is something different. Everybody is proposing so many things. So based on the things you have learned here, so you develop your own preparations naturally. You come out with it is a Golandajala, some you name, give some name, assess the composition. So therefore it will give different ways. So that so you have enter into the subject deeply and do work, and you use the knowledge obtained here the productively. So with this few remarks, I wish you happy return, and also please keep on your contact with KVK as well as our university, and also the experts, those who have given their expertise for the last 4 years. With this words, I thank you very much for your opportunity.
So on the occasion, very good words you have given, sir. Thank you very much. And now I told you in the beginning, Mr. Raghu, progressive farmer, and he is having on GMR Biotech, one organization is there. He is a Krushi Pandit awardee from Government of Karnataka. He is Shrestha Kishan awardee from Gujarat government, and Dr. M.H. Marigowda awardee from Department of Horticulture, Government of Karnataka. Millennial Farmer of India, ICR India. Pragati Sheela, the progressive farmer from US Bangalore, and also best farmer from Veterinary University Bidar, and he is having nursery and garden development and vermicomposting and enriched compost, and also is producing aquarium fishes. So this is the time, because today is the Farmers Day. On this occasion, and in front of all the scientists and our guests, a small honor to this progressive farmer on this occasion. Okay. I request our Director of Extension to honor Mr. Raghu.
ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರೇ ಹಾಗೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ KVK ಹಾಗೂ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಕೃಷಿ ಸಂಬಂಧಿತ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಸ್ಥರುಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ವಿಷಯ ತಜ್ಞರುಗಳು ಅನೇಕ ವಿಭಾಗದವರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಈಗ ಈ ಸಭೆಗೆ ಕರೆದ ಇವತ್ತು ಅದು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಈ ರೈತ ದಿನಾಚರಣೆ ದಿನ ನನಗೆ ಅಭಿನಂದಿಸಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ತುಂಬ ಸಂತೋಷ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಥಳೀಯವಾಗಿ ಅಭಿನಂದಿಸೋದಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅದು ನಮಗೆ ಆ ಒಂದು ಮನೋಸ್ಥೈರ್ಯ ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾನ್ಫಿಡೆನ್ಸನ್ನು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಲೋಕಲಲ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಮ KVKಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಮ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು ನಮಗೇನಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಗೌರವಿಸಿದ್ರು ಅದು ನಮಗೆ ಅಗಾಧವಾದ ಒಂದು ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಾವು ಏನಾದರೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ನ ಥರನೇ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹಲವಾರು ಜನ ಇದೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಈಗ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಇರೋದು ಸುಮಾರು ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಆಗಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಈ ದಿಕ್ಕಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಏನಾರು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ನಮಗೆ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ ನನಗೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಈ ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟು ಮಾತಾಡೋದಾದರೆ, ನಾನು ಒಬ್ಬ ರೈತ. ನನಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು ಒಂದು 30 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಅನುಭವ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಸಾವಯವ ಕೃಷಿ ಮತ್ತು ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ಕೃಷಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬ ಮೇಧಾವಿಗಳು, ಆದರೂ ನನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಅನುಭವನ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಹಂಚ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಈ ಮಣ್ಣು ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ತುಂಬ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕಲಿನೇ ಬೇರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ರೂಡಾಗಿ ಹೇಳೋದಾದರೆ, ಒಬ್ಬ ಮನುಷ್ಯನಿಗೆ ಫಸ್ಟು ಹ್ಯಾಬಿಟನ್ನು ನಾನು ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಒಬ್ಬ ಏನಾದರೂ ಎಣ್ಣೆ ಅಥವಾ ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ಹೊಡಿಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಫಸ್ಟು ಅವನು ವೈನ್ ಹೊಡಿತಾನಂತೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 8% ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ವೈನು 8%ಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮೈಲ್ಡ್ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅವತ್ತು ಅವನಿಗೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಬೀರ್ ಕುಡಿದ್ರೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ 90ನೇ ಹೊಡಿಬೇಕು ಅವನು. ಆ 90 ಹೊಡೆದ್ರೆ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ 1 ಕ್ವಾರ್ಟರ್ ಬೇಕು, ಆಮೇಲೆ 2 ಕ್ವಾರ್ಟರೇ ಬೇಕು. ಹಾಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಣ್ಣು ಸಹ ಹಾಗೆ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಈಗ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿರೋ ಮಣ್ಣನ್ನು ನಾವು just think in English, don't speak in English, only Kannada. So we discuss within our ಹಾಗಾಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಈಗ. ನಾವು ಈಗ ಸಾವಯವ ಕೃಷಿ ಅಥವಾ ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ಫಾರ್ಮಿಂಗನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಆ 3 ಕ್ವಾರ್ಟ್ರು 4 ಕ್ವಾರ್ಟ್ರು ಕುಡಿಯೋನಿಗೆ ತಗೊಬಂದು ಅವನ ಬಾಡಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಅಂದರೆ ಮಣ್ಣನ್ನು ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ತರಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಅವನಿಗೆ ನಿಧಾನವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ವಾಪಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಬರ್ಬೇಕು. ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ನಾವು ಒಂದೇ ಸಲ ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೋದಾಗ ತುಂಬ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ನನ್ನ ಅನುಭವನೂ ಕೂಡ. 3 ಕ್ವಾರ್ಟರ್ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವನಿಗೆ ವೈನ್ ಕುಡಿದು ಮತ್ತೆ ಇರುತ್ತಾ ನೋಡಪ್ಪ, ನಿದ್ದೆ ಬರುತ್ತಾ ನೋಡಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗೆ ಮಣ್ಣು ಸಹ ಆ ಥರ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ವಾಪಸ್ಸು ನಿಧಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಫರ್ಟಿಲಿಟಿ ಮಾಡಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ಕು ಇನ್ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೆಡಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಿಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಳ್ಕೊಬಂದು ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಂತರ ನಾನು ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗೋದು ಸೂಟಬಲ್ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಭಾವನೆ. ಈ ದಿಕ್ಕಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ ಈಗ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ, ಒಂದು ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟಿಗೆ ಒಬ್ರಿಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ 5 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಆಗಿಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಂತರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ಎಕ್ಸಾಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಇದು. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ 10 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಏನೂ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ರು ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲಿ ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜು ಮಣ್ಣಿನ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ಫಾರ್ಮಿಂಗಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ 10 ವರ್ಷ ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. 4-5ನೇ ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. 10 ವರ್ಷ ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜು ಅಥವಾ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್ ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಆ ದಿಕ್ಕಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ನಮ್ಮ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಅಥವಾ KVKಗಳಿಗೆ ದೊಡ್ಡವರು ಆ ಥರದಲ್ಲಿ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಉತ್ತರ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಈ ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ಫಾರ್ಮಿಂಗನ್ನು ನಾವು ಒಬ್ಬ ರೈತನ ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಥವಾ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಅವನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಅವನ ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟಸ್ಸು, ಅವನ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡಿಂಗು, ಅವನ ಇನ್ವಾಲ್ವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಎಷ್ಟಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ಅವನು ಈಗ ಎಷ್ಟು ಖರ್ಚಿಗೆ ಬೇಕು, ಅವನಿಗೆ ಅವನ ಜೀವನ ಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಏನಿದೆ, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದನ್ನು ಅಳತೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವನಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಆ ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ಫಾರ್ಮಿಂಗ್ ಬಿಡಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ಫಾರ್ಮಿಂಗು ನನಗೆ ಅನಿಸಿದ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಏನು ದೊಡ್ಡ ವಿಚಾರ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಅದನ್ನು ಹಂತ ಹಂತವಾಗಿ ತರಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ರೈತನ ಒಟ್ಟಾರೆ ಅವನ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಗತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲ ದಿಕ್ಕಲ್ಲೂ, ಒಬ್ಬ ರೈತನಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಗಳು ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಥಿತಿನ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಅವನಿಗೆ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ನನಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಗೌರವಿಸಿ ನನಗೊಂದೆರಡು ಮಾತಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಾಗೆ ನನಗೆ ಅನಿಸಿದ್ದ ಒಂದೆರಡು ಮಾತನ್ನ ಮಾತಾಡಿದೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ನನಗೆ ಈ ಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ನನಗೆ ಈ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ತರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ KVK ಅವರು, ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಯವರು, ಇಲಾಖೆಯವರು ತುಂಬ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಸುಮಾರು ಒಂದು 6 ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ತಿರುಗ್ತೀನಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ KVK ಅವರು ತುಂಬ ಸಪೋರ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ. ನಿಮ್ದು ಒಂದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇದೆ. ಒಬ್ಬ ರೈತ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬಂದರೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದುವರೆಗೂ ಎಲ್ಲ KVKಗಳನ್ನ ನಾನು ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಹೊರ ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದಾಗ್ಲೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ರೈತನಾಗೆ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆನೂ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ. ಇದು ಈ KVK ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಒಳಗೆ ತುಂಬ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಿತವಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಅವರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕೃತಜ್ಞತೆ ಈ ಮೂಲಕ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿ ನನಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅಭಿನಂದಿಸಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನನ್ನ 2 ಮಾತಲ್ಲಿ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
ಸೊ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ರಘು ಅವರೇ. ಸೊ ಅವರು ವಾಟ್ ಹಿ ಟೋಲ್ಡ್ ನೌ, ವಿ ಆರ್ ಗಿವಿಂಗ್ ಕಿಕ್